Chapter 149, Cats? At the spring, we were sitting in the water side by side. It was an exhausting performance, but it was nothing like none other. I didn't know it would be much better with someone one likes. Meanwhile, the person in question was checking herself. "Will I get pregnant?" she asked. "Have any dissatisfaction with that?" "Not at all. If I carried your child before Alina, it will make everyone know who is the boss around." I laughed at her logic. Why would anyone care? Okay. You are the boss, no argue about that. In Skyrim, giving birth is a must. Like, if you have children less than me, you are nowhere to be compared to me. It also means a stronger clan, all that blah blah blah. Grandpa, for example, has 10 children alone. The one with the least children is Hilda, who has only me, and it seems that she and Jonred are going for the second. Back in my past life, tisk. Let's not talk about that anymore. Children were a nightmare in that world. Anyway, Joel was sticking close to me and it became so quiet for a second. It was peaceful. Until Joel said something absurd. "Maybe we should ask Alina to join us next time. Just leave her alone. Her father is as annoying as mine. I bet he will keep a close eye on me and will acquire a detailed report of every interaction I have with her." Do you like her?" she asked out of the blue. I think I do, it is hard to tell, ouch. I felt a strong pain. Joel was pinching my nibble. "How rude. To say you like another girl when you are with me." Sigh. "I love you," I said as I took her head in my embrace. She, who was tensed for a bit, let herself be hugged and hugged me back. "I know, idiot. It's not like I was jealous or anything." "Oh boy." She switched personality again. Back to the house. We arrived at dawn, so of course, we were on high alert not to wake a soul up. I slept like a dead horse until noon. I think the time I spent with Joel took a toll on me. Joel didn't wake up and was completely in a recovery mode. "When will we return to Winterhold?" I, who was making breakfast instead of Jonred, who haven't returned home just yet, asked Nurina. Hilda, who was lazing around, tensed up and looked at me. "You want to leave?" she asked in a hesitant tone. I knew she wouldn't want me to leave, but what can I do? I have a lot of things I need to finish. Well, there is that company of mine that needs management as well as the rest of the hold, as I am now the Shadow Jarl. There is also the messages that Ulfric Stormcloak keeps sending, and it seems that some people migrated to Winterhold lately. I also need to attend the opening ceremony of the new template of the 9 For some reason, my memory was good this morning and my reply summarized the freaking shithole I am about to be thrown in when I get back to Winterhold. Let alone I have to stop by at Windhelm to finish a matter of absolute importance. "Fine, I get it," Hilda said and seemed to be in a bad mood. "You can come," Nurina nonchalantly said to Hilda. Hilda opened her mouth, yet she didn't say anything and seemed to be in a loss for words. "Currently, you are not doing anything important to the clan and all you do is to show up with your ship when there is trouble. You can do that from Winterhold, right?" Nurina said. Hilda pondered for a while. "I'll think about it." That was her reply. "I guess it can't be helped. The old man is not home yet." "Well, it's your fault after all. You're the one who whispered something to him and made him go crazy over it. Then I guess it will take a while." "Oh. This will take a while then, especially if he FAI. Suddenly the door opened and Jonred came running. "Jonhild. Where is he?" The first thing he did was to hold Hilda by her shoulders and asks about me. If he just looked to his side, he would see me. Still, he had a crazed look in his eyes for some reason. Hilda was taken aback and silently pointed at me. Once Jonred saw me, he held me from the shoulders just like Hilda. Boy, it worked. Joel and Nefertiti were woken up by Jonred's sudden raid. He caused a lot of ruckus to the point where Hilda had to use a knife to threaten him to keep it down. Now, in front of us was someone who joined us recently. A grey cat with green eyes and a splendid fur. It looked like a Siberian cat or a Norwegian forest cat with a top coat of glossy long hairs and a woolly undercoat. It looked majestic AF. "Everyone, this is Gulliver," Jonred said while introducing the cat on the table. No one reacted. I didn't react as I wanted to see their reactions too. This is a historical moment. Jonred, I think you need to explain more, without getting excited, please. Hilda said. Hee. Our son is a genius, Hilda. As expected from the son of the most hands. Believe me, you don't want to take the topic there. Hilda raised the knife once again. Jonred apologized immediately and looked at Gulliver. Ahem. This guy here is my partner, his name is Gulliver. Hilda pointed the knife at me. What did you do to your father? Nothing, I swear. I freaked out unintentionally. Then why is he having a cat and making the same eyes as you when you talk about cats? It is because his soul was cleansed by the holy cat go. Believe me, you don't want to take the topic there. Hilda's knife got even closer. Cats are computable with the dragon. I said it in one go. Hey. Hilda seemed to not have got it yet. Like the boy said. Just like how dire wolves and dogs are compatible with the wolf guardian. Cats are compatible with the dragon guardian. Impossible. Hilda retreated a few steps. Joel and Nurina opened their mouths wide. It was like that. When I followed the dragon in my mind realm and it showed me to the Valley of Dragons. I saw a cat made of light too. It was a great revelation to me. The dragon guardian is a symbol of Alduin or can also be a symbol of Akatosh. Akatosh is the chief imperial 9 divines of and the dragon god of time. He is present in every Tamrielic pantheon and the elves call him Oriel while the dragons call him Borma, which means father. On the other hand, the Khajiit catfolk of Elsewhere call him Alkosh, the dragon king of cats, also known as the first cat and the great cat king of time. From this point, it seemed that there was a strong relation between dragons and cats, which is good news to me. It also explains how can I talk with Nefertiti even though I didn't take the trail before. Anyway, I am sure it is due to my dragon blood. Hilda stood up and looked between me and Jonred. Dragons? Cats? The question was simple but we both understood what she wanted to say and nodded. Prove it. And here where all the hard work began. After a lot of time and effort, we finally managed to prove that we really can talk to cats and got dragged to the clan's mead hall. Daughter, what is that important news on this hour? Grandpa Tormund and the other top brass of the clan were all here. Father, it is about Jonred and Jonhild. They can hear cats. Hey! No one seems to have any understanding of what's going on. It happened like this. Hilda started to tell Grandpa and the other what happened. Everyone was on their feet of how Hilda's story went as Hilda is a bard and a storyteller. In the end, Grandpa looked at Nefertiti and Gulliver and was holding his head. For long years, the clan have searched for a beast computable with the dragon guardian. We have brought goors, alligators, massive reptiles, and in the end, cats. Father, we should celebrate. Uncle Njord jumped from his seat and was excited. Yes, Father. We should also decide what tribe of cats shall we adopt in the clan. Uncle Valia and Balder said in unison. The discussion heated up but Grandpa, who seemed to have found his long-lost answer, was sitting silently. After a long argument, my suggestion to adopt mage sentry cats was accepted and the clan took a decision to adopt the cats in the main fort itself. This day marked the day when one of the largest puppy-loving powerhouses started converting to the cult of the Holy Cat. Chapter 150, It has been a year. A/N, okay, guys. I'll go easy with my catatism from now on. Oh, it is true, I am a catist. You already know that though. Life went on for the next day. I was watching my clan starting to send requests to the College of Winterhold and the other hidden clans to send any mage sentry cats they can give up for adoption. The mage sentry cats are one of the best breeds as they are sensitive to motions and can detect magicka and the beings that came from another realm. It is a great talent for security and a lot of people adopt them for that reason. One of the reasons there is a rarity in the appearance of the Dragon Guardian in the Fire Main clan was that there is no dragons or any beast related to them around the Firemans. With cats around, that may change for the next generation of the Firemans. No one was expecting to see results in the next year or the one after it, but it would be a good sign of hope to produce more gifted children with the acknowledgement of the Dragon Guardian. Anyway, for the time being, I decided to stay for a few days and help around the clan. Grandpa gave me the task of teaching combat to the children. It was fun to be surrounded by my young cousins. I was fairly popular among children anyway. I must admit that I had a really good time. The kids were not really easy to deal with, but the universal rule of showing the kids how awesome you are always works. I went into a mock battle with Joel and started showing our skills with wooden weapons and unarmed techniques. The kids were shooting laser beams from their eyes, but they really got disappointed when I told them they would learn the basics. I had to promise them to pass down a certain technique as a reward to make them get attached though. The next day was more of the same. I also took Joel on a date at the small town outside the clan's fort. There was actually some fun stuff going on there, and due to my red hair, I was treated as a fire main on the go. Kinda felt like a treatment of a noble. But Hilda's orders, I am to be Jon Dare in that village even though I got announced as an adopted fire main. It was all to leak news about my survival as Jonhild fire main. Still, I got to enjoy honey treats and sweet rolls during the tour. Joel was also so happy that she wolfed everything she found on the spot. My head somehow started thinking about Alina, who will leave tomorrow to her clan and get to meet us later in Winterhold. This Sigurd was really pissing me off. Wanna go home? I asked Joel as there was already nothing to see in the town. No, let's go hang out for a bit. I also promised Freya to meet at the fort and bring you along. Bring me? You know I don't like having appointments without an earlier notice. It was one of my iron rules. Don't put stuff in my schedule that I haven't approved of, really pisses me off. Come on, just some drinking with the guys. The love of your life will be there too. I got tensed up from that love of your life. Was that Alina or herself she is talking about? Joel laughed playfully. Look at your face, I bet you were thinking, is it her or Alina? Sigh. Am I that easy to figure out? I actually meant Wolfer. Joel said something and started laughing like a maniac. Well, it is all good and fine. I don't feel like being ridiculed anyway. I don't. Humph. Anyway, I had to follow her in the end while thinking of a comeback at her. Strange enough, when we entered the fort, all the guards outside greeted Joel with smiles. I had to glare at them so they keep it to themselves. Seriously, this Joel. She can make friends with stones by now. It has been a year and now, look at how popular she can get on her own. I was feeling proud in my heart though. When we reached that fort, the area inside was a bit dim. It seemed like this is my first time to come and the mead hall is closed, so the place was a bit desolate in the hallway leading to it. Once we reached the gate, I felt a faint presence but it disappeared right away. Hey! I halted my steps and looked around. Joel, did you feel that? What? Someone is around that corner, yet they are really good at hiding. It must have been your imagination. No one comes here now. Or maybe some of the beasts. Let's go. I decided it's as Joel said and followed her, but just as I was about to take a step, I heard a phew. Joel, wait. What is it? Someone is really there, they are so skilled to the point that they can hide from my detection. Really? We shouldn't tangle with that then. Hey? What are you talking about? You would be the first one to aim for the killing in a situation like that. Joel raised her brows and smiled idiotically. Oh. Of course, but I am sure it is nothing to worry about. The place is super safe. That's what worries me. Why would anyone hide in such a peaceful place? I have a bad premonition. I evoked magic and walked towards the corner I am suspecting. Wait, can't it be someone who is doing something private? Joel said. In the hallway. Let's just not be late. Oh, look over there, is that a bat? I looked where she pointed but I felt no presence. One the other direction, the presence I locked on before started moving. Got you. I ran like a ghost and charged in a second at the figure that appeared in the dark hall before me. Wait, Jon. Joel spoke, but I can't let go of that sneaky person right now. They fell for it. Once I held the target and pinned him to a wall, I could finally see his face. Ragnar. Jon hilt. That my cousin. What are you doing here, bro? I let go of him immediately. Nah. I was about to, you know. I really need to leave. He walked towards the door that led to the fort's balcony. The fort has a balcony that connects some halls with the mead hall. Wait, what are you doing here at night? I was really worried. Joel, who caught up, stood beside me. Oh, if it is not Ragnar. Hey, Jolinar. What are you doing here? She asked. I was just. He seemed a bit troubled. Oh. I remember now. Joel said and made an understanding face. Remember what? Leela told me that Ragnar sleepwalks from time to time. Sleepwalks? Leela is Ragnar's sister. She is 14 and always dresses like some sort of ninja. But to think Ragnar sleepwalks, I am sad for him. Hey, I know this potion that can help with that, if you want it. Oh, no need, no need. I am already the best in sleepwalking, no one can sleep and walk like me. Haha. I am leaving. He said and ran to the balcony. But, the best in sleepwalking? This guy sleepwalks without knowing he has that problem. Poor Ragnar. Phew. Anyway, let's head to the meeting place. Okay. I walked with Joel to the mead hall and wasn't really expecting anything at the moment. Once Joel reached the door, she pushed and it didn't open. Hey, Jon. A hand here please. Okay. I pushed the door open and was about to look in, but a lot of presences were felt around me. I was shocked about how did this number managed to get concealed and was about to evoke magic and ready myself for battle, but... Happy birthday, Jon. It turned out like that. It is my birthday. And I am the only one who forgot about it here. How nice of them. Truly. Since the day I graduated from the orphanage, it has been a year. It seemed that Ragnar from a while ago was to notify everyone with my arrival and make sure I get surprised. Surprising me is a bad idea, guys. I was about to use the Thursday to warn the whole fort from intruders. I said. How mean. Freya didn't seem to like my reaction to the surprise. You guys don't know how keen his senses are. If it wasn't for Lady Nurina to hide us with magic, nothing would have passed his senses. Jolinar said. Yet. He really gave me a scare back there. Ragnar was still having a hard time dealing with what happened. But sleepwalking. Pfft, nice pull off, Joel. Here, drink. Hafthor was amused by the story. The mood was nice. It was around 10 in the evening and we firemen's tend to sleep early, so it is nice of them to make a small party like this in that hour. Well, it wasn't that big. Just us, the young adults, and some of the older ones and some elders. Nurina, Hilda, and Jonrid were also present. Nurina signaled for me and I stood up and walked to her. Happy birthday, brat. Still with the brat? Well, you have been a brat around me for 15 years. It is hard to think that you are 16 already. Yet. 16. The party started getting quieter and everyone started to take their leave. Only a few remained and they were Nurina, Hilda, Jonred, Alina, Joel, and me. Jonhild, I have heard about something strange from your mother. It is about your mind realm. Jonred opened a topic out of the blue. Oh, that? I wanted to pick the right time to ask, but it seemed everyone was busy the past few days. Hilda followed up. So, that question, hey? To tell the truth, I have prepared a lot of answers throughout my life. The situation is simple, no one can accept the idea of losing their child to another stranger that uses its body. It is an unbearable thought. I, who got reincarnated in this body of their son, is like a hijacker. That's what they may think. I know that Jonhild the original is still there and has a lot of influence on me as a whole person. Also, my two halves are accepting each other to the point they can't be separated anymore. I think Shadow made sure of that. Sigh. Where should I begin? Chapter 151, Revelation. Where should I begin? No one responded. They didn't seem to understand anything from the start. Can you make us understand first? Jonred asked in a low tone. I laughed without making much noise. Alina and Joel were sitting together at a table and seemed to be discussing something. My three parents don't seem to want to involve them in this conversation. I understand that they are worried, but I have already told Jolinar everything. Maybe, she is the only person who knows the whole truth about me other than the Augur and Shadow. I wasn't planning to tell anyone else the ultimate truth, and that includes my parents. I love them and I don't want them to think of me as something different. But that will leave another problem in my heart. I want them to love me as their son for the one I am, not the one I want them to believe. I am a bit conflicted here. Sigh. Fine, the place Hilda and Nurina saw in my mind realm is a place from a different realm. Another realm of existence from outside Mundos, if I dare to say. I am not sure about many things when comes to that world and this world, but I can tell you for sure that the two places didn't hear of each other. The three looked at each other and started thinking of my words bit by bit. So it is a different place. Pretty much so. How far away from here? No idea. And have you ever been there? Nope. Hey. Well, I, as Jonhild, have never been to that place. That's the truth. You are telling me that the place that your mind is mostly attached to is a place you have never been to. Exactly. How is that possible? It seems that the trio can't understand anything on their own. Well, I am not sure what is the correct answer, as I also wondered about that world since I was young. You also don't know? Well, I don't know a lot about that world. I started seeing it in my dreams when I was young. That's not a lie. I saw many dreams of my past world when I was young. Back in the day, I was depressed about being reincarnated without having to know how I died. I made peace with it after 5 years of my reincarnation and started to blend in the new world without thinking too much about what happened. I mean, I thought about what happened, but I didn't find any possible explanation until I heard some theories from the Augur. So this world, you only visited it in your dreams. It wasn't entirely like a visit or something I can freely move with. I only have memories of a different human who lived in that world and died there. I saw all his memories and arrived at a weird conclusion. And it is. This person was me, from a life I lived in the past. And that is when they turn speechless. Reincarnation is not a strange thing in this world. I mean, it doesn't usually happen, but it happened in the form of people known as the Shizareen and the Narivaran. The Shizareen are the reincarnations of Shizar, who is the imperial representation of the missing god Lorcan, who the Nords call Shor. These Shizareen left their names in the history for the great deeds they have done, such as Pelinal Whitestrake, Harold Harry Breeks, Ismir, Hans the Fox, etc. The Narivaran, however, is the legitimate reincarnation of Indoril Narivar, as well as the player character and protagonist of the Elder Scrolls III, Morrowind. Indoril Narivar was a Chimer hero who lived during the First Era. He was a champion of Azura. He also unified Chimer and Wymir, following the overthrowing of the Nordic Empire. However, after the discovery that the Dwemer were creating the Numidium, he led his people against them in the War of the First Council and died at Red Mountain. A/N, Chimer, the race that the Dunmer, Dark Elves, originated from after being cursed by Azura. Numidium, colossal humanoid golem created by the Dwemer, said to have been 1,000 feet, 304.8 m, tall. These are known stories to people like Nurina, and also is not something that Hidden Clan can be oblivious about. It made them sink into some deep thinking for a while, but soon Hilda spoke. So, that person you was in your past life, was he someone great? I narrowed my eyes and tried to trace her line of thinking. It seemed she thought of the past me as a great person. I am not sure about him, he didn't do much in his life to be regarded a hero or anything exceptional. All I know, he was a person who studied law and practiced it as a job. He also knows about the Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls? Jonred opened his eyes wide and looked deeply at me. In that case, you know where the Elder Scrolls are? Naturally. And you are going to secure them. When the right time comes. As long as there is no need for them, it is better to keep them hidden as they are. Nurina smiled and shook her head. So, all that talk about your past life wasn't just a way to tell the people to screw off. Am I that kind of person? The talk continued for a while and no flag was raised so far. So, to sum it up. You inherited the knowledge of your past life and it will lead to the 3 Elder Scrolls of the prophecy. That's how it is. They all nodded and looked at each other. Regarding the other thing about dragons, it is not true, is it? Jonred asked. Well, I guess telling them will keep them safer when the time comes. I don't want to be the only one preparing for the crisis after all. After a while of discussion, I checked with Alexa, system, and it was around 1:15 a.m. right now. My parental trio went into a heated discussion with each other about the future threat. I didn't press the matter as me being a Dragonborn, but Jonred was already showing off his knowledge about dragons as a former Blade agent. It seems that the Blades have inherited some techniques to seal the dragons or whatever they can do. It doesn't matter with me anyway, as I am the ultimate mean to kill a dragon. The only thing that was in my mind right now is about how to prevent the major damages. If a dragon decided to attack a city in the middle of the day, I don't think your normal run-in-the-mill town guards will be able to do it. I mean, these guys are well equipped and trained, but fighting a dragon with that size of Paarthurnax is something ridiculous. This is the time where the Nords will need magic the most despite their hate for magic and mages. Also, one of the matters that made me feel annoyed was the matter of mobility. The dragons can come and go whenever they wished for, which means, if I am in Winterhold and a dragon attacked Markarth, then they are royally screwed until they put down the dragon by force. Also, the dragon won't be dead as it still needs its soul to be absorbed for it to completely die. Dragons can be revived by a certain Thursday as long as their souls aren't absorbed yet. The difference between the reality and the game is vast, and I need to be well aware when would a dragon appear and how to reach it as soon as possible. Dragons in the game were a random event that strikes based on the location of the player. It only increased to my headache as I tried to explain these issues to the 3 in front of me. Of course, I didn't say the word game or any of what was in my mind. I only explained how vast this task is. One more thing that added to my problems was this. What about the dragons outside Skyrim? That was a question asked by Hilda. Solstheim will be one of the places outside Skyrim that will also suffer from the dragon break as far as my knowledge may go. The dragon's main task will happen in Skyrim. I am not sure about the other provinces other than Skyrim, but I guess Cyrodiil, Hammerfell, Morrowind, and High Rock will manage to do something about it on their own. They saw my point and nodded. Regarding Black Marsh, Elsewhere, Valenwood, and Somerset, this will be the Dominion's problem. Let's not worry about them. Hilda said, and we nodded. Black Marsh may not be a part of the Empire of the Dominion, but they assisted the Dominion into weakening the Empire and invaded a lot of land in Morrowind. I may ask for someone's guidance to help us with task. I don't want to do so, but I will only if it is necessary. Nurina said in a grim expression. You are speaking of I was wondering who can make Nurina this vexed. The crazy old hag. This is one of the names Nurina calls her master with. I am very curious about that person. From Nurina's tales, her master is an overpowered person with a short temper and a tendency to kill whoever she doesn't like. Nurina, who normally is not afraid of anything, can have nightmares because of the traumas her master caused her. I really want to meet that person. As the talk was about to reach an end, someone came into the fort running. Lady Hilda. It was a man from the clan's guards. What happened? Speak. Hilda ran to the man. Lady Hilda. A big problem. A guard came from Kyne's Grove. An elder mammoth broke into madness, it is raging all over the place. Chapter 152, Unease/N, big thanks to. When I googled the name, it got translated as Alexei Ilanov. Thanks, comrade. Also about the break I took, I will explain it at the end of the chapter. An elder mammoth that went mad? This is what we called in my past life shit has gone south and in the worst way it can possibly go. Imagine it as an unmanned train or a falling plane, a disaster that is simply unstoppable. The only way for it to end is to fall and it will do damage. Shit, ton, lots of, damage. Elder mammoths are huge. Not like an African elephant huge, it is double the size, double the tusks. Yes, like 4 tusks. I am not talking about the Gomphothere or anything from my past life, it is just like that colossal and primordial being that lived through the ages. An elder mammoth's age is around 300 to 400 years. A/N, Gomphothere is an extinct type of elephants. https://ib.co/i6nzjf freaking awesome. When the elder mammoth reaches the end of its lifespan, there is a chance that it would feel an agonizing pain to the point that it would start rampaging around to find its peace. This is one of the reasons why the elder mammoths get to be hunted on a periodic pace. There is nothing like zoologists in this day and age, but the nearby Nords normally keep an eye on the situation to keep the elder mammoths in check. Still, for a mad one to appear, it must have come from the deeper lands in the marshland of East March. I'll go wake them up. Hilda didn't wait after she got the news and ran deep into the fort, she has to wake up everyone. Sigh. I am not in the right mindset to hunt an elder mamo. Jonred seemed to want to bail out. I am going. I said. Well, I am coming then. He went back on his words. It is not really necessary for us to join the hunt, Jonred and I can bail out whenever we like. We are born under the Serpent Stars and we are not bound by the rules after all. Still, I wouldn't laze around. I am coming too, I will just observe. Alina and Joel, bring my tools. Nurina also joined in. She has her own agenda that she wasn't interested in hiding. After some time, the hall became busy again. 20 of us firemen were all geared up and looked majestic. Grandpa was leading the bunch and the guards were loading barrels of javelins on the horses. I also got geared up and carried my weapons. This will be a good chance for you to learn more about the flame magic that the Dragon Guardian grants. Jonred said. It is true, if I remember correctly, the Dragon Guardian makes the fire resistance and effectiveness much stronger. For a Dragon Knight like Jonred, this is one of the core aspects of his strength. Anyway, most of the adults were ready for the ride. But once we reached the stable outside the fort, I almost stumbled from the surprise. In front of me, there were over 10 flame Atronak horses. You guys, you learned them in less than a week. Haha. Nephew, you did something great. Those who don't have companion beasts that can be mounted can use these fancy flame Atronak horses now. Uncle Tyr was grinning ear to ear. He meant that someone like Mom can ride on Ylva, but someone like him who can't ride his snake is now able to ride my luxurious flame Atronak horses. Still, I only gifted the spell to the clan a week ago. But to think 10 has already learned it. I totally underestimated the fireman's lust for anything that has the word fire or flame in its description. Let's not wait anymore, Open the gate. Grandpa gave the order as he was riding on a large black bear and we all followed him. The trail went as usual. We were about 20 members of the family and 100 members of the guards in addition to Nurina, Alina, and Joel. The plan was simple. Search, lure, and ambush. The road to Kynes Grove was not long and we reached the place in less than an hour. Aunt Scatty talked with the locals and we saw the amount of damage caused by the mammoth and the tracks it left. Looking at its footsteps gave me cold shivers over my spine. That's almost a meter in diameter. How large is the damn thing? Don't ask me. This will be worse than expected. Jonrid wasn't happy with the situation either. Grandpa looked at Uncle Versetti and the later sent his owl to survey the place. The owl guardian grants the trait of sharing the site with the companion owl as well as making the site much better. One of the most enviable gifts one can get. I can do the same with my familiars but it is not as perfect. Found it. It is near the river fighting with another wild beast. I understand. Hilda, did you find a good spot for trapping it? Yes, Father. Northwest to our sacred ground, there is a lake that has a bit of a small cliff north of it. If the mammoth ran to its direction, it will not see the lake and will trip over in it. The clan's sacred ground is Bone-strewn Crest. A small hill with a word wall in the center of East March. The place will later be a dragon lair just like Mount Anther, the sacred ground of the Moonblade clan. So be it. Who will be on the luring team? This is where the arguing will come. Some of us need to go and make the mammoth chase them until the trapping spot. I'll go. Uncle Tyr stepped forward. I'll go too. Vladimir also stepped forward. These two learned how to use the Flame Atronak horse spell so they are confident in its speed. I'll go too. I stepped forward. Joanhild, you don't need to. Hilda almost freaked out on me. I'll go with him. Jonrid stood beside me. Hilda sighed and shook her head. It wasn't a situation a mother and a wife would want to be in. Well, it was 4 of us to do the taunting now. If I remember correctly, I got reincarnated in Skyrim, right? Why are you asking me that question? Well, I went through some weird ritual when I drank a weird potion and saw a weird dragon made of light, then became some sort of beastmaster, and now I am tracking a mammoth with a spear in hand while crawling on the ground between the dried grass. I still don't know how to link that with the reincarnation. Well, the exact same scenario happened in Far Cry Primal, it just made me wonder. What is Far Cry Primal? Jonrid asked me. Oh. Never mind. Is this close enough? We were stalking the mammoth. It seems to have got into a fight with some bears from the area. The bears were squished though. Yes, the trail is fresh. What should we do from now on, Uncle? Vladimir and Joanhild, you two survey the situation from afar, make sure that nothing or no one gets involved. Tyr and Jonrid started giving Vladimir and me some instructions as the both of us were the ones to keep watch over the situation. Is it me or this situation is not right? Vladimir asked me. I have no idea. What situation are you talking about? Look at the mammoth. It is not that old. How do you know? There are signs to determine the age of a mammoth such as that, but this one is just not that old to fall into madness yet. I didn't understand what he meant until he started explaining the aging signs and all the mammoth-related stuff I don't know. Shouldn't we inform them before they make a move then? It won't matter anyway, they have noticed from the beginning and it will make less difference. The mammoth is confirmed mad. I nodded to what Vladimir said. But he still looked uneasy. About 100 meters away, there stood a gigantic creature around 5 meters in height and was moving around in anger. The ground was obliterated by the mess that mammoth caused. The area itself doesn't have many trees, but nothing was standing in front of that angry fellow. The problem is that Kynes Grove village was around the corner, so that mammoth should be lured in the marshland once again so it can be hunted with ease. Tyr and Jonrid made sure to keep their Flame Atronak horses hidden closely so when things break into a total mess, they get to make a run for it. Once they were close enough, they started crawling on the ground with javelins in their hands. The mammoth was just about 20 meters away from them when they stood up and threw the javelins at the mammoth's butt. A thundering cry sounded from the mammoth as it raised its head and snot high from the pain. It turned around only to see Tyr and Jonred running to the other side. Rage appeared on the mammoth's face and it started to move. "Let's go!" Vladimir and I also started to run to our horses. And the pursuit started. Our advantage was being easy to spot at the night because all our horses were flame atronachs and it was the version that I developed, so not getting caught by the mammoth was not that hard. "Just keep riding south, look ahead and watch where you go," Jonred said. I was riding in the lead according to the formation. It didn't take much time and we could see the signal of Hilda and understood where the trap exactly is. My turn. I rode forward faster than the rest towards the trap and cast a spell once I reached it. The trap was a small rock slope hidden by some long grasses. The mammoth is tall but it won't see it anyway. As the person who reached the trap first, there were only 5 seconds for me to cast 2 expert level spells. Not an easy task. "Okay, now." The other 3 joined me already and jumped from their horses to ride the flame atronach hawks I just conjured. Once all of that was done, the hawks rose in the sky and attracted the mammoth's attention. It was now looking at those flaming birds the same way it looked at the horses, it even became faster. "Damn! That thing! Just go higher!" I increased the flight speed as much as I could and we barely survived the tusks of one angry elder mammoth. It was still following though. It didn't look down as we, its target, were going up. That helped when the mammoth approached the trap and, thud splash, it fell just like that. Under the trap was a big muddy pit-like pond. The mammoth fell from the height of 2 meters and big splash erupted. Now, the firemen appeared from their hiding and started the assault. Those who could use magic used it, those had javelins threw it. It was an all-out attack against the mammoth, but the mammoth stood as it was nothing. An angry cry rumbled as the mammoth trumpeted as it stood with ease. No one expected this. Damn it! Is it really a dying mammoth? How can something like that be mad at the prime of its strength? Tyr roared and asked me to direct the flame atronach hawk down. "Fine, you 3 go down, I will bug it from above." The flame atronach hawks landed on the ground and the 3 passengers ran to help the rest. My part was to buzz around the mammoth, it would be better to divert its attention towards something it can't reach. Still, why do I feel this unease? The answer came just a second later though, with a roar from another angry mammoth. Chapter 153, Mystery Impossible. Another one. The clansmen were in shock. This is not a subjugation anymore. "Jon, see where that came from?" Someone called and I was already doing what he said. I rose higher with the flame atronach hawk and didn't even need to use a detection magic to tell where it was coming from. Another elder mammoth coming from the south, a bit smaller and as mad as this one. I shouted my voice out. "Wah! Another one is mad. Take cover and climb the high rocks, make every spear count. Jon, lend me one of your birds." Jonred called at me. I still haven't banished the remaining flame atronach hawks, so I sent one to him. "Boy, we need to distract that one together until the others finish of the big mammoth." Easier said than done. "I will try." We directed the flame atronach hawks to face the coming mammoth. It was a bit slow but very unstoppable. "Jonhild, don't be stubborn and use flame magic this time. Neither lightning nor frost will do anything to that thick fur ball." Tisk, I was going to do that move I did on the Bloodsails ship back at Winterhold. "What move?" "I was planning to jump on its head with a thunder cookie. Back then, it made the ship almost flip upside down." "Hey! Just that? Don't you remember that time when you were being chased and I set the whole ship that was chasing you on fire in one go?" "Old man, that was just setting a ship on fire. Just try that spell I taught you." "Fine, we will go around it in circles and give it hell." We were flying above the newcomer mammoth and started evoking the same spell. This is one of Jonred's masterpieces. A spell that follows the immediate will of the caster. It works like any flame magic spell and it is very much similar to the most basic spell, the Flames spell. Its brilliance comes with the control over it. It is cumbersome, but as long as the caster wills, it can be shaped into anything. It can be sent as fireball projectile or a channeled spell. As long as there is magicka within the caster, it can be cast. After the evocation was complete, we directed the flame Atronach hawks to fly around the mammoth in circles. Its attention was full attracted to us and it raised its snout to catch Jonred's hawk, but it was evaded skillfully. Now, give it all you have! Jonred shouted and we cast the spell together. As if our thoughts have overlapped, we father and son made two strong streams of flames akin to a dragon breath and shot it at the mammoth. The mammoth was too big and too slow to evade this. Once the flames landed, the whole mammoth was caught on fire as if being cooked alive. It was a cruel way to kill an animal, but it was the only way for two mages to deal with such a threat. Strong cries sounded from the mammoth. At first, there was a strong anger as it was helplessly trying to retaliate, then it became cries of desperate madness. I was shocked. Why do I seem to understand it that much? It is not like my conversations with Nefertiti, but I was very able to understand the emotions of the mammoth. What is going on? For a second, my magic was about to be cut short. Jonhild, watch out! Jonred's voice woke me up and for a second I saw something flying at me. I subconsciously commanded the flame Atronach hawk to evade and made a 360 with a dive. Before I know it, I was already too close to the mammoth. Dangerous! The hair of my body was all erected when I felt the immense danger from getting too close to that angry mammoth. I continued the maneuver in the air and tried to go up before the mammoth can catch me, but the fucker responded even faster. It stood up on its rear legs the same way the other mammoth did and obstructed my escape path. I was to fly up and go over its back, but I will crush into it now with my speed. Jonhild. I could hear Jonred shouting at me to watch out, but I was already calculating my next move. Back when I was a kid in my past life, I loved riding bicycles. There was that lesson I learned after crashing into a car once, that trying to slow down or stop will surely get me hurt, so the best way was to go faster than the accident itself, and that's how I will do this. I didn't try to fly up anymore and flew down, a sharp down. Once I reached the ground, I took another sharp turn to fly with flame Atronach hawk as low as possible. My aim was to pass from beneath the mammoth. Still, the sight of the mammoth above me made me feel so scared if that thing went down on top of me. I wished I could use teleport right away, but the spell takes time to cast. I don't have put less than a second to act now. Once my resolve firmed, I shouted a Thursday would. With the voice of mine, the world around me felt like it was being wrapped and the space ahead of me looked funny for a second, then it all came back as it was and I was about 10 meters away from the flame Atronach hawk I was one and the mammoth that was crashing down on it. Boom boom, with a booming sound, the mammoth stomped with its forelegs and with another booming sound, the flame Atronach hawk exploded. The mammoth cried from the fire once again and it gave me enough time to run away as fast as I could. That furball tried to hunt me with a tree trunk, then stomp on me with all its weight. Pretty scary. I heard on some documentary that elephants are so smart, and of course mammoths should at least be like them, but this one is murderously smart. Jonhild. Are you all right? Jonred looked worried sick as he flew to pick me up on the flame Atronach hawk he was using. Damn it. I almost lost one of the 9 lives I had over this. As long as you are all right. Hey, don't do that scary maneuver once again. Your mothers will skin us if they heard of it. Jonred was a bit pale as it seemed he was on an emotional roller coaster. Will skin who again? But for some reason, I heard Nurina's voice in my head. Hey? Who is that? Jonred started looking around. Aha! A telepathy link was established. Calm down. That's Nurina speaking directly to our heads. That's not funny. I don't care what are you guys doing, but we are finished here. What is your situation? We are having it hard here. Can we have some support? We will come right away. Nurina's call was heard by both of us and we nodded to each other. I once again conjured a flame Atronak hawk and attacked the mammoth with the same plan as before. It started crying once again and I was still able to understand it. The fear it developed to fire was starting to take over its emotions by now. I was having no pity for it this time though. It suddenly cried loudly and fell on its side. Is it over? We need to get closer to know so. We indeed went closer. Once we arrived just about 4 meters away from it, the mammoth appeared to be still breathing heavily. Damn! This is not natural. Jonred said. Do you feel it too? The mammoth. Ah. It is your first time. Maybe because you are used to your cat and the more domesticated animals and the clan's companion beasts, so you may not notice it right away, but the Titan-born bloodline gives some empathetic power to commune with the wild. It is something that was supposed to be part of all the Nordic clans, but it is the strongest in ours. I see. Is it because of the creation of human theory? Indeed. Us Nords are the first men, we were created by the breath of kine. The same way beasts were created, and with the Titan-born bloodline, we can understand the hearts of the beast. I see. So what was the unnatural thing you found out just now? See for yourself, the mammoth, it is not ragging anymore. I opened my eyes wide and looked at the mammoth we just fought. By a bit of concentrating, I could feel the emotions of the mammoth. Surprisingly, it was not as angry or as berserk as before. It only felt tired and wanted to rest. With all the wounds over its body, it wasn't feeling negative at all. It even wasn't that damaged or wounded. Indeed, some parts were charred and they may leave a few scars, but it was having any problems now. What in oblivion is going on? Is it feeling peaceful all of a sudden after it went mad? I wasn't able to keep up with anything anymore. Jonred held his chin and shook his head, not understanding the situation too. A few seconds later, we could hear the sounds of someone coming. It was Hilda and the rest. For some reason, they carried the same expressions as us. Grandpa came forward and heard what happened from Jonred. He then said something that added more to the mystery. It is indeed strange, but there is only one thing I can understand. These mammoths weren't mad to begin with. Chapter 154, Troubled Times, 1, The Mad Mammoths. These mammoths weren't mad to begin with. Grandpa's words were right on point. The mammoths that went mad seek death to rest from a certain pain as far as we know, but there was nothing heard before about the mammoths being cured of that state. This only meant that the mammoth returned back from the madness for the first time in history, as far as we know, or their madness wasn't natural. They were triggered by something. We all looked at the one who spoke, and that was Nurina. Archwizard Nurina, do you have an explanation? I am not sure myself. It was fascinating to witness a mammoth in its rage, but that wasn't normal. By the signs I read, this mammoth over here is too young to go on madness. Something or someone must have caused it to go mad. Don't you think so too, John? Why is he asking me? I am not sure why she said that, but I managed to take a hint. Right as I got the idea, I turned around and walked to the mammoth that was lying on a mound over there. I didn't even get triggered at me at all. Hey, Furball. I need you to keep calm, no one will hurt you anymore. The mammoth opened its eye and looked at me for a second, then closed it calmly again. It somehow meant that it is fine with me getting close. Uncle Balder followed me closely as he was to act with me. He is the most knowledgeable one in the clan about the animals, and he even developed some medicines regarding their cases. After a fast examination, he already guessed up what was going on. It seems what Archwizard Nurina said was true. The last mammoth has traces of a strange substance around its snot. It seemed that these two hotheads have caused a high amount of heat to purge that substance out of the mammoth's body. Truly, idiots can be marvelous sometimes. Hey, Balder. You can call Jonred whatever you like, but Jon is a genius. I apologize, father. I don't understand why, but Uncle Balder usually treats the other people coldly. And regarding what Grandpa said about me being a genius, it is not only my case. Every firemane is a genius. Still, for a pacifist like Uncle Balder, he doesn't like warmongers like Jonred the most. He may be the weakest uncle, but he is a poet and a medicine master. His knowledge of alchemy is over what I have seen in even the college. Anyway, he could determine that the mammoth was indeed acting under the effect of some drug that it inhaled. From the engravings on the tusks of the mammoth, this one was raised by giants. The giants value mammoths the most and will never hurt them. Which means this was done by a man. But for what reason? The conversation started going around in circles, and most of the people around were trying to deny the fact that it may be what they think of. If what I am thinking about is correct, then this matter won't end by just this mammoth here. More will appear very soon. I said what was in my mind. Once I said that, the people around me looked at me with displeasure. Of course no one would want my words to be true. Oblivion. Even I don't want them to be true. But reality has proven to be a bitch as usual when we heard another loud cry of a mammoth. Those who looked at me in disdain before glared at me this time. I could only shrug my shoulders, saying, I told you so. You jinxed it, Jon. Even Joel and Alina, who were carrying Nurina's tools as if her maidservants, were glaring at me. It seems like what we didn't want to think of is true. I think we have to fend off the mammoths that will come and send a team to investigate. Grandpa started putting a plan. Any volunteers that will go with Jon? Hey, old man. Why should I go? You jinxed it, boy. Rules are rules. What rules? And since when do the clan's rules get applied on me? The punishment does. Tisk. These people. Fine. I am the only one that can fly anyway. Who wants to come with me? Good news, we will fly. Bad news, we will fly. The family members in front of me looked at each other and sighed. I am coming. Jonred said. No. They will need you to use the strong flame magic to finish the mammoth faster. I said. I will come then. Hilda said. Okay. Hilda is easier to deal with that Jonred anyway. You guys need to call reinforcements. This matter should be handled as someone trying to draw some of us out to deal a blow to us. I don't know what strategies you use in that situation, but the number we have here is not promising to fend off 2 more mammoths. I started bossing the firemans around. We were around 120, but that is still not good. Only 20 of us are from the main house, and we are the true fighting force around here. The soldiers of the clan will soon not be able to keep up. Grandpa nodded to my words, even though he didn't want to consider it a direct attack on the clan. What worried me the most was the power of the clan itself. It is by no means bad, and every one of the elders can defeat me in less than 3 moves if they went serious. The thing that worried me was how massive and strong these mammoths are. I tried to compare their size to a dragon like Parthurnax and really got me bad. Parthurnax is gigantic, and there is no clue that the other dragons won't be as large as him. If that power level of the mammoth can make us troubled like that, then the future where dragons will be on every mountain peak is something apocalyptic for the current day Nords. The firemans can make it. They may have a free of charge dragonborn if they encountered trouble, but they can fend off a dragon if they worked like hell together. Anyway, I think it is time to stop these depressing ideas. I was already done conjuring the flame Atronak hawks and rode with Hilda. The mammoth that was lying around nearby moved up before I could fly, and everyone tensed. However, it didn't move at us. It picked the direction where the angry mammoth cry came from just a while ago and started moving south. What is it doing? Hilda was worried about the situation. Hey, Furball. Where to? The mammoth trumpeted as a response and hasted its pace ahead. That mammoth. Has it just told you to follow? Seems so. It doesn't want to meet its drugged kin as it seems, and wants to lead us somewhere. I urged the Atronak to fly and follow Furball. It was Hilda's first time to fly and she seemed to be excited about it. She kept pointing at the places she knew from above and it was rather getting annoying. Soon enough, we saw a mammoth 200 meters away and it was raging around and destroying stuff. This was the one we heard after I jinxed it. Good news is, it is not out of the marshland and can't be considered a threat anytime soon. After a while, we say corpse of a mammoth and it seemed that this one got beaten up by another mammoth. Furball convoyed its sadness in a low sound. This is more chaotic than we thought. I don't want to say I told you so. Seems like the bigger mammoths could rage around all they wanted and the smaller ones started escaping. I think the giants are trying to deal up with the situation too. It won't matter to them if it is this human or that human, a human in troubled times like this will always be met with hostility. I said as I didn't really care about giants too much. Those who played Skyrim must have experienced the giants space program trauma. A/N, a bug in the game that can get any high-leveled played killed. Just one hit and you will fly so high that you can see the whole damn Skyrim from above. Who said you can't reason with giants? Hilda replied at me with something that made me taken aback. Can you? Naturally. Naturally. I have a friend. A giant friend. Yes, her name is Shana. Shana? Is that a giantess name? As far as I know, it is hard to reason with giants. There was that annoying quest in the game where the player will try to trade a goat from a giant called Grok. This is the only possible interaction I know of in the game and the names of the giants are weird and primitive so it was hard to deal with these folk, even their language is unique and no one mastered before. For the lack of interest, so, that friend of yours, can she help us with the investigation? If she didn't find out that the situation is related to us so make sure not to say something weird around her if we met her, she can understand the common language very well. Okay. Also, don't try to act smart when giants are close by. Just be as peaceful as ever and they won't be a threat. Shana is a matriarch so she holds more power than any giant you may have heard of. I nodded. Giantesses haven't appeared in the game so I am not sure how will they look like. When I asked Hilda more questions about the matters she told me that giantesses are few in number and higher in power so they get to be protected by a lot of males. So giants are feminists, hey? Didn't see that one coming. Anyway, we kept following Furball until we reached a cave. It looked rather massive but a bloody sight was beheld in front of the place. Around 3 males giants were lying dead. A lot of arrows and wounds all over their bodies. I guess you are definitely right, Joan Hilt. This is Shana's cave. Chapter 155, Troubled Times, 2. Before the storm we kept following Furball until we reached a cave. It looked rather massive but a bloody sight was beheld in front of the place. Around 3 males giants were lying dead. A lot of arrows and wounds all over their bodies. I guess you are definitely right, Joan Hilt. This is Shana's cave. Shana's cave has 3 dead giants in front of it. I say this is not looking good for giants at this end of the situation. The giants were around 12 feet in height, 3.5 meters, which was rather impressive to kill them. I wonder how many they had to face to die with this number of arrows and spears. What should we do from now onward? I have no idea. If there are giants left in the cave, I doubt we will be able to even reason with them. I see. Meanwhile, as I and Hilda were trying to figure out what to do, Furball walked to one of the giants and made some sad groans. Hilda and I managed to understand that this giant was Furball's friend. I say we have someone who can talk some sense into the giants for us. I said. And if it failed, we will just run. Sounds like a plan. I then conjured a familiar cat and sent it into the cave of Shana. With some simple commanding the familiar found its way to the inner parts of the cave and suddenly the connection got lost. Someone must have attacked my familiar inside the cave. Then we can guarantee to get some answers. We decided to wait for whoever inside the cave to respond and it took about 2 minutes for us to feel a movement from inside. What came out from the cave were two giants. They appeared to have some long, powerful limbs, thick skin, with large hands and feet, and decorative scars on their chest that are mainly tribal or religious symbols. Their hair was braided with decorative beads and their faces were wrinkled. They also had elf-like pointy ears. The two held crudely made weapons as they were simply some large stone and wood clubs. For clothing, they wore pelts of fur and bones and simple loincloths. They didn't quite look like the giants from the game as they were just the same model over and over, but these two looked like an old giant and a youthful giant. What they have in common, however, was the angry look they had on their faces when they looked at me and Hilda. "Don't harm them, Johnhild. Just oppress them with your aura." As Hilda said, we both released our auras at the same time. Hilda's bloody red aura and my light green aura didn't seem to hinder one another at all and made a unique harmonious effect as the giants retreated from the shock they felt. It was hard to threaten a giant, but this is enough to cause them to hold back their temper. If a fight started, it would be better not to stay around the area. "Bring me Shana. Tell her that Hilda wants to meet." Hilda glared at the giants and kept oppressing them. The giants raised their clubs to warn her from getting closer, and the situation was like a challenge between two stubborn brats. "Hey, Furball! A little help here, buddy." I called for the mammoth that was still lamenting its friend and diverted the attention of the giants towards it. The giants indeed noticed it and seemed to be on guard against the mammoth for a second, but they realized it is not mad anymore. I retreated my aura and the atmosphere calmed down. "Tell Shana to come and talk with Hilda." After a short staring contest with the two giants, the elder one turned around and left the younger one to guard the cave's entrance after he went in. Hilda and I were still on guard of whatever comes out from the cave. I had prepared a teleport spell on hand and was ready to take Hilda and escape any second. Still, we felt some heavy footsteps and something came out of the cave. It was indeed a female giant, but the difference between males and females was big. First, her limbs looked wider than most giants. She had a lot more muscles than them. She held a scary club and wore a lot more hide and fur than the other giants. Her hair was a bit light grey and her skin was darker than the males. It really seemed that she is the boss around the male giants. The discovery was strange, but it wasn't anything important right now. However, I remembered some mod that added female giants to the game, and it was a bit hilarious and very inaccurate for a lot of reasons. Especially when all the giantesses looked really sexy in that mod. Anyway, here it is in front of us. Shana, the matriarch of giants in this territory. "What's going on, Shana? You look a bit pale." Hilda walked forward and greeted Shana nonchalantly. "Scatty." No, I am Hilda." The giantess glared at Hilda and stomped on the ground, causing us to feel it shaking. "Scatty!" the giantess shouted in a different tone. "Oh, you mean where is Scatty? She is home looking at the matter of your mammoths going mad." "Mama of." "Yes, we brought one over there." Shana the giantess looked at Furball and seemed to have an understanding that we came to help. The way she asked about Aunt Scatty was because she was more familiar with her than Hilda, as I was told. Still, for her to tell the difference between Hilda and Scatty, who are identical twins, explains that this giantess is very smart. Still, I was being looked at by the giantess. "Persushnu." "Yes, he is a fire main, my son." "Hilda Sushnu." "Sumamav, Gwarshta." "She is thanking you for returning the mammoth." "Oh, you welcome." "Well, she is friendly at least." "Shana, there are some strange things happening around the land, what do you know?" The conversation later started going between Hilda's responses and Shana's giant language. I was really trying to pick up some words from that language, but it was a complete strange territory to me. How the hell did an airhead like Hilda manage to learn that? It is a very primitive language. After a while, Hilda looked at me and said what she understood. Shana is saying that 2 suns ago, which means 2 days ago, some evil people that she called Mardi Gwasha came and attacked the giants with a lot of arrows and threw weird substances on the mammoths and made some fire. What does that word you just said mean? Marty means death, Guasha means walk. Death and walk. Necromancers. It may be the case. For a gang of necromancers to come out in broad daylight only means how strong they are. This only means one thing to our clan. And it is the Blackrock clan. We left the place immediately. This may be a very dangerous situation right now. We need all the power the clan can muster. The Blackrock clan is one of the hidden clans that had an old grudge against the Firemans, and they managed to play us out of our den so far. This will prove troublesome if they were planning an all-out attack on the Firemen's hunting party that has a lot of the key figures of the clan. This is troublesome. I was planning to return to Winterhold by tomorrow, but this may cause me to wait for a few more days. Once we reached the last place we met the party in, we found some tracks and discovered that they have retreated to Kynes Grove once again. We headed to the village and found that Uncle Tyr was managing the troops of the clan around the village and fortifying its barricade. Also, Grandpa and the rest were in the inn and told us that there was a sudden update to the situation. Our docks were attacked. It is the Bloodsail's doing. So we are under attack, just as Jonhild predicted. It seems the peace is about to be over. The Dare Dragon Company's existence and its alliance with the righteous clans caused our old enemies to feel threatened. The Bloodsails have moved in haste and called their allies too. So it is the Bloodsails and the Blackrock this time. Indeed, now we need to stop their sudden aggression and call for reinforcements from home. We also need to return Jonhild to Winterhold and Sigurd to his clan immediately. Wait, won't I be fighting? Everyone will fight, but you need to be among your troops and in your stronghold. No one knows when will they try to sneak attack us once again and how many clans are involved in their conspiracy. I see. Father, when will the reinforcements come? And who is leading it? It is your mother who is leading it, and Archwizard Nurina has just sent some mind message to her telling her to come with the rest and around 200 troops. Isn't it a bit risky? I asked. Risky? Yes, the Blackrock clan troops are around somewhere and the Bloodsails are marching from the north. This is the perfect opportunity for the Blackrock, who have a horde of undead, to trap our reinforcements with their undead as a suicide squad. The undead are the perfect suicide troops. What is dead can never die. Grandpa fell in silence and nodded to my words. We need to move based on what Jonhild's idea. Who will go? There will be no need to move in numbers. I said. Hey! Nurina, what do you think? I said. I can only participate in communications. Not really interested in fights. My identity as Nurina Aaron will cause trouble in the college if I was found out that I participated in a fight between the natives. Hey? You are just being lazy. Admit it. Well, looks like I have to explain the situation to you. We can conjure undead, right? I said. Right. The Blackrocks are also necromancers, right? Right. When was the last time we compared our undead others? Especially someone who is specialized in undeath. Nurina lagged for a second and looked at me. Joel, Alina. Prepare my stuff. I knew how easy she can be lured. She would never resist the opportunity after all. Chapter 156, Troubled Times, 3, Necromantic Skirmish. It was nights and all the lights died in the surrounding area. Even Kynes Grove itself felt quiet. The truth was definitely the opposite. The Firemans have made a lot of preparations for the party yet to come. Jon was surveying the land from above, using his magic to detect all sorts of life and death signals while dimming the radiance of the Flame Atronak hawks that he was leading. On the other Flame Atronak hawks were 3 more beauties. Jolinar was holding her lever-action crossbow while preparing her mentality for the blood show. Nurina was checking her last few edits on her personal spells, the things she wants to try. Alina was holding a telepathy scroll and contacting the fire main reinforcements. 61 tangos confirmed. Mostly necromancers and archers. Senior, what are tangos? When he says tangos, he means targets. Ah. I see. The plan is simple, we lure the enemy out and kill them. That sounds like an effortless way of thinking. The simple plan was made by Nurina, and the party descended between the trees where the enemies only left 3 necromancers to cover the area. Once the 3 were spotted, Jolinar put a bolt in each's head. Nice shooting. Now move out, I want everyone in their location ASAP. With Jon's encouragement, Alina and Joel nodded and ran together into the forest. Seems like you have 2 girls that will do anything for you without questioning. Nurina was looking at Jon and watching his expressions. I can understand Joel's feelings, but Alina seems to be trying to put extra effort. Is it for nothing? No, I find her adorable, especially when she tries to reveal her face around me more often now. Phew. I am sure you are happy about it, but don't you dare make a move on her as you did on Joel. She is a fine girl and my student after all. When did you? No, never mind. Jon was taken aback with Nurina's knowledge about the development of his relationship with Jolinar. It was kinda annoying for him to not be able to hide a thing from her. Can we please focus on what we have now? I will conjure around 100, damn. While he was speaking, Nurina had already summoned around 20 undead in one go. She cast one more time and 20 more appeared. They were all the high-tier undead from the Soul Cairn, the Wraithmen. Sigh. Give me a break. Jon was a bit disheartened from Nurina's ridiculous skill and started to summon his undead too. Compared to her, his best was to form 2 layers of the same spell on each other and summon 2 undead creatures in one go. It still was cumbersome for him too. He was well aware of what kind of a monster his adoptive mother is. After some time, he used half of his magicka and summoned 80 bonemen archers in 40 casts. Nurina was done in around 5 casts and summoned 100 wraithmen. Didn't you get way too overpowered lately? It is nothing to brag about. Nurina said while making a proud pose. Jon wasn't feeling well anyway and decided to bully the next victim to get rid of his frustration. A while later, a message arrived through Nurina's telepathic link. Jon, the convoy is about 100 meters away and the enemies are fully focused on it. Perfect. The exact location. 70 meters away on your 7 o'clock. They are making a road blockage and hiding behind some rocks, the rear blockage will be mine. Okay, I better get into the mood too. Jon prepared himself and moved his undead team right to its position north of the Black Rock troops. Meanwhile, Nurina's undead were hiding between the trees, Alina summoned some mistmen and Jolinar was hiding on a tree. Now we have 4 teams, which means 4 code names. Jon, sigh. Here he goes again. Joel, this is actually my favorite part. Alina, it is pretty simple, ladies. Team Alpha is Nurina's, Team Bravo is me, Team Charlie is Alina, and Unit Delta is Joel. This is getting confusing. Nurina, just stick to the plan, ladies. We will swoop these bastards and they won't see it coming. While Jon was bragging with his modern warfare knowledge, his undead got discovered. Calf. Do you see these strange things? I don't know, hot. It is too dark. Hey, don't go near that. Don't worry, I won't. Swoosh, enemy attack. Jon saw the situation through his familiar in the sky and felt disappointed. He could also hear some giggles through the telepathic link. Ladies, we have good news and bad news. Bad news is, we have been discovered. Good news is, it's all according to the plan. Team Bravo, moving out. Once he gave the signal, tens of arrows broke through the air and mowed down on the Black Rock troops. Watch out! We are being ambushed. Team Charlie, pin them down. The whole ambush team of the Black Rock clan went into chaos and tried to retreat behind cover, but from the cover, frost magic attacks came raining down. Team Alpha, Team Delta. On Jolinar's side, she started sniping the Black Rock clansmen that were positioned to block the retreating path for the coming Fire Main reinforcements convoy. They were a few in number and couldn't see where the attacks were coming from. On Nurina's side, her small horde of wraithmen started advancing in and attacked the black rocks from the only way left for them to retreat. In the ambush area, a man stood in the middle watching the situation in bewilderment. His name Gil's Blackrock and he is one of the Blackrock's main family. What in oblivion is that? He asked the men around him while trying to calm himself down in this situation. A young man came running to him and shouted. Father! Father! It's an ambush! A sort of undead all died in black. They killed hot. Black. He didn't understand what his son, Kaf, said. Undead were mostly either ghosts, corpses, or bones. Black undead are somewhat unusual even to a clan that calls itself the Blackrock. Damn it! We can't stay like this anymore, summon the undead. The Blackrock's necromancers didn't wait anymore and summoned their undead who go conjured in the same fashion as Jon's and Nurina's undead. Through the familiars in the sky, Jon and Nurina saw that. Did you just see that? They can summon undead too. Jon didn't expect to see this one coming. Summoning the undead wasn't something common at all. It needed the mage to be aware of the existence of the soul cairn and possess the right amount of talent to summon the black undead of the soul cairn. Else, the ideal masters who rule the soul cairn will snatch the soul of the mage. Still, these mages from some hidden clan could achieve a huge feat such as summoning the undead. It is interesting indeed. It was a good decision to come here after all. Nurina was also analyzing what she just saw. Look, kid. Do you see their undead clearly? Yes. What do you think? Nurina asked. Jon focused on the undead battle that started between the black undead and the Blackrock's undead and tilted his head. Aren't those, plain normal undead? Right. Hey? Why would it? Wait. Did you just see that? See what? One of your undead just smashed a skeleton and it's remained. Oh, you also noticed. What is going on? According to the rules of conjuration, conjured creatures should return back to their realm once they got destroyed. For the remains of the still remain in the realm they got conjured to is illogical. These creatures have their souls bound to the realm they came from after all and they don't really die even if their bodies are destroyed as they get new bodies later on. To Jon, that didn't make any sense but Nurina has already figured out some theories. Let's finish them off and analyze the situation afterward. To Nurina's words, Jon nodded and conveyed the orders to the other two to prepare for the final assault. Once everything was set, the four joined the attack at the Blackrock ambushers. The Blackrock people were not expecting the assailants to show themselves and as necromancers, they knew that the best way to finish this quickly is to cut the head of the snake first. As the one with the biggest body and visible red hair, Jon was assumed to be a fire main at once and faced the first wave of attacks. Humph! You think your old daddy will be threatened by such weaklings? Piss off! A loud war cry sounded from Jon and the necromancers around him lost their marbles and panicked right away. Their undead ceased to function as the summoners were in a state of shock and didn't put 1 ounce of control in their undead as they started running away. 8, 9, 10. Jolinar was counting the kills as she was shooting down any living target she finds. Take this! Alina made a small tornado and sent it right into the middle of the Blackrock's necromancers. Humph! Nurina snorted as she waved her hand and spray of spectral arrows chased down the necromancers. Her spell was called Bound Arrows as he didn't use Bound Bow yet she bounded the arrows to shoot directly as being shot with magicka. The one who saw the scene vividly was Gil's Blackrock who was hiding behind his high-quality undead while searching for a path to escape. He decided to make use of his undead and push forward through the black undead creatures that were shooting magic from the back and run into the forest but his plans went all into disarray when he found that every route was blocked tightly. He looked around him and only saw his 15 white skeletons and some of his surviving clansmen that backed down to get some protection besides their leader. His son was one of them. Who are you, people? How come there are necromancers as fearsome as you? Gil shouted his voice out and wished that the fight would stop and that was as it is. Jon stopped and looked right into Gil's eyes. The rest also stopped as they were following Jon's lead from the start. Gils recognized Jon as the leading figure of the assault. He also recognized him as a fire main and a young one. You, who are you? Who's asking? I am the one asking. Don't answer my question with a question. I'll answer however I like, fatso. You are the fucker that is hanging around our territory with his goons. Falsehood. Fuck off. You ain't walking out of here alive. Just who in oblivion are you? A necromancer with black skeletons like you should be known. Or maybe it is one of those women. None of your goddamn business. Now, mind telling me who are you and which address should I send your head to? You don't dare. The atmosphere around Jon froze in a second. Nurina shook her head and Jolinar sighed. Only Alina was oblivious to Jon's major bad habit. Let's see, that little piglet hiding behind you seems to be blood related to you. I'll start with him. Jon cast a strong lightning strike spell and targeted Kef, son of Gils Blackrock. Gils reacted as fast as he could and put all his magicka in a ward that barely blocked the spell Jon casted. Gils could feel his head becoming light and his face becoming pale from the sheer energy that the spell carried. He also felt a sweet taste in his mouth. Oh! So you managed to block that? I am impressed. We can exchange names then. Gils Blackrock didn't expect that Jon's spell would be this strong and saw Jon in a new light. My name is Jon Dare. Just by hearing the name, Gils's head felt more light than before and almost staggered. The information was clear. Jon Dare, the Thane of Winterhold and a student of an archmage who defeated Alina Moonblade, the most talented girl in her generation, and conquered all Winterhold after turning its Jarl into his servant. The ultimate target of this campaign and the one to be avoided at all costs by the small fries. He himself didn't think too much about it, but the strike he took just now needed to be reported that the threat is not just at a small level. This is a major problem for the alliance of the Blackrocks and the Blood Sails. I am Gils Blackrock. I wish to hear the names of the fellow necromancers as well. Gils wanted to buy time as much as possible for him to use his hidden trump card and put pressure on Jon. Jolinar of Household Dare. Nurina Aaron. Alina of Clan Moonblade. Gils was delighted to hear the women talking, but soon he realized what sort of shit situation he was in. These are not just some normal names. They were all mentioned in the Winterhold report. 3 of the major key figures of new ruling faction in Winterhold with the Overlord of Winterhold himself. This is just too unlucky to be accepted. There is only one solution out of this mess, and it is to run away. He decided to gamble on his trump card that he was so sure to buy him a minute or two now. As he made his mind, he opened his mouth and talked. My name is Gils Blackrock. Just as he said his name, he took out a scroll and with swift hand movements, he opened and cast the spell on it. Jon clicked his tongue and in dissatisfaction and decided to blow up whatever Gils come up with. Still, it seemed that Gils summoned something, and by the looks of it, the void of the summoning is a little bit too big. What came out from the void made even Nurina open her eyes wide in amazement. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Isn't this undead a little bit too big? Chapter 157, Troubled Times, 4, I'll huff, and I'll puff. What came out from the void made even Nurina open her eyes wide in amazement. WTF? Isn't this undead a little bit too big? Can it be called an undead in the first place? Nurina and Jon were more curious than anything else. Haha. Don't think you can defeat this easily. This thing was remodeled by my very hands to resemble a dwarven centurion. Son, let's go. Gils held his son by the hand and started running the other way. Nurina and Jon were still scanning the new undead with wonder. The 2 mad researchers couldn't suppress their curiosity anymore. I see, it indeed resembles a dwarven centurion. Even though I have never met one in real life. It carries a lot of resemblances. Jon noting the similarities between the structure of the strange undead and the dwarven centurion. I've seen a lot of them and it is really not really a good imitation. But I am interested in how could they make it look like this. Dwarven centurions are very large mechanical guardians in Dwemer ruins. Their giant bodies, undoubtedly designed for combat, are constructed of solid Dwemer blocks and armored with thick dwarven plates. Their arms are equipped with a dwarven warhammer and a dwarven battleaxe. Their enormous body makes them move slowly, but this is balanced by the ability to take lots of damage and use very powerful attacks, making them extremely dangerous between all the animunculi left behind by the ancient Dwemer. The dwarven centurions are the most elaborately constructed, well-armed, defensive, and arguably the most dangerous if one excluded the rare types of the dwarven animunculi like the Numidium and the dwarven colossus. A/N, animunculi are ancient mechanical automatons that may be found in the Dwemer ruins. It seems like they put it piece by piece on a remodeled skeleton of a giant and added a lot of other pieces of bone to make it armored like that. I see. Good analysis, John. It is like patchwork zombies. Patchwork? Like Frankenstein. I don't know what is that. Anyway, this looks dope as hell. Can I test it? Go ahead, I don't have high expectations on it though. It seemed that Nurina wasn't really interested in the undead creature as much as John. She has lived for a long time and seen stranger things, so she lost all of her interest immediately after she found out the secret behind it. However, she still wanted to hear an answer about the ability to normal undead that leave their remains after being destroyed. She nonchalantly cast some bound arrows at the fleeing enemies and killed most of them in a flash, leaving Gilles and his son alive but pinned down. John, however, stood in front of the undead creature and cleared his throat. Ahem. Fuss ro da. And just like that, a force wave formed and flew at the undead creature in a blink. Once the force wave clashed with the creature, John's expressions darkened. So weak. The undead creatures crumbled in no time. It was indeed because that John's unrelenting force is abnormally strong, but also the quality of the undead creature and the way it was created wasn't to handle an attack as strong as John's. To start with, the Blackrock clan indeed is a necromancer clan, but its might was gained through hoarding a high number of undead creatures and using curses and illusions, but that was nothing to pose as a threat in front of Nurina or John. John was disappointed and looked at Nurina like a kid who got a new toy but broke it a little bit too early. What did you think? It is just some normal bones after all. Nothing fancy about them. But it just looked fearsome, but it was too fragile and badly designed. I was excited. Nurina decided to not care about John, who was on the verge of tears, and walked towards the father and son pair who were pinned down by her arrows. Alina and Jolinar naturally followed her and left John screwing around with the bone fragments that he kept examining for some reason. So, the two little swines. Which one of you will start telling me a story I want to hear? The one that will speak first gets to live. The other one will have to experience seeing his guts by the very hands of that girl. Nurina said as she pointed as Joel. Gilles and his son Kaf turned pale from Nurina's and Joel's look. Joel admires Nurina a lot, so she started to copy a lot of her actions, and that includes the smile that is not really a smile technique. I will tell you. It was all father's plan, and grandpa too. He set the plan 1 week ago. Kaf started talking about the conspiracy of the Blackrocks and blood sales like a recorder. His father beside him was looking at him and got surprised by how coward his son turned out to be. Nurina, however, cringed and spoke. I hate to break it to you, but that's not what I want to know. Kaf heard that and froze like a cold piece of ice. Stinking brat! You dare to spill out the beans this easily? You are selling your father. Gilles started acting like he is infuriated and wanted to struggle free, but Alina made a crackle of lightning between her fingers that caused him to settle silently. LL lady, I will tell you anything, just swoosh hi. Kaf was about to spout something again, but Joel threw a dagger between his legs right under the crotch. Shut the fuck up. Joel was annoyed by the cowardly actions of the pair. Now, might I ask about that conjuration technique you just used? Where did you summon these undead from? Nurina had many guesses, but she still wanted a solid answer. The atmosphere changed completely and the father and son pair gulped on their saliva. It seemed that they were a bit hesitant to answer the question. Jon joined the group and started listening to the interrogation. After some questions and the intimidating that Jon added with his aura, the father and son pair started singing rather than talking. It was so funny how Jon made them talk in a complete synchronization and didn't even miss a single word as if they were trained on it. Jon and his party learned some very useful and shocking information about the power of the Blackrock clan and their methods. From what was said, the undead creatures of the Blackrock clan indeed gets to stay in the mortal realm when they are destroyed for a very plain, simple, and boring fact: from the very beginning, they belonged to it. Jon tilted his head not understanding and was about to beat up the two swines, but Nurina laughed and nodded. From her understanding, these undead creatures were created in Mundus and got reanimated and zombified in Mundus. Which means they were just simply some raised dead beings. The thing that made them summonable was the strange technique that the Blackrocks possessed, and that was to reverse the processes of conjuration. For example, Undead A was created by a necromancer. Undead A was reversely conjured to another realm in Oblivion. That realm is insignificant for the Daedra to care about and peaceful enough for the undead to roam freely without any danger or threat, and also allows the caster to be able to summon them anywhere and when by reversely banish the undead from that realm and call them back to Mundus. In life, the correct answer is the most boring one. Nurina sighed while shaking her head. It was true that the theory was possible and she has no problem in recreating it, but it is too inefficient in her eyes. One can freely summon better and almost a limitless amount of undead from the soul cairn as long as they have the power to do so. The normal undead that were raised by just a simple spell are just too weak compared to that. The art of necromancy itself needs the caster to prepare the corpse they are using the spell on by making it resistant to rotting and getting weaker with time, as the magicka will harm it somehow. The perfect necromancy is to prepare a corpse by a lot of rituals and measurements to make the best zombie possible, and the ancient Nords understood the fact really well and created the Dragra that still dwells in the ancient Nordic ruins until this very day. One more flaw to this was that the casters always needed to be linked to their undead all the time, which is not an easy thing to do. Probably, these Blackrocks couldn't exert the power of their full potential for just their lack of proper control, as they always needed a lesser number of undead creatures than they normally can control to just give themselves a breather for controlling the rest of the undead better. There were a lot of mistakes and flaws that Nurina explained them in a few breaths. Jon was not as disappointed as Nurina and took everything to the heart. One day in the future, he will change the fate of a lot of people by using these reversely techniques of creating spooky undead and reversely conjure them, but that will be later in the future. Master, Senior. It seems that the reinforcement has safely passed to Kynes Grove and the supply lines were secured. Good. I think we can go and watch how the battle unfolds now. Jon, what will you do with these two little swines? Jon smirked at Gills and Kef, who turned pale from his ruthless smile. Simple. She told you that she won't let Joel kill you, but she said nothing about me. June said as he evoked two flame magic spells on his hand. Two little swines, I will huff, and I will buff, and I'll blow you both up. Boom. Chapter 158, Troubled Times, 5, The Grove of Kyne. The assault of the Bloodsails and the Blackrocks was a very rude and reckless aggression. The damage that they caused in Eastmarch by making the mammoths go berserk will surely have a harsh consequence if they can't defeat the Firemans once and for all and make the victor claim as the one who was provoked and all that. It is hard to make such a claim, but no one was a pushover to join such a reckless fight, even though a holy ground that is called the Grove of Kyne or Kynes Grove may face some damage. The final say, however, is for the Firemans as long as they are the victors. In Kynes Grove, a small and peaceful holy order dedicated to honoring the goddess of the storms, Kyne, existed for a long time and called themselves the Keepers of the Grove. They were also the same cult that Jon encountered one of their priestesses early in his first travel when he entered the Eldergleam Sanctuary. This priestess was standing with Patriarch Tormund and was discussing how to defend the holy place from harm by the coming aggressors. Meanwhile, Jon and his party arrived at Kynes Grove after they joined up with the Fire Main reinforcement led by a woman. She is one of the most elegant ladies known among the clans. Her black hair and red dress that were always in the clothing style of her mother clan, the Moonblade, as well as her iconic moon sabers were all there. Her appearance and Alina's resembled each other a lot. Once she reached her husband while being followed by Jon's party, that got new additions such as Wulfur and Nefertiti, she greeted the priestess. "Sister Danica, fancy seeing you." "Matriarch Jenna." "It is my pleasure." "So, what did I interrupt?" "We were discussing a plan to face the blood sails before they reach Kyne's Grove. It would be a disaster if the shrine of Kyne got harmed," Tormund said. "It indeed is. We, the Firemans, always take pride at being a part of the Keepers ever since we arrived here. We will surely protect the grove," Jenna assured Danica. There was someone outside the discussion that completely lagged when he saw Danica. It was Wulfur. "Jon, isn't that the priestess from that day in the sanctuary?" Jon looked closely and the name Danica hit a strong bell in his mind. He suddenly grabbed one of the firemans that was close to him and confirmed something. That was Danica Purespring, one of the game's characters and the priestess of the Temple of Kynareth in Whiterun. And as it seemed, she is part of the Order of the Keepers. He knew it from the start that the Order of the Keepers is surely connected to both the Temple of Kynareth and the Eldergleam Sanctuary. Not that it matters to him anyway, but it was a good encounter and extra knowledge that may serve him in the future. After a long discussion between the elders and the representative of the Keepers, it was finally decided that the main force of the Firemans will move outside Kyne's Grove to face the blood sails and secondary force will have to protect the village from any rear attack. There will be a third force that will go into the grove itself and protect it alongside the priests and the acolytes from the Keepers of the Grove. The third force will have two leaders and they are Vladimir and Jon, who have enough experience in leading troops than anyone else between the younger generation. Jon, of course, was introduced as Jon Dare, the Thane of Winterhold. The preparations were all complete and the teams started taking positions. The night has passed and the second day arrived. After dawn, the bright sun illuminated the world and it was another magical morning. Following Jon was his usual team that included Alina, Joel, Wulfur, Horna, Ragnar, and some other youngsters and clan troops that witnessed Jon's abilities on many occasions. Alina was walking with Danica, who started talking how awesome and blessed Alina is as one of the favored by Kyne and offered as it seemed that the two are close. Jon also discovered that the Keepers of the Grove is an order made of druids and a lot of firemans joined it throughout the generations. It was also the order that guided Ve and Tormund Firemane to the new land that they occupied as their home after driving out a cult of Herson and some hag ravens that plagued the area. That makes the order a long-life friend to the clan. One more interesting thing that he managed to understand that the order has a lot of druidism techniques that fit someone with the talents of Alina. Nurina and Jon would most certainly encourage her to pursue the path if he found it as interesting as it sounded. His hunting teacher always spoke of druids and it was something he always wanted to see himself. Still, Nurina decided to stay in Kyne's Grove and provide support to the second team that will defend the village, as it was the team with the least chance to get in any battle and she wasn't interested anyway. As the third team of Jon and Vladimir moved into the grove, they arrived at a small area where standing stones and a beautiful altar that were all made by the people who lived there. These were the priesthood from the Keepers of the Grove order. In that place, the party offered prayers to a shrine in an altar made of branches and it was dedicated to the goddess Kyne. Alina acted as the leader of the prayer and hurriedly offered her prayers in a devoted manner, then touched the shrine. A sparkling light came from the shrine and embraced Alina, who glowed for a second and returned to normal in a second. Amazing! She got a blessing. Kyne is with us. Ragnar, who was mostly silent, was greatly moved. Joel, Horna, and some other girls all surrounded Alina and started a round of talking and congratulations in a girly way that was just all of them speaking at the same time. Jon was smiling as well and didn't say anything. A blessing in this world wasn't as common and as easy to get in the game for anyone in this world. However, when it comes to Jon, things get rather a little strange, as he himself is aware of it. Jon wasn't a believer of any of the pantheons of this world, but he had a favorable impression of Kine, aka Kinerath, Izmir, aka Talos, and Shor, aka Shazar aka Lorkhan. So all he did was to pretend to be praying, then touching the shrine as the others did before him. Without any expectations whatsoever, the shrine gave the same sparkles and Jon started glowing more than Alina herself, who was called a favored child by Kine. Damn it! I never prayed for anything and I always get a blessing. Every damn time. Jon thought to himself. The others weren't really expecting to come across another blessing on the same day and lagged for a second. As expected from Senior. Alina reacted first and seemed to be excited. Yeah. Thanks for the blessing. Jon always gets annoyed because every time he gets to pretend to pray for gods he doesn't even worship and gets a blessing anyway. Happened with Talos, Mara, Kine, and every time he gets to touch a shrine. The reason was probably that he recognized the existence of the Etiata, who are viewed as gods to the mortals, or maybe a privileg for the damn Dragonborn. Anyway, each time he causes an uproar, but it may be useful for the moral of the men this time, so he just reacted with a smile and was seen in a more favorable impression by the ones around. After he managed to calm down the fanatics around him, he started sending patrols and managing the area he was appointed to calmly. He spread a lot of familiars to monitor the situation and talked with the priests to show him around. As he was accompanied by a young acolyte, he saw the beauty of the place, from the rolling hills, to the majestic trees. The lake filled with cool, clear water. The sun seemed to paint the area with highlights of brilliant gold. The shrine was breathtaking, sitting upon a rise and dominated by many standing stones carved with holy runes. The place truly seems to have been kissed by Kine's icy breath, with the beautiful mix of spring and winter all in one place. If we had a normal grove like that in Winterhold. Sigh. No one would have suffered in the winter for food and wood. Jon spoke his thoughts out. It is forbidden to seek harm to any tree in the grove, while the fruits that grow here are free for anyone within reason, of course. The acolyte said. But you can ask Sister Dankia to spare some of the seeds if you want to grow a grove by the place you live. The firemans take some seeds from time to time. Seriously? I will have to trouble you then. No problem, truly. It seemed like an opportunity for Jon to make a new project and he wouldn't miss that out. The seeds that would be given from this grove are mostly blessed and will have a strong energy to grow normally in a harsh place like Winterhold. After some time, Joel came running with her patrol members. Jon, there is an update on the situation. Report. Some of the scouts reported movements. It seemed that the fight has started at the front. After a bloody while. Have the enemies sent any force to attack anywhere near our area? No. Not yet, I suppose. You, call for Vladimir and tell the others to be on standby. And Joel, I want you on a flame Atronak hawk to watch the north. Jon started giving a series of orders to the clan soldiers with him and to Joel. If the Bloodsails so much decided to attack the firemans from the back or send a small unit to wreak havoc from behind, he will be there waiting for them to mess up. He and Vladimir had around 50 foot soldiers and 8 mages, so it was a good chance to show off his commanding skills. The true fight will soon begin. Chapter 159, Troubled Times, 6, The Battle of Kine's Grove. The fight took place on the road north to Kine's Grove. The Bloodsails didn't expect the firemans to come out to fight while the mammoths are rampaging around. The thing that they didn't expect even more was that the firemans were in full strength and weren't in any disadvantage. It vexed them a lot that even the Blackrock force was not complete. Some of the Blackrocks were to make an ambush and cut the reinforcements and the supplies of the firemans long enough to take out their elite members with numbers, but it seemed that it wasn't successful, not even a bit. Damn you, firemans! You will pay no matter what. The patriarchs of both the Bloodsails and the Blackrocks were in it means war mindset and to fight no matter the consequences. They had the advantage of the high ground and the numbers. With all of the Bloodsails' first-class forces and the reinforcements of the Blackrocks, it was around 1,200 men ready to fight. The firemen can't muster more than a mere 500 men without the help of the Moonblades. From them there were a total of 100 to secure the supply lines, the medical team, the grove, and the back of the main force on the side of the firemen's. Even though the firemen's were lacking in numbers, but they were having the advantage of the quality and the advantage of the ground. The firemen's were a fighting force that was mainly made of riders and beast riders. Add to it the new Flame Atronach horse that started to get popular between all of the fire main members that can cast magic. The mages team on the fire main force were all Flame Atronach horse riders, which triggered a big trauma between the troops of the firemen's. To them, the flaming steeds are the symbol of the most infamous Thane of Winterhold, who murdered a lot of their brethren and showed his fangs on many occasions. It also confirmed to the firemen's and the Thane of Winterhold are in cahoots. At the center of the firemen's force, a meeting was being held. Jonhild's idea of conjuring as many Flame Atronach horses as we could is really working. Tyr said. The kid likes to play mind games a lot. Not that it shows effects many often, but he knows how to taunt people. Skadi replied. Enough admiring that brat. I have sent some of my men as normal travelers to hire any mercenaries from Windhelm. Should we start an early assault or wait for a better chance? Sigurd Moonblade, who joined the firemen's lately, took part in the discussion. I think our chance is very good now. We still have some trump cards we left to whip out those lowlives. Everyone looked at the hooded couple on the side. These two were as calm as ever, but they were a vengeful duo that has a long and personal hatred to the enemy clans. After a short discussion, the sound of war drums echoed in the veracity and the horn was blown. The blood of the men started boiling and the battle formations were formed. On a higher place, a Flame Atronach hawk was flying over the battlefield and a girl was watching everything from up there. Joel, who followed Jon's order and became his eyes over the battlefield, was observing everything closely. The enemy clans had big numbers. This was the biggest gathering of people in a wild area she ever saw in her life. Add to that the amount of undead that was summoned by the Black Rocks, the firemen seemed to be in a great disadvantage. The firemen's forces were around 200 infantries led by Patriarch Tormund and 100 riders led by Enjord. The foot soldiers were our shield bearers armed with swords and axes, and the riders were all carrying spears. The road to the Kind's Grove was not wide, so if 50 men stood shoulder to shoulder, they would most certainly block it. The firemen's infantry stood shoulder to shoulder in 4 rows to face of the coming force. The riders, however, were more flexible and made 4 teams stood in front of the infantries. Their role was still not clear yet to Joel. The 6 teams each of 200 men and started to march in waves. In response, 2 of the firemen's cavalry teams got ready to attack and the other 2 moved to the flanks. Once the first wave started, the 2 cavalry teams charged ahead. Noble horses, great bears, dire wolves, and some other strange rideable beasts were what made the firemen's riding unit unique and dangerous. Once the enemies saw them charging recklessly ahead, they stopped their charge and stood in an anti-cavalry formation where they point their spears and halberds up and stick their ends to the ground. It was the only way to stop this type of force. The firemen's, however, were no pushovers. They were beastmasters, but their bonds wouldn't let them put their beasts in such a dangerous situation without calculations. Once they were about to clash, they made some sharp turns to the left and right after feinting their charge. Their purpose was to completely eliminate the enemy's charge. The strategy was still reckless as their backs were open and they could be surrounded any time now, but soon the next phase started. Behind the infantry lines stood a small mage squad led by Jenna Firemane herself. Give them hell! With her strong shout, all sorts of flame magic spells rained down on the first wave of the enemy lines. It was a total obliteration. In the span of 5 seconds, the firemen used their mage squad as if it was some bombardment unit, and a lot of fireballs exploded on the battlefield, causing more than 100 casualties. The sound of the spells exploding overlapped with the voices of screaming and the voices of cheering. 2 squads were moving behind the first wave that got nearly annihilated, but their movement slowed down after the bombardment started. In response to it, a 3rd squad of light infantry joined, and it seemed that it was a long-ranged archery squad. This is the second wave of attacks and it was advancing towards the firemen's. Patriarch Tormund noticed the movement and ordered a defensive formation to protect the mage squad and ordered the cavalry to retreat immediately. Before anything could happen, the 3rd and 4th Raw in the firemen's infantry squad switched 2 bows and started shooting at the survivors of the first wave. This wasn't really a wise move for someone who was looking from the side, but it changed the movements of the enemies dramatically. The second wave first 2 squads that were made of infantry were the closest to the first wave's squad. From the point of view, the bombardment with magic is too overwhelming to go against, but arrows can still be blocked with shields. One thing in common between the firemen's and the bloodsails in this battle was closeness, the blood ties between their troops. The first wave had a lot of family members to the second wave. Sons, fathers, brothers, cousins, friends. It was too heartbreaking for them to see their kin die like that under the heavy bombardment of magic. When Patriarch Tormund ordered to switch from magic attacks to arrow attacks and with the retreat of the cavalry, he intended to plant the illusion that the mage squad ran out of magicka and they can't shoot magic anymore. He also showed a petty movement like trying to annihilate a fallen enemy with arrows, and his actions seemed desperate and forced. All of that gave that illusion. In truth, it was all a trap. Once, the bloodsail made a firm belief in the illusion, they ran to protect their brethren with their shields from the firemen's merciless arrows. It was a perfect response, and the arrows were blocked by the 2nd and 3rd infantry squads of the bloodsails. The archer squad didn't act and remained in the back to make sure nothing happens, but suddenly it all went down in a single second. The bombardment from a while ago made a large cloud of dust and caused the view to be hard, but it didn't block the very unpleasant sound that came afterward. From the flanks of the 2nd and the 3rd infantry squads of the bloodsails, a lot of noises came. Riders! As one soldier shouted, his head was smashed by something heavy. The 3rd and 4th cavalry squads of the firemen's that didn't participate in the provocation maneuver attacked the bloodsails from the left and right. A second later, the 1st and the 2nd team of cavalry that was ordered to retreat turned around and charged at the bloodsails infantry too. 100 cavalry and around 400 infantry were a bit ridiculous in the eyes of some, but Jolinar was opening her eyes wide from the scene. The cavalry's charge was devastating, and that was all to be said. When someone mentions the firemen's cavalries, one should remember very well that the firemen's ride beasts and not so ordinary horses. Each unit in the squad was counted as 2 because the beast or the horse was not just carrying the riders but were also fighting with their spiky armors, fangs, claws, and hooves. Even the flame Atronak horses were adjusted to cause a flame damage to the foes around them. Put all that aside, the cavalry charge itself was so devastating that it sent the first layer of enemy defenses flying right over 10 meters. Jolinar was analyzing the situation from above. She kept looking at the man who was ordering the firemen's around and felt cold shivers running through her back. She looked closely at Patriarch Tormund and gulped her saliva. These firemen's are all monsters. That old man looked like your average fireman, but he played the bloodsails around like little babies. What of Nirn is wrong with these people? Jolinar remembered the struggle they had to go through just to face the threat of the pirates and how many men they had lost during the days of establishing a foothold in Winterhold. In the last battle, when Jon sank 2 ships and entered from the sky like a hero, it was all like a fairy tale after that, even though many people died and many got crippled. On the contrary, Tormund Firemane led his men in a very efficient way and obliterated the bloodsails without even making a single move himself. The losses in the firemen's lines weren't even a thing to be mentioned. Jolinar realized the meaning of Jon's words that day. I strive to be the best leader I can possibly be, as this world doesn't need a hero, it needs a professional. Little did she know that Jon learned those words from a video game, even though he was serious when he said them. And little did she know who was the terrifying person that was leading the firemen's. Patriarch Tormund lacked a bit in appearance, as he wasn't as tall and large as even his children. Compared to his cousin, Jonred's father, V.E. Firemane, Tormund wasn't really as flash in the terms of power and magic, but he was the one that led the firemen's into victory after victory for more than 70 years and survived the prosecution of the clans 16 years ago, even though he failed to reach Hilda without the interference of the Greybeards. A terrifying existence only is known to few people. There were many people who sought his advice and hoped to be allied with him. This was a great advantage he could use to attract allies, but the policies of the clan held him from having too many debts. This, however, never stopped some people from trying to curry favor to him even by force. Like what happened in this very second. Boo-hoo-hoo, the sound of a horn was heard, and it came from the north behind the lines of the blood sails and the black rocks. An unexpected fourth party was announcing his entrance to the battle. Sigurd. Could it be your men have managed to find mercenaries this fast? Tormund asked Sigurd. I doubt it. They should be arriving at Windhelm if they were riding in straight line. I smell trouble. In the air, Jolinar was watching the situation by a far-sight spell and held her head after she realized what was going on. Jon won't like this at all, she exclaimed to herself, then began to land in front of Tormund Firemane and the rest. Grandpa. Young Joel. Speak, what did you see? Troops carrying the blue banner of a bear. It's Ulfric Stormcloak. Chapter 160, Troubled Times, 7, Up we go. Jon's front started to get active too, as it seemed that the Bloodsails has spared their cavalry to wreak some damage in the small villages around Kynesgrove town. The cavalries of the Bloodsail were so miserable compared to an average Firemane scout. Actually, none of the hidden clans can be compared to the Firemen's in terms of quality when it comes to the quality of its troops. Even the Imperial Legion elites can learn a thing or two. Yet, despite being a hidden clan, the Bloodsails' performance was merely so. It was as expected from a clan that most of its activities were naval skirmishes and surprise raids. In an open battlefield, they got broken very fast. Jon didn't act most of the time and only gave commands to chase the raiders and kill them. The raiders came from the west, which means they had crossed the White River and were really preparing to give the Firemans a headache. Still, all of their plans went into disarray as Jon's men were expecting them and even ambushing them. Jon foresaw their raid through his familiars, of course. As he was riding a flame Atronach horse and used a bound bow to hunt down any enemy that would stray away, he saw a flame Atronach hawk approaching him. Jon, there is an update on the situation. Jolinar jumped down and walked near to him. After getting the report about how half of the enemy force was crushed and the party crusher that just arrived, Jon went into a moment of silence. Big Bad Ulfric himself. That means some serious complication, even though we are going to have a sure win. Is there any further instructions from Grandpa? Jon asked. He said that if there are no problems on your front, then he would need you to secure the back of the main force and protect the mage squad. Easy. We just need to finish all the Bloodsails left in this area and go right away. Jon and Vladimir met and started hasting the plan. There will be a lot of trouble later, so playing time was over. Around half an hour later, all of the Bloodsails raiders that were about 50 were annihilated with the air advantage that Jon abused too much. No matter how good the cavalries were, being attacked from the air is not something any kind of fighting unit is trained to face in that day and age. With the Firemen's young generation elites, all the work was done. The party then turned around and headed north after leaving a message for Nurina and keepers about the update in the situation. After Jolinar's departure to inform Jon with the new instructions, the elders of the Firemen's made a quick meeting on their mounts. Ulfric Stormcloak seems not to be hostile to us. Of course he wouldn't. His family and ours share a lot of history. It is not that I am doubting his intentions, but he is not attacking the enemies either. He is the Jarl and this is his land. The situation was getting out of hand already. He also can't risk his troops aimlessly without reading the situation. Normal soldiers are not really a good match against a soldier from the clans. We also have an early advantage, but half of the Bloodsails is still there and the Black Rocks still have a horde of undead waiting. After they summed up the facts, Tormund started giving a new series of orders. We were on defense long enough. Now it is time to attack. Change the formations. With his orders, the third and the fourth rows of the infantry started retreating with speed. The went behind the mage squad and came a minute later. Each one of the soldiers was riding a horse and pulling another. The troops of the firemen changed from 100 cavalries and 200 infantry to 300 cavalries that were ready to charge anytime. The mage squad was already mobile on the flame Atronak horses that passed down by Jon. The movement of the firemen caused a cloud of dust to form and cover the scenery behind them. It wasn't intentional, but it would be handy later on. On the other side of the battlefield, a figure stood tall between his men and looked at the situation while narrowing his eyes. It has been 15 years since the last time we saw something like this. The man spoke in a deep voice. Jarl Ulfric. You sure you want to be here at this time of year? The other Jarls should be heading to Solitude right now. It is of no use to me anyway, Galmer. We wanted to make a statement last year but it all went for nothing. Still, I am seeing more interesting things over there. How on Nirn can I miss that? Jarl Ulfric replied to his right-hand man, Galmer Stone first. Over the battlefield, there were a lot of hidden clans fighting forces that were battling. Jarl Ulfric came here to witness something and to make use of the situation if a chance came by. Still, some strange things appeared in front of him today that made him a bit hesitant on how to move. Jarl Ulfric, I heard you were asking for me. A young voice came from behind Ulfric. Ah, Ralof. I think we want to ask you about something, what do you think of that? Galmer brought Ralof to stand beside him and Ulfric then pointed at the firemen's troops across the battlefield. Ralof looked at the firemen's but he couldn't point out anything other than the varieties of the beasts they were riding. Ulfric and Galmer seemed disappointed for a second but it was rather normal. Have you been training your aura lately, boy? Galmer asked. Yes. I trained. Ralof replied and was a bit taken aback. He was chosen by Galmer along with other talented young soldiers to become officers and were told that they will be trained on some ancient martial tradition called the aura. It was a bit hard to understand but Ralof was training as he was told. If you were training then use it the way I taught you. Focus it on your eyes and check the firemen's again. Ralof was embarrassed as he wasn't really good at this. In truth, Ralof was a talented young man but wasn't as near as a hidden clan youngster. He learned the aura by joining the personal force of Stormcloak family and was considered a good talent. Still, in comparison to the generation that fought in the Great War and the hidden clan's younger generation, his talent was mediocre. Anyway, he tried to look once again with the aura he trained after doing what Galmer said and his vision became clearer, he could better and his sight reached further. Are those, the horse-like flame Atronachs? Yes, it is that. Now, can you tell us about how much your investigation reached so far? Ulfric asked. Ralof was taken aback but he managed to calm himself and reported all that he knows. The flame Atronach horses appeared in Windhelm and were connected to the appearance of a young man called Darth Vader. This young man killed one of the strongest pit fighters in Windhelm and escaped the city on one of those beings. Ever since this accident, the investigation became the responsibility of Ralof and he was to find this Darth Vader as Jarl Ulfric has developed an interest on him. Yet after half a year of looking around, the results only took them to Winterhold to the creator of the spell itself, the rising star of the north, Thane Jon Dare. Ralof and Jon were friends and Ralof tried hard to keep the relationship strong but Jon was a hard person to track. If not for him appearing the same time as Darth Vader in Windhelm, Ralof wouldn't have known where to look. Anyway, the case was complicated and Ulfric himself knew that it wasn't an easy thing to achieve so he didn't blame Ralof's inability at all and even invited him to join the Stormcloak's secret force. But the appearance of the flame Atronach horses today took the case to a whole new level. This will be a hidden clan matter and Ulfric will be the one doing the labor to dig out information himself. Ralof listened to the discussion between Ulfric and Galmer and even was allowed to say his opinion. It showed how much Ulfric valued young talents himself and he learned a lot of information. Right now, the whole point of discussion and the reason why the Stormcloaks were halting their movements was the appearance of the flame horse Atronachs as well as many other names that came to their minds like Jon Dare, Darth Vader, the Dare Dragon Company, etc. During the conversation, Jarl Ulfric pointed out the fire main chargers and highlighted them as the strongest force in East March as they were about to swoop the Bloodsails and the Black Rocks from the face of Nirn right now. His only regret was that he couldn't find the firemen's in the bad state he hoped them to be in so that he can jump in and offer them the helping hand they need. He could only block the escape path of the Bloodsails and the Black Rocks with the excuse of not letting troublemakers do as they want in his hold. So this old man is still doing fine. How much should I have to wait for that old fox to die? By Talos, he looks younger than me. Ulfric sighed to himself as he looked at Patriarch Tormund from afar. Jarl Ulfric. I am not sure what am I seeing is true or not, but... What is that? Ralof, who was looking away from the battlefield, pointed at something and asked. Galmer was the first to look and he didn't seem to understand what is going on as well. Ulfric, who saw their reactions, used his aura and focused his sight at the direction they looked at. It wasn't something he would have imagined to see, but it seemed that the flame Atronachs weren't just horses anymore. A bird-like flame Atronach? And people on top of them. Ulfric exclaimed. People? Flying? Ralof wondered. Isn't that against the law of the Empire? The Levitation Act. Galmer looked at Ulfric and asked. The Empire? I don't think such a law will be active anymore. The firemen's are showing some good signs. It was true, the law of the Empire forbade all levitation magic, but that didn't stop many people, and it included the firemen's. Will the Empire see that as a provocation? On top of the flame Atronach hawks, Jon, Wulfur, Alina and Jolinar were joining the attack from the air. The fire main chargers saw that scene and were fired up even more. It was a crazy daring move and everyone was so hyped from it. Jon, who was grinning widely, didn't want to make it a normal aerial attack move as he planned for something crazier. Okay, guys. We are doing it. Don't do this, brother. I still haven't said goodbye to Bhorna. Jon, I am too young to die. Senior, I never imagined myself to say this, but I hate you. Shut up, you bunch of cowards. This is the pinnacle of personnel modern warfare. We are doing the winner-winner chicken dinner. It is more like a funeral than what will be there for us. Don't worry, guys. These flame Atronach hawks were remodeled by Nurina to just reach 500 meters in altitude. It will be all right, probably. Just 500. Probably. Buckle up, boys and girls. Up we go. Chapter 161, Troubled Times, 8, Skydiving was a bad idea. The flash entrance to a battlefield by 4 flame Atronach hawks surely took everyone's attention. The flame Atronach hawks only meant one thing and one thing only. Jon Dare is here. Everyone who was affiliated with the hidden clans that were involved in with the recent trouble around Winterhold will surely know that these are the birds were the harbingers of disaster that caused a devastating loss to the Bloodhorkers and completely removed the Bloodsoul's influence from Winterhold. Now, and with the appearance of these flame Atronach hawks, the scene took a rapid turn to the worse for the eyes of the Bloodsails. Bring them down. Before anything else. Bring these damn things down. The Patriarch of the Bloodsails shouted at his men. The archers that were on the second wave attack have fully retreated and tried to intercept the 4 flame Atronach hawks. In response, Jon and his team flew even higher. Not a single arrow could catch them. The 4 kept flying higher and all the parties got concerned. The firemen thought it would be dangerous and the Bloodsails felt that the disaster may be scarier. Give me that. One of the strong men among the Bloodsails took a spear from one of the soldiers and aimed at the flying Atronachs. He then activated his aura and focused it all on his right shoulder and arm. Once he locked on one of the flying Atronachs, he threw the spear with all the power he could muster. The spear flew forward, leaving behind an afterimage and closed on the flying Atronachs in a second. Incoming! Jon shouted as he detected the spear, and all the flame Atronach hawks performed a maneuvering spin in the air, dodging the incoming attack. The target of the spear seemed to have been Joel's Atronach, but thanks to Jon's warning, everyone pulled it out untouched. Jon took the chance to use the telekinesis spell grab and caught the spear that flew behind them and started to pull it to him. On the other hand, and due to Joel's vengeful nature, she would never such a thing go. As soon as she stabilized her flame Atronach hawk, she took out her lever-action crossbow and opened the fire of retaliation. Even from her distance and altitude, he bolts found its target like a charm. The first bolt hit the man's shoulder, the second pinned his left foot, the following few claimed the life of all the guards around him. Fuck! Shield him! The Bloodsouls patriarch shouted frantically and ordered the guards to protect the man with shields as it seemed that the man was his direct descendant. However, Jolinar was shooting arrows filled with decisiveness and power. The lever-action crossbow that was designed by Jon, built by Wulfr and enchanted by Alina's wind magic was so fearsome that it could rival a sniper rifle in Jon's eyes. The luck was on the Bloodsouls man who was being protected right now as he managed to be saved in time. Jolinar clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, but Jon didn't let the chance go. He was still holding the spear with telekinesis and he aimed it like that. He then launched the spear with all his power at the man. Meanwhile, between the Bloodsouls ranks, the Patriarch was checking on his son that barely made it back and turned around to look for a healer, but he heard a weird sound that made him look back at his son once again. The scene he saw almost made his hair go all white. The spear that his son just threw a while ago was penetrating his son's skull from the back and coming out from his mouth, pinning into the ground. The son's eyes were still open and he was looking upward. It met with his father's line of sight and the atmosphere around that scene. Up in the air, Jon was still going higher and higher, followed by his team. How much altitude is that? We still aren't there yet. Their flight speed wasn't slow and Jon was aiming for a very strong attack. The fire main chargers were a few seconds away from clashing with the enemy's front lines. Just as the two forces met, the charge of the cavalries was too strong that it caused the first and the second line of defense to get sent flying, and the firemen themselves were using the waves strategy and kept a charge after a charge. Meanwhile, Jon has reached the highest altitude his flame Atronach hawk can reach. Senior, this is too high. Don't worry, Joel and I have done something similar before. Alina didn't speak more when she learned that Jolinar and Jon had done that madness once. She would be damned if she can't do what Jolinar had done with Jon. Jolinar and Wulfr were a bit silent, but both were on the verge of crying. Wulfr had his reasons to try this move out and Jolinar wanted to refute that the time when they got down from the throat of the world they were gliding. Okay. Here we go. The scene from the ground looked crazy. Jonred, Hilda, and Sigurd as well as most of the main family held their breath. These kids are crazy. That was the idea most of them had in mind. Jon's idea was a skydiving attack. Jon turned the 4 flame Atronach into their attack mode, which is the suicide attack. The 4 of them were supplied with enough magicka to turn into 4 meteor spells and were all sent down. Jon, Joel, Alina, and Wulfr were performing a skydive right at the moment. Jon had given them a brief introduction of how to perform a low-altitude skydive and they were ready mentally for it at the beginning, but now things turned different. This is amazing. That was not Jon. That was Alina. She was going on spins around herself while immersing herself in the feeling of being in the air. Due to the use of magic, the rules of the normal skydiving weren't applied here. Alina used the wind magic to gather as much wind as she could while going down. If you need more magicka, I'll supply some to you. Yes, please. This part of the attack was totally depending on Alina. She was using her magic in a style that was going to cause a disaster if she casted it in normal circumstances, but Jon provided the mean to do it. Alina was gathering a lot of wind with this skydiving alone. And to tell the truth, Wulfr and Jolinar were her mostly for fun and to provide support later. On the ground, the onlookers were watching the skydive while not being able to do anything. It was a daring move and its effect was something that they were trying not to imagine. Boom 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 boom. The first thing that touched the ground was the 4 meteor spells that went down with speed. They targeted the right flank of the enemy forces, and that was the part where the undead horde of the Blackrock clan was positioned in. From the eyes of the onlookers, the whole black was covered with flames. As if hell itself broke open in that place, the flame magic meteor spells caused a large explosion that wiped out any and everything where it landed. The explosion took everyone by surprise. It was far from the fire main chargers, but they felt the effect of the explosions, and some of the weak steeds couldn't calm down after what happened. Even the coming charge of the firemen stood still far away from the site, and most of the guards gulped on their saliva. Still, the big attack hasn't arrived yet. The other flank, where it was mostly made of Bloodsouls infantry, they started to notice the change above them. Look at that. Is that really happening? Above them were the team of 4 skydivers that was going down at a crazy speed. Alina in the center, while being supported from all directions, and above her head was what can be described as a piece of the sky, or what would Jon describe as an accumulated air after being gathered all the way down and got pressurized to the max of Alina's ability. Senior, I don't think I can hold on much longer. Fine, we will land down in 3, 2, 1. Now. Just as there were less 50 meters from the ground, Alina released all the pressured wind she could contain with Hear magic and with the supply of Jon's magicka. The target was the whole flank of the enemy's forces. Just as the pressured wind ball struck down, a massive wind happened. Senior. What at number at $% is that? Damn. Hold tight. The air blast was far too strong than Jon anticipated. He could only reach out to his team and try to take the impact as one heavy object. Still, the blast that successfully took away the whole flank, blasted some away, and made some into a meat paste. That blast itself sent Jon and his team away. Damn it! I should have seen that one coming. Jon made preparation for landing and used Featherfall spell on everyone in his party. They landed safely a couple of seconds later. Oh boy! But it seemed that the place where they landed was the center of the enemy forces. A pale old man stood looking at Jon directly in the eye while holding a bloodied spear in his hand. You! Give me back my son! Shit! Skydiving was a bad idea. Chapter 162, The Power Couple, end of the volume. The fight kept going in the front. Now that the 2 flanks were crushed, the forces of the Bloodsails were facing a grave danger. But there were a certain 4 reckless brats in much greater danger right now. You! Give me back my son! The old man charged at Jon with all his power and aimed the spear at Jon's heart. Disperse! Jon shouted, and the trio around him jumped away. Jon couldn't afford to evade escape, as the man was going to chase his friends instead. He had to face him head-on. Jon's best option was to block the spear, so he used Bound Shield spell on both hands and 2 spectral shields appeared. The old man was shouting in anger, but his moves were skillful and magnificent. Every time he stabs or swings, Jon would be sent a few steps to the back. Fuck! What a monster! I can't even counterattack. It was too troublesome to move already, and Jon felt numbness in his arms. Each attack he received was akin to the anger of the Grim Reaper. One misstep and he would lose his life. The man swung the spear left and right. Jon could duck and jump rather than blocking, but he suffered some scratches. The Bloodsail Patriarch was so determined to kill Jon no matter what. Once Jon showed a small opening, a relentless stab tore through the air, demanding the life of Jon. Got you! But it seemed that Jon showed an opening on purpose. Once the old man stabbed and also exposed a part of his defense, Jon managed to teleport behind the man and use a close-quarter flame magic spell to attack the man. The spell was called Flame Claw, and it was one of the things that Jon learned from Jonred. It was equivalent to Jon's Thunder Cookie. Once the Fire Claw was unleashed, it would tear through anything and everything. Jon expected to see some blood, but the scene didn't come as he hoped. The old man managed to block the Fire Claw by only his arm. His arm seemed to have been reinforced by a purple aura. Jon wasn't sure what happened, but that aura seemed too dangerous to touch. He jumped away and faced the man carefully. The old man didn't seem as maddened as before and closed his eyes, letting out a breath, then opened his eyes and looked at Jon once again. I have fought the cursed firemans for many years. I have tasted all kind of flame magic the firemans could do and survived 100 battle against them. Yet one time, there was that brat who injured me with his flame magic. He is being called the King of Ash and is one of the bloody names in my clan. I knew his fire too damn well. But who would have thought that there will be another brat like him? Jon didn't respond to the old man's remorse about the past and focused on recovery. You are Jon Dare, the cursed Thane of Winterhold. Jon, isn't it? I see. The old man looked around himself and saw the state of his troops. It was a mess and every one of them moved forward to stop the fire main chargers who were but a few seconds away. A boy who will be born between the blood and fire, carrying the wrath of the unspeakable anger that soars the sky. These were the words, weren't they? After all those years. You were alive all along. We couldn't kill you, no one could. The firemans hid you, didn't they? The cursed child. Jon looked at the man and realized that his identity was exposed, so he didn't need to worry from then on. Not really glad to meet you. Name's Joan Hilt. Yet. I know. We kept paying the price of chasing your mother for 5 bloody years. Every time we faced her cursed fleet, she would scream for Joan Hilt. Every damn time. Your name holds a meaning in the sea, they say once it was heard, the sea's water would turn red after the massacres your maddened mother would commit. Jon raised his brows. He didn't understand why Hilda was called the Bloody Hilda and considered the name a bit disrespect for his mother compared to his father's cool name, but it seemed she deserved it some way or the other. I guess there is no room to talk now. We knew too damn well that if you survived, then all the enemies of the firemans would be destroyed. And look where it has gotten you. Hee hee. True, still, don't mock fate, boy. Fate favors the strong. Once you are not the strong anymore, fate can abandon you on a whim. What do you mean? The old man laughed and his aura intensified. He stepped forward towards Jon, who stood his ground and released his aura too. It means that as long as I kill you here and now, the fate will backfire on your clan and my clan will thrive. Crazy old man. Die. The Blood Sales Patriarch said something vague, then charged at Jon with a heavy killing intent. Jon, who was recovered for some time, used all his power to unleash the best magic he had and took out the Skyforge saber from his side. The old man stabbed at Jon's face and Jon deflected it with the back of his blade, then used lightning magic to counterattack, but the old man evaded the lightning before it was even cast. Damn! Was that hacky? Die! I am not going to do so just because you are telling me to. Jon was counterattacking with magic and jumping around while healing himself with magic. Not everyone may have noticed, but Jon's vast magicka pool and his overall control were noticed by some people around. Alina, who was fighting back-to-back with Jolinar and Wulfur while trying to open an escape path, halted for a minute and was kept looking at the high-speed battle that was happening not far away from her. So that is senior when he is fighting seriously. Jon was indeed using the privilege of his ridiculous amount of magicka to turn the tide to his favor, but it was clear how the old patriarch of the Blood Sales was a skillful fighter. A bit far away, Ulfric Stormcloak and his people were watching from far away. Ralof's eyes were open wide. He realized the difference between himself and those crazy 4 youngsters who were fighting in the middle of the enemy forces on their own. More to that, he felt one of them was very familiar. That one over there, that is Wulfur. Ralof recognized Wulfur right away. Who is that? It is Jon Dare's teammate from the tournament. Ah! There was that one indeed. Where is Jon Dare then? Wasn't he announced as a new member of the Firemans a month ago? It would have been fortunate if it was only the Stormcloak who watched the battle closely. In the dark corners of the area, some eyes and ears were watching the situation closely. It was lucky they couldn't hear the conversation of Jon and the Bloodsale Patriarch, but they were still paying a very close attention to the result of that fight. Jon Dare was a hot topic between many powers right now. Back to the fight, Jon used every trick in the book against the old beast that didn't let go of him. He also noticed that the old man started to use his bloodline power. The bloodline power of the blood sails is known as the blood boil. It can make the body stronger and the recovery faster. It may affect the sanity a bit, but it was a great ability. Jon could trap the old man a few times using some rune traps on the ground, but the endurance of that old man was ridiculous. He could pressure Jon to a corner no matter what Jon tried. Damn you! Just how much can you withstand, you fucking masochist? Jon's attacks have indeed landed on the old man, but the later was as lively as ever and attacked left and right without slowing down. It was so annoying to fight that old man like that. Jon's speed was his only remaining advantage, but his stamina wasn't as good as his magicka, and his healing magic couldn't restore stamina like Alina's. Sigh. What is left I can use? Jon asked himself. In his state, the Thursday was not the best idea. The Thursday words he can use were all area of effect attacks, and right now he was surrounded with both allies and enemies. There is that thing. But I am not good with it just yet. Jon remembered some of Jonred's and Hilda's words about how to use his bloodline limit. His bloodline limit should be identical to Jonred's, but it was not an easy thing to wield. He looked right and left and saw that the fire main chargers were closing in, but the enemy ahead was much closer. His friends and loved ones were all around him. Jolinar, the feral girl he tamed, was fighting like the beast he trained her to be. Alina, the girl he fancied and made a strange connection with, was an all-rounder magic turret. Wulfr, his brother and partner in nearly every crime, was switching between weapons and sticking them in the bodies of his enemies like nothing. Oh boy! They are good. Jon smiled helplessly and shook his head. Guys, we'll hunt lots of dragons together. Jon, who was started smiling, said something really weird. Just kick that old man's ass first. Wulfr, who was in the least dangerous situation, refuted helplessly. Got it. Sorry old man, but I will do a very boring thing right now. I am going to defeat you with the power of friendship like those lame-ass animes. Oh. So he is finally using it. That was a bit fast. In some place, a serpent, a fox, and a scarab spoke all at the same time. A figure appeared from the shadow that resembled Jon, came out and sat around them. The four then spoke one more time as if they are one. It looks way better than what I anticipated. Jon's hand evoked flame magic once again. The flames on Jon's hands were not the usual flame magic he used, they were a bit white to blue with a hint of reading. It looked like the flame of a Bunsen burner, but it was clearly being controlled by Jon. Come at me. Jon taunted the old man, and the man wasn't even willing to stand back. It was then when Jon cast his magic normally. The flame that would take a bit to penetrate through the aura was spreading through it like fire and oil. Not a second passed and the old man felt how strong and heavy these flame was. It indeed was like that day. The same flame that killed one of his sons 10 years ago when they tried to take revenge on the firemans. The infamous ashen flames. The old man realized what happened, and there was only one thing in his mind right now. Retreat. Jon's flames have returned him to his sanity and reminded him of the disaster that there is no way to avoid now. He didn't think of it, but he knew the firemans too damn well. He knew about them and their guardians. If it is like that, then the boy in front of him was just like his father, someone that the dragon guardian recognized. It was unrelated to how he found out Jon's identity at first, but those with the dragon guardian's protection are not to be messed with. Even though the cub in front of him was not yet the full-fledged lion to be feared, a cub was still a lion. He alone may not be enough anymore. If only he could spread the word, the old enemies of the firemans would rise up one more time like 15 years ago. He only needs to make the news go around. Just as Jon's first attack was over and the next was in the way, the old man, whose body was clearly suffering a lot of burns, jumped away and was about to run. Did I say you can run? Would kest. Jon knew he was an advantage and used the whirlwind sprint Thursday to charge past the old man and block his path. A voice: Master. Kid, I admit that you have grown too much. More than that is dangerous. The old man tried to gamble on one last attack, then make a run for it, but amidst the chaos, something happened. HAAA! A strong war cry sounded and a large white wolf came out charging, followed by a flame Atronak horse. On the wolf was a raging woman with a red fluttering hair holding a big axe, and bloody red aura was enveloping her. The flame Atronak horse was a man holding a golden sword, and his aura was dense and resembled a real fire that covered his whole body and made him look like the Atronak he was on. Just as they passed past the old Bloodsail Patriarch, he was cut to shreds and burnt to ashes in less than a second. The show of power was simply terrifying. The onlookers in the shadows, the onlookers on the peaks, Ulfric and his goons, Jon and his team, and those who witnessed the last charge, they all witnessed the power couple of the Firemane in their best conditions fending off a youngster from their clan, and luckily, they were oblivious enough to forget about Jon right now. This news is much more important than anything right now. The bloody Hilda, the King of Ash. They have reappeared in public. Chapter 163, Development. A week later. Somewhere in this world, a man sat next to his wife in the garden of their home. The man was listening to some report that was carried by his most trusted aide. "Speak, Falk. What happened in our realm that made these guys send us a red letter?" Falk Firebeard nodded and opened the letter that was sealed with red wax. A minute later he approached the High King and started whispering. "You said Jon Dare?" "Yes, the Thane of Winterhold, Jon Dare in the flesh was at the between the Firemane and Bloodsail clans. The rumor of him being adopted by them is true. And he disturbed our plan in Winterhold magnificently. Sigh. Such a talent, and it goes for the hidden clans, again." The High King sighed deeply. "Aren't you satisfied with what you have now? You know my clan will always support you." The Queen whispered to her husband's ears, and he broke into a smile. "Yes, I know." He spoke in a soft tone and nodded. "Thank you for the report, Falk. And keep an eye on the situation. By your will, my king. Anything else?" "Don't give the people of Winterhold a tough time at the docks. Tell Lady Vittoria Vici to keep the relationship peaceful with the Dare Dragon Company. I will see to it at once." In a quiet room near a fireplace, a woman sat in her elegant Batlemage robe. She was reading a report from a long time ago regarding some incident about the Great War. A man wearing a similar robe knocked on her door, and before entering and handing her another note. "Madam Emissary, here is the report regarding the situation in East March." "Thank you, you are dismissed." "By your orders." The man turned around and left. The woman opened the note and started reading it carefully. She read it one more time and sighed. "Estormo." "Yes, Madam Emissary." "Go and summon Ankano. It seems the matter regarding Winterhold will give us a headache sooner than expected." In a closed room inside the Palace of Kings in Windhelm, 3 men were discussing some matters. "This will give us a great advantage in the future. Now that Skald gave us his allegiance, Koror will soon come running to our door." Galmer Stonefist said while waving around the letter that was just delivered. "I still don't think so." Jarl Ulfric spoke in his deep dignified voice. "Why is that, Jarl Ulfric? Don't you understand, Winterhold is not the realm of Koror anymore." Horleif, the steward of the palace, replied to Galmer. "Not the realm of Koror, isn't he the Dare Dragon Company is the one with the final say in Winterhold. Our spies have already confirmed that all the Hold guards are loyal to Jon Dare, and Koror is currently his puppet too. In fact, Solitude has tried to interfere lately, and it was said that Thane Erikur had a candidate that he wanted to push to the Jarlship to keep Jon Dare in check, but that man disappeared before even the spies of Solitude reach him." Horleif said what was in the report. "All the concerned forces in Skyrim has also received a similar report. So this will leave us to do what?" Galmer asked with annoyance. "We will wait and see. Jon Dare is a major power now, not someone we can look down on. His allegiance is useful, but no one had any plans regarding Winterhold to begin with. Either he wants to play the game of politics or keep to himself, it is all up to him." The plans will go as usual for now. Ulfric said and left the room. Another conversation around the same topic in the Bard's College. Headmaster Virmo. Did you call for me? Yes, Lizette. Please come in. Was that Thane Erikur that walked out pushing everything in his way just now? Yes, it was him. Lizette giggled and shook her head helplessly. What then? Is he kicking us out of the building? Viramo furrowed his eyes and glared at Lizette, whose behavior was a bit casual. High elves like him don't like to be talked to like that. Still, Lizette's behavior has changed a lot in the past year, that he would always glare at her and she would say nothing. Sigh. He is disturbed by some matter in Winterhold and Eastmarch. Wants us to investigate it for him. Lizette wasn't wholeheartedly interested for many reasons. She has lost a lot of her respect to the man in front of her since she started becoming one of his birds following the events of the last year. Anyway, it will be your assignment. Viramo said. Lizette seemed to be annoyed and wanted to refute, but Viramo's words made her freeze. Your old friend, Jon Dare. He is doing some daring moves in eastern Skyrim, and it seemed that he had brought down a big project that Erikur had in mind for Winterhold. Lizette, whose face was motionless with uninterest, became wide awake and listened to Viramo carefully. What is he doing? He has involved himself with the great Nordic clans. Lizette had some knowledge around the topic due to her nature of work. She then asked about some details, and Viramo didn't hide anything that may make her interested. Lizette thought for a while and made a natural face. Maybe Winterhold can be interesting after all. I think they're big and has no proper bard right now. If a town has grown so much, then its inn will also grow bigger. Viramo smiled and didn't say anything. Before you go, how is Jon Dare's friends that we have here? Sviti is a creative bard, she is an interesting person and one of the best we have. Jon Battleborn doesn't lose to her even though his style is too classic, according to how Sviti described it. So, how long will it take them to graduate then? Less than a year. I see. That indeed is a record. You may leave now. Viramo watched Lizette going out and returned to his book right away. Sigh. How long will it continue? This piece. That's all he could think about. Sigh. This place is so boring, and the food is so bland. Jon was whining about the food. Give me. Yes, here you go, your Majesty. The food of Jon was eaten by Nefertiti again. Jon, Angium has arrived. Jolinar came into the room and reported. Let him in. A while later, Angium came in the room wearing a black cloak. Boss, did we really have to meet that way? It is okay, I have business in this city and we have to keep a low profile after the recent trouble. I see, here is a report from Ilishka and the things you wanted from us. Angium took out a note and a small chest. I see, you can sail to Winterhold any time you see fit. We will leave Windhelm and will take the road back home. As you see, boss. Angium said and left the room. In this room, a few figures were gathered around some table. They were Jon, Joel, Wulfr, Alina, Nurina, and Nefertiti. So this is the white file and the ingredients to fix it. I will go out tonight and attempt some experiments with a friend. And the note. Jon opened the note and skimmed through it with his eyes, then grinned and shook his head. What is that? Alina asked. It seemed that Ilishka's girls have discovered some people trying to stir trouble in our town. The troublesome people were showed out and the source of the noise was taken care of. Jon said they burned the paper to a fine powder with his ashen flame. Show off. Nurina snorted in disdain. Jon was not humble at all about the new power he possessed lately. The ashen flame was the core power of the Dragon Guardian and a mutation to the normal flame magic. It worked the same way but was a bit costly on Magicka. Still, give us details. Wulfr was concerned about the matters in Winterhold. Some people from Solitude came to stir trouble and find an excuse to replace Koror with a new Jarl using our popularity. Ilishka found the guy who was being supported and made him disappear, at the bottom of the sea. I see, who was the unlucky soul? Kruldar. Kruldar? Wasn't that the unremarkable guy who always tried to make friends with Archmage Savos? Yep, that's him. Actually, Jon was already very cautious about Kruldar. That man was a citizen of Winterhold and one that could live an easy life during the past times. His family used to be powerful nobility in the past, but nothing was left after the Great Collapse to be proud about anymore. Also, one more remarkable thing about Kruldar, that he will be appointed the Jarl anyway if the Empire won in the next civil war. Anyone should have had a positive view about Kruldar, but Jon knew a small piece of information that made him very wary of Kruldar. During the civil war, if by any chance the Empire took over Winterhold then lost it to the Stormcloaks once again, Kruldar, who is the Empire's agent, would simply withdraw from the town and would go to live in Erikur's house in solitude. Now, this is a very dangerous piece of information for Jon. Erikur is one of the people that Jon don't like, and he is associated with the Thalmor. Having a tumor like that is something that Jon wouldn't want to have in his turf. The simplest way was to eliminate him a long time ago, but he wanted to keep Kruldar monitored to get as much information as possible. Well, he was of no use anyway. I better get going now. Jon stood up, wore a dark cloak and a hood, then carried the chest and went out. Nefertiti jumped and hid herself in his clothes to go with him. He left directly to the White File store. Chapter 164, Repairing the White File, and some other crazy shit. Welcome customer, may I interest you in some of our potions or ingredients? We have a new hair potion if you are missing on some hair, or a skin potion for. Quintus, who was behind the counter, switched to salesman mode. Quintus, it's me. Jon replied while sighing. You are? Quintus didn't seem to have recognized Jon. Quintus is an imperial young man from Cyrodiil who works at the White File alchemy store. His master is Neuralian, a high elf who is obsessed with a certain artifact also known as the White File. It is a legendary bottle, forged in the days when Skyrim was just starting its turn to ice. A small container, made of the magically imbued snow that first fell on the throat of the world. It is said that the file will replenish whatever fluid is placed inside of it. Jon has met with Quintus half a year ago to make a deal with him about the White File, as Jon has already recovered it but it was broken. Jon needed someone knowledgeable about the White File to fix it for him. Of course, due to Jon's sudden growth and all, he was hard to be recognized by anyone he met before now. Even some of his old acquaintances had problems trying to recognize him. Jon had to show the White File to Quintus and come up with a story to explain how he got this puffed up. Quintus, who was one of Jon's fans in the arena, became very excited after Jon's transformation. His champion is now stronger than ever in his eyes. So, how is the new High King tournament this year? Jon asked. I am afraid that it was too underwhelming, that the High King himself was too lazy to attend it, let alone other Jarls. Last year's competition was that of true champions, Sir Jon. I hope for some champions to rise up and make some change. You don't need to worry. Next year, I will arrange a team from Winterhold's best and make some challenges. The High King tournament will be on fire next time. Sir Jon, your words are like the warm fire in a snowy night to my heart. I will wait with my all. Jon was serious about that matter too. Only a competition can bring out the best of talents, and a strong competitor roaming around will sure attract the eyes of the people, and challengers will appear to fight him. Also, Tamriel continent had a tradition. Arenas and competitions are a necessary part of life. Some may argue, but Jon knew very well that the first game of the Elder Scrolls game series was called The Elder Scrolls Arena. It was supposed to be a tournament-based game at first before it would come as an RPG, but it was said that Winterhold would have a team called the Annihilators and every city would have such a team. The reality wasn't much different, as each city has its arena or fighting pit, so it was still a very solid tradition. Enough with the fights now. We have a more important matter. Ah, indeed. This way, Sir John. Quintus led John in the back of the store and they arrived at a laboratory. This is my workplace. I have asked my master about some enchanting techniques and arrived at some good answers. Good, let's start. The laboratory had a proper enchanting station and some excellent alchemy tools. It was a good opportunity to compare skills and exchange ideas between the two people around. Nefertiti was allowed to laze around. As a smart cat, she wouldn't go on tables and push things on the floor as long as she is fed. So she was left on guard duty. The work was about how to fix the white file. The main three ingredients were the powdered mammoth tusk, the briar heart, the unmelting snow from the throat of the world, and most importantly the white file itself. To restore the white file, the unmelting snow was the necessary part to remake the broken part of the white file. The powdered mammoth tusk would be mixed with the unmelting snow as it was an ivory that is as hard as iron, but the giants have found ways to make it yield. They're able to grind it down so fine that it can be infused into the lattice of packed snow. The finished material has the delicate nature of fresh powder snow, but the strength of the hardest steel. The last thing was the briar heart, and that was the most complicated process. The final tempering of the file was performed with a type of old magic that's been lost since the Dragon War back in the Merithic era star. The nearest modern incarnation of it is the strange rituals practiced by the Forsworn. With the heart of one of their briar warriors. The briar heart was necessary to lock the file's magic into its physical form and complete the missing part of the enchantment through it. A/N * the Merithic era is the era before the First Era, and it resembles the prehistoric period as it was the first era where mortals started to dominate the world after the Dawn Era, which was considered the Age of Gods. It lasted for 2,500 years as far as the sources recorded, and it ended 4,446 years from the current novel date, 4197. It took John and Quintus almost all the night to prepare all that. John's original goal was the part where the briar heart is to be used to reveal the enchantment of the white file. What he was after from the very beginning was not the white file as an artifact but the truth behind its magic. John has indeed studied the white file all that time. He understood the basic principle about how it works. Actually, he knew it from the start, as his one school theory had some similar basics to that magic. This enchantment could be said as the only way to secure the new source of power John was after from the beginning. Once everything was ready, John and Quintus started to apply the mixture and perform the enchantment. It took them quite a while until they reached the final form that they were after. Is it fixed? Quintus was worried and looked to John, who was silently looking at the white file. The crack that was on the side of the file has indeed disappeared and left no trace except a small area on the outside of the white bottle that made it appear to be a newer spot than the rest of its body. I think there is only one way to find out. John grabbed a potion from nearby and dropped a few drops in the white file. The records say that it at least needs a day to refill itself. Do you think it will be possible to? It is possible. John replied and looked meaningfully at the white file, then grinned. He was sure that the theory of the white file he had in mind was true. He then held a journal that was written in Arabic and started to add his notes with a lot of excitement. The enchantment was nothing but a miracle in his eyes now. How was it? The white file is a bottle that refills any liquid that gets dropped by instantly amplifying and purifying it. Was that something possible by normal means? Of course not. In the eyes of the people in this world, this is akin to creating something from nothing. But John knew better that it is impossible to do such a thing. Creating something from nothing is something that only God can do. The white file was no holy artifact, and like any other thing, its function still followed the laws of conservation of mass and energy. To put it in simpler words, this white file didn't create something from nothing, it consumed energy and converted it into matter. To a modern person, this was a mind-blowing matter. Can energy be converted into matter? Yes, energy can be converted into matter with mass m equals E/c2. Although, it would take a huge amount of energy to get a tiny mass. For example, to make a glass of water, you would need 2.2468 times 10^16 J of energy. That is the equivalent of detonating over 250 Fatman bombs. But this white phial could do it. This thing would make the superpowers of Earth go on World War III to seize such an artifact. And now, it belonged to Jon. Jon confirmed the theory by sensing the magicka around the white phial and sensing how much energy was being sucked in. It was, by all means, ridiculous. He would throw up if he had a less profound sense of the magicka between heaven and earth. After analyzing the enchantments on the white phial one last time, he arrived at the final result. What he was after all along can be created. The white phial's wonder was in its power to convert energy to mass, but what Jon needed was the mean to take magicka from the surroundings and trap it into the enchantment. Why was so wondrous in Jon's eyes? The answer was another question: what is the only other thing that has the exact same function that can absorb magicka and store it or trap it? The answer was, living beings. Not only them, the Daedra too could do the same function, even though their lives are a matter of argue between the scholars for the nature of their souls, but that's a matter for another discussion. Back to what is important: the living flesh can absorb magic from the heaven and earth and store it. No other scholar has reached the conclusion about the ability of the white phial to have the ability to do such a thing other than Jon. With all that in mind, Jon could now move to the next stage. The creation of the new power source. Quintus, thank you and deliver my thanks to your master. Give him the white phial and tell him I will be rude and visit him in the future to do more research. Excuse me now, I have a very important matter to attend to in Winterhold. Jon took his things in a hurry and carried Nefertiti, then ran out of the store. Hey, Sir Jon! Wait! Quintus called for Jon, but the latter moved in lightning speed and disappeared in thin air, leaving the white phial in Quintus's hands. After teleporting away, Jon smiled and giggled. His gain this time was very huge. He copied most of the enchantments on the white phial and was very sure of his achievement. Still, he had to let go of the white phial to gain something much better. Why not hunt two birds with one stone when there is an opportunity? He thought. Chapter 165, Nurina's Trauma. Still, I am not sure which is more amazing. Creating something from nothing can't be amazing because it is simply impossible. But converting matters and energies is the next level shit. Ouch. Hey! You kiss your mama with that mouth. Stop casting spells out of nowhere, and drink your tea before it gets cold. Oh, thank you. Shit. It is cold. Tisk. This woman is a hypocrite. I keep explaining modern theories to her and I get a telekinetic slap in the end. Well, at least the road is not boring. We headed out of Windhelm earlier this morning and some new faces joined us. These were Patriarch Sigurd Moonblade and some of his men, as well as Freya and Bjorna, who were on a mission to Morthal. The Moonblade clan's stronghold is located in Winterhold. It is exactly in the western region of the hold, south to Snowpoint Beacon and Hobbs Fall Cave. It is a very rocky area on a mountain, but I was aware of it because it is an area that Alina asked me not to send people there. Anyway, Sigurd was glaring at me all the time lately. For some reason, that old man didn't give me one chance to have a proper conversation with Alina. This daughtercon old man is getting on my nerve. Father-in-law, would you like some herbal tea? Father-in-law, are you okay? You seem a bit dejected. I will murder you. The man gave off a scary aura for a second, but there was someone who was giving him the I dare you smile behind me. I love it when Nurina is on my side. I can just go and kick a dragon's butt without worrying about my own. Anyway, after we reached the southern crossroad in Winterhold after 2 days of riding, we went to the north and the Moonblade with the firemen's kept riding west. Alina joined her father and rode to her clan with him. She hasn't returned there for some time, so Nurina gave her a vacation for a few days. Now, heading north to Winterhold town were Nurin, Joel, Wolf and me. This is basically our territory, so we were taking it easy. Still, something weird occurred. The wind howled and snow started flying everywhere. A storm? Well, this is Sun's Dawn, February, after all. Let's find cover. We are in the middle of nowhere. Whistling Mine and the new village are just 1 hour ahead, we can make it. We all were riding flame Atronak horses, so it wasn't a tough trip anyway, but the snowstorm started affecting the performance of the flame Atronak horses. Okay, I am doing it. Lok Vaku, cough, the last word is so damn tricky. I had to use the clear skies Thursday to put down the storm, but I haven't made any progress with the last word core, which means summer. Mostly because I haven't seen a real summer in a long time and it is hard to pull its effect out. Also, the word was so damn hard to use as a Thursday Some words of power are harder than others to master, and core is the hardest one so far. Anyway, the snowstorm returned once again after a minute. We will arrive shortly anyway. Let's pick up the pace. I encouraged them to go ahead and tried to use the Thursday one more time. But I couldn't shout. Nurina looked at me and tilted her head. Ahem. It seems that I need some more time. I said while smiling awkwardly. You never needed that long to rest from 2 words. Nurina said and seemed a bit worried. Never mind it. We can reach Whistling Mine normally now. Let's hurry. I tried not to worry her, but I felt strange myself. Wolf and Joel nodded and rode faster ahead. Wolf had his bear cub tied carried on his back, and Nefertiti chose to ride with Joel for some reason. Nurina and I were riding slowly in the back. Time passed and the storm became stronger. I tried to use the Thursday one more time, but with no result. Okay, this is not good. What? Nurina replied. I can't use the Thursday I don't know why, but it is not coming out. Nurina rode closer and held my shoulder. She let her magicka flow into me and tried to check something. She then opened her eyes wide and looked at me. Jon, you have been silenced. Silenced? What is she talking about? No one can silence me. Silence is a spell that locks the magic of the target. Through it, the target can't use any form of magic or anything related. But, I can't be silenced. My magicka is far too strong to get, normally, silenced. What is going on here? How couldn't you feel yourself being silenced? Nurina asked me and seemed worried. I don't know. How couldn't you feel any magic being cast around? This wasn't a good sign. I looked around, but where are Joel and Wolf? Nurina also looked around and didn't spot anyone. The storm was so intense for us to see more than 10 meters ahead. Here, you are good to go. Nurina removed the silencing state from me and cast protection around us. We were on high alert and started looking around with caution. Suddenly, thud thud, we both fell on the ground. The hell? I was shocked. We weren't attacked. It was only our flame Atronak horses getting dispelled. The fuck is going on? Show yourself, scoundrel. Nurina regained her balance and lashed a lightning spell in anger that moved like a whip around us, but it also got dispelled. Shit. Silencing me without me noticing. Fooling Nurina's magic sense and dispelling her magic. Who on Nirn can do that? I asked Nurina, who was back to back with me, but I got no answer. I looked at her and found her frozen in a shock with her eyes wide open. It wasn't easy, you know. Locking his magic and sneaking on you, girl. Following where Nurina's eyes were looking, the source of the voice appeared from the snowstorm. It was a normal dark elf woman in some unremarkable clothes. What is that? Long time no see, girl. The woman walked forward and Nurina was still frozen in shock. She was a Dunmer with the same grey skin and red eyes, but her hair was ashen grey. Maybe due old age, but her movements weren't that of an old person. Maybe that's her appearance. Jon. Nurina spoke in a weak voice. What? Run. Run. Nurina said in a scared manner. Hey. Jon's thought process was still in a bewildered state. I said run. Don't look back and run. I don't understand. Meanwhile, the Dunmer woman was watching with an expressionless face. Are you two done? She spoke in a bored manner. Nurina and Jon got tensed up and looked at the woman with worried expressions and seemed to have been ready to go on a fight any time. Difference is, Nurina was very aware who was she up against. You will never get your hands on him. Nurina was trying to protect Jon with a desperate look on her face. She was resolved to go all out. It is a matter of whether I can or cannot, girl. The old woman waved her hand and both Jon and Nurina got blown away from their places in a second. The woman looked at them, then sighed and shook her head. She then walked towards them once again. 30 meters away, Jon and Nurina landed over each other and seemed all beaten up. This cough. Who is that monster? Jon stood up while staggering. If you already know that she is a monster, then hurry up and leave. The fuck are you talking about? I am not leaving. And weren't you the one who should have been the monster around these parts? Why is there someone who is kicking you around like that? Tisk. Here she comes. Jon and Nurina got into battle mode once again and used their best spells to get ready. I will take left, you go right. Jon said and started to close the gap between himself and the woman with his hammer in hand. Once he was 5 meters close, he teleported to the right, contrary to what he said, and swung his hammer. A shameless attack, hey? You taught him that? The woman didn't even look at him and took out a sword out of nowhere and blocked his hammer with ease. Jon was shocked of the woman's strength, but he already expected this woman to be a freak who can play with Nurina around. Once his attack got blocked, his hand moved to the Skyforge saber and drew it in an arc towards the woman. She snorted in disdain and twisted the hand that was holding her sword, then used it to block the saber too. She was blocking Jon's 2 trusty weapons with one hand and one weapon. Jon was vexed as he didn't seem to be able to push the woman at all, so he twisted his waist, kicked at the woman's head from the back. The woman simply moved faster than anything Jon can do and was just behind Jon. She then used the side of her sword and smacked Jon's butt with it, sending him away. Where did you find such a big child? He is so persistent. The woman asked Nurina, who was for some reason unable to move or talk. Oh, sorry. The woman noticed the abnormality, then flicked her finger, dispelling the paralyzing state from Nurina. You crazy old hag! Why don't you just die? Nurina, who got freed, released her magic in a massive lightning attack. You know my family, little girl. We never die. The woman waved her right hand coolly and blocked all Nurina's magic like it was nothing. Just get swallowed in oblivion already. Nurina put more effort into her magic and launched it like a bomb. Been there, boring by the way. The woman was blocking Nurina's massive spell like it was nothing. Fuss ro da. Jon returned to the battle and shouted the unrelenting force. The woman clicked her tongue and moved away from the shout's path. This kid is indeed troublesome. To make me move twice. Who is he to you, girl? The woman looked at Nurina while aiming a spell at Jon, whose instincts told him that he is fucked up if he moved. Nurina looked at the woman with absolute anger and shouted. Elf, that's my son. The atmosphere settled down for a while and became a bit awkward. I see. The woman nodded her head, cancelled her magic. I think we have a lot of catching up to do. The woman said and waved her hand. Both her and Nurina disappeared from sight. Jon all left alone. Chapter 166, The Fate of Heroes. 1. Jon was all left alone. His sense of crisis was giving the red alert. Fuck me. We got defeated. And Nurina got kidnapped. This is officially the worst day of my life. The fuck did just happen? A strong state of denial controlled Jon's mind and tried to calm himself. It was the first time in his life to see the person who he looked up to the most get disadvantaged in magic of all things, then get kidnapped also by magic. This was way beyond his comfort zone. He never imagined anyone with the power to surpass the strongest mage he knew, an archwizard of all beings, and one of the most talented ones. His eyes were moving around like crazy, trying to figure out what to do. Okay. Let's calm down. Calm down. Take it easy. The woman, she wasn't trying to harm Nurina. She was just screwing around with us. She was serious but she wasn't murderous. Okay, this is not bad. A good start. Jon was calming himself and started rewinding what happened in his mind. Okay, first thing first. Nurina knew that woman, she knew her very well. She called her crazy old hag. So this is the legendary master that Nurina talks about. If I remember, the description matches. She is a dark elf with ashen grey hair. Good. Nurina's master won't harm Nurina. Physically at least. Jon kept coming and going around the place Nurina and the other woman disappeared from. While he was moving around, Jon remembered a part of their conversation. Nurina called her Elf. Elf. Where did I hear that name before? System, search for Elf in my memories. No response. Alexa. Confirmed, the system responded and Jon started to check out the place once again. One result found, show it. The system opened a screen with some explanations. It said that Alf was a name that meant Alpha in Jon's past life and there was only one person with that name from his memories. What was really strange was that this memory didn't come from this life, it came from Jon's past life. That only meant that the woman Alf who has a chance to be Nurina's master was an NPC from the Elder Scrolls game series. Yes, the Elder Scroll game series, not the Elder Scroll v. Skyrim. The memory was related to the Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind and it seemed that Alf was an NPC from Morrowind. The only person was who fit the description had her name written on the system screen with some images from Jon's past life. Jon saw these results and froze in his place. This person was no ordinary person at all. Fuck me. Alexa, call the augur. Nurina and Alf appeared in a different location, it was a small room with a strange and alien structure. Nurina looked left and right frantically and finally recognized the place. Alf. No. Where is Jon? Alf looked at Nurina with a faint smile. She snorted and walked away to a strange-looking chair. You haven't changed at all. Still playing around with cute little stuff and pretending to be a mother. Nurina got tensed up by Alf's words and seemed to have remembered something very unpleasant. She glared at Alf and the air around her changed. Where is he, Alf? If one single hair of his head got so much harm, you will never see the end of this. Nurina was angry to the limits and the air around her started giving a black aura. Nurina, who was normally using magic, unleashed a powerful and terrible aura. Alf couldn't help but giggle with sharp eyes. Her red eyes stared coldly at Nurina. Look at you. You have grown up, a little. Where is he? Nurina held back no more and put all her power into a very strong attack. The attack had both natures of magicka and aura. Alf raised her brows in admiration and moved her hand to face the attack with equal power. Both forces clashed but Nurina fell short and her attack got handled by Alf. Nice. Linking the warrior energy and the magicka can be this interesting? Looks like you have made some progress, a pointless one though. After the energy in the room settled, Nurina seemed to be a bit tired but Alf was completely unscathed. Tisk, monster. Oh, thank you. By the way, your so-called son is fine. I left him behind. Nurina heard Alf's words and relief appeared on her face. She sighed and her tensed magicka calmed down. Still, she didn't let her guard down and glared at Alf once again. How did you find me? News tend to travel, dear. House Telvanni has eyes and ears everywhere. How hard it is to not know about an archwizard in Winterhold's college. And what do you want? Nothing really, I was just doing some business in the area when I sensed a unique presence so I just went to take a look. You are telling me that you are causing this mess because you only got interested after finding me. Hey? No. What? Not you. Not me. Disappointed. Screw you. Hee hee. I am talking about the boy. About Jon. Alf nodded. Nurina felt a bit conflicted, but she managed to look composed. What attracted someone like you to Jon? You make it sound like a bad thing. You know what I mean. My father has seen a lot of that kid's kind, but I only managed to meet one and hear about another. Not that I was interested at that time, but meeting him was just a confirmation. Confirmation? What are you talking about? What do you mean by kind? Nurina stood up and urged Alf for an answer. Let's say that from all the children in the world, you picked up a boy with the fate to be a hero. Alf said something as if that was some big deal. Hero? We already know about that. Really? Yes, Jon is related to a prophecy that he will find 3 Elder Scrolls and he is aware of it. Oh. I see, you got it all wrong. Alf dismissed Nurina's words as if they were nothing. What do you mean by got it wrong? It is normal for heroes to be related to the Elder Scrolls. Majority of the scholars argue that any proclaimed hero with no Elder Scrolls in their tale is not really a hero. Just some powerful person. It also doesn't mean that anyone related to an Elder Scroll is a hero. A hero or heroine is a mortal blessed, and cursed, from another point of view, with a special fate and the ability to rule their own destiny. Heroes are closely related to the prophecies revealed in the Elder Scrolls, but are not bound by them. They often grow to become far more powerful than most other mortals. Alf said while searching between some books on a table beside her. Wait. They rule their own destiny? Didn't you say that Grandmaster himself can do that too? True. Father is too strong to be bound by the rules of the world. There is a certain threshold that needs to be passed to ignore the restrictions of the world. So, what does any of that have to do with Jon? Simple, as his so-called mother, what do you think of his talent and power? Nurina thought for a while. I think he is not yet a master wizard. Last year, he achieved a very rapid growth as he was focusing solely on studying and creating spells. He is halfway through the rank of an expert mage. His combat skills fall less behind. So magic is his strong point? Alf asked. Nurina shook her head. He is talented in the Thursday the ancient voice of the dragons. Is there a talent in the Thursday nowadays? Last I heard was that only Dragonborn can be talented in such a thing. You saw him perform it. Well, I didn't expect anything less from my grand disciple. He is your disciple, right? My legacy disciple. Pfft. You have a legacy? Girl, how old are you this year? 200. Alf held her stomach and started laughing. Nurina seemed dissatisfied about her master's reaction but she didn't say anything. It was rare for Alf to laugh anyway. So, back to the topic. You said his talent was the Thursday He is sure a Nord. If he is Dragonborn then the world will face a lot of trouble, and if he appeared in Skyrim then that means that Skyrim will be the center of the attention the next few years. Just get to the point. What will Jon do by controlling his destiny? You made it sound like something scary. I don't remember teaching you that, so listen closely. Controlling one's own destiny means that there is no plan for the person himself. He is a rogue and an irregular in the world. He can break the world's law itself. Fate and destiny are the restrictions made by the world or the gods to bound people from destroying the world or causing too much trouble. Once this restriction is broken, the person has no limit to his growth or power, just like my 4,000 years old father. The world tends to cleanse itself from those irregulars with all sort of ways, like striking them with lightning in the middle of the day or causing a great accident to kill them through it. Most die before even breaking through the restrictions, but rarities like my father and some of the Sijic monks exist. Wait just a minute. Are you saying that Jon will be killed by the world because he is getting too strong? Nurina panicked and was about to jump on Alf and hold her by the nape of her clothes, but she managed to stay still. Well, the world isn't really that blind. Heroes are an exception. You see, heroes are the ones that save the world from falling into chaos. That is why the world itself allow a chosen few of the irregulars to exist as the so-called heroes. So this means that... Don't interrupt me, you brat. Alf got a stick out of nowhere and hit Nurina on her head. Sorry, master. Nurina's old habit kicked in and held her head while apologizing before remembering that she was on bad terms with Alf. Sigh. Here where I bring you the bad news. Once the heroes finish their trials and complete all the labors, the world turns on them and forces them to make a choice. You read the stories, you know how it ends. Chapter 167, The Fate of Heroes, 2. Once the heroes finish their trials and complete all the labors, the world turns on them and forces them to make a choice. You read the stories, you know how it ends. Alf's word kept ringing in Nurina's head. She, who looked youthful despite her 200 years of age, seemed to have grown old all of a sudden. Alf still looked emotionless despite her disciple's heartbreaking expressions. She then sighed and spoke. That is why I asked you how strong he has become. To those who are heroes, the stronger they get, the nearer the time of their trial starts. Nurina could barely hold her tears and cleared her shrugged throat. Last year, he left Riften at the rank of apprentice mage. Once he travelled through Skyrim, he had a fortuitous encounter and grasped some basics of the ways of the Sijiks. He then started focusing his all on how to increase his power and learn how to control it, but he faced a certain dilemma with his vitality. He found a way to cure himself and achieved a certain degree of balance and was recognized as an expert mage lately. All that in 1 year. Well, as a disciple of yours, he indeed shows a good promise. Still, he was very well versed in the Thursday. His talent is shocking. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but there is a chance that he may be a Dragonborn. If that's the case, then I won't be able to answer as many questions as the people who are well versed in the Thursday itself. Nurina understood what Alf was trying to say, as she was very aware of Jon's reincarnation and the Dragonborn prophecy. However, she chose to keep such information from Alf as they are not her secrets to reveal. I understand, but let's focus on Jon's power for now. You said that the faster it increases, the sooner his trails become. What does that mean? It is not that hard to understand. Think of it as the world knows when such a disaster shall strike, the world prepares the heroes to face it, so their increase in power is mostly dependent on how the world needs them to be. There is no limits or boundaries to tell how strong a hero can reach as long as their trials require them to be that strong. But we can tell that the trial is drawing nearer as long as the young heroes are growing stronger. But when Jon finishes the trials, won't that mean that he will meet his demise? Probably. Which means it is not a certain thing, right? Yes, he can find a way. You know that my father has cured the hero of Morrowind of the Corpus disease by stopping the negative effects and allowing the positive effects of the Corpus to remain. Normally, immortality was one of the positive effects of the Corpus. Are you saying that the great Narration is still alive until this day? Who knows? Just a few days before the Oblivion Crisis, he said he is going on some journey across the ocean to go and visit Akavur. Akavur. Point is that I don't know if he is alive or not. You can try and ask my father, but he will not answer it. Figures. Grandmaster always valued the privacy of his friends. Another example was the late champion of Cyrodiil, or what people know as the hero of Kvatch. He had 3 trials against the Daedric Prince Murun Dagon, the ancient immortal Umaril the Unfeathered, and the Daedric Prince Jigalag. During the last trial, the hero was chosen to be Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, to protect the Isles of Madness from Jigalag, the Daedric Prince of Order. Sources say that the Sheogorath was actually the cursed form of Jigalag, and the hero managed to remove the curse from Jigalag and thus keeping him free from becoming Sheogorath again. Jigalag, again free to wander oblivion in his true form, disclosed his story to the champion and named him the new Prince of Madness before departing. You mean that the current day Sheogorath is the hero of Cyrodiil? Wow! The story was not known except to a select few. Even a great character like Nurina didn't know that such a thing happened. She would be really mad when she finds out that Jon knew such a story from before, as he himself has seen it from the eyes of the player character during the event of the Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion, but that's a story for another time. Point is, the last known two heroes managed to defy the world by an extreme action. I am not sure about the Narration, but the hero of Kavak ascended to become the Mad God. Not a bad bargain in my opinion. Alf said and waited for Nurina's answer. Nurina fell into deep thinking and nodded. So, you are saying that Jon's alarming increase of strength may mean that his trial will start sooner, but it also means that he needs to become much stronger to be able to resist the retaliation of the world when he finishes his trials. I am glad you caught up. And that means I need to put him on the toughest training course I can provide. Now. You are completely looking at it the wrong way here. Alf stopped Nurina before thinking about something weird. What do you mean? If you tried to interfere, you may end up hindering his path. What are you talking about? I have watched over him since he was less than a year old. I have taught him everything there is about magic. Sigh. Girl, you are deeply emotionally involved with him. Not only you see him as your disciple but as your son as well. I don't understand. Isn't that the point? Of course not. Listen, you dumb fool. Heroes pass through 9 stages in their lives. They call to the adventure when heroes get the higher calling to stand up and fight the injustice, the training when heroes acquire a new mentor and gain a hold of their power, crossing the threshold when heroes claim their first success and realize their fate, the road to the trials when heroes start their long journey to harness their power for good. The belly of the whale is when heroes face something up and beyond what they were prepared for, like when people try to use them, or when they face something undefeatable. The seduction is when heroes get lured to do something they regret later on and through it wisdom can be gained. The atonement of the father is when heroes achieve something great and get ready for the final phases of their journey. The apotheosis is when the heroes finish their trials for good, and finally the ultimate boon, and that's when the tale ends about how the heroes lived happily ever after. So, where I come in is the second stage, the training, right? I am his mentor. You are an idiot through and through. The boy didn't even get his calling yet. What makes you think you are to be his mentor? But didn't I just say that your interference will hinder him? You raised him since he was less than a year old, as you said. Don't you see? That child is brave and all, but he grew up while being protected by you. He became fairly decent in terms of power and normal dangers can't affect him, but he grew up safely. Wait. Is that my fault now? Whose fault is it? If he doesn't suffer, he won't learn any life lesson that makes him stronger both in mentality and reality. You don't know Jon. And you don't know shit. Alf and Nurina started a staring contest, but it was Nurina who averted her eyes away at the end. Damn it! What should I do? You just simply have to let him go? Order him to go on a journey to widen his knowledge and experience new things. Alf suggested nonchalantly while looking away. Nurina, however, looked at Alf and narrowed her eyes. The same way you let me go. Alf closed her eyes and didn't respond. Why are you telling me this anyway? Of all people, I expected you to care the least about Jon. The things you've done to me in the past. I've never forgotten them. Alf shook her head helplessly. She looked at Nurina's eyes. You were 5, right? Hey! When I took you in, you were 5. It was in the Red Year when Vanderfell erupted. If I remember correctly, you were drifted on this island and barely lived. Yupse insisted that she can save your life and nursed you back to health. Yet all you wanted was to go back to your family, both you and I remember how that ended up. It was Nurina's turn to be silent. Well, I appreciated the respect that you showed back then. You were not a bad talent yourself. It made me think of how it. Old hag, I have heard that story like 1,000 times already. Really? Do I need to mention that I lived through it too? Oh. Well, I was about to mention the parts that annoyed me the most. Like your overflowing motherly instincts. Alf said in an annoyed tone. Nurina seemed to have remembered something unpleasant. And when you killed Darla, remember what you said. Dear, having a pet doesn't make you its mother. You had to learn that. By killing a pet, of an 8-year-old kid. Nurina's eyes were glaring daggers at Alf, who was not affected, even feeling bad. You were always a cold-blooded hag. Nurina said that and walked away to the door's room. Once she reached it, she remembered where she was, halted her pace. To get back to where she left Jon, she needs to teleport a distance that was beyond her power. She wanted to look back at Alf and tell her to get her back, but she just stopped without turning around. Alf was grinning because of the situation and wanted to tease Nurina. By the way, when I appeared before you and that kid, did you think I was going to kill him too? You are 196 this year, I allow you to take a son or whatever, you know. Alf started mocking Nurina. Cold-hearted bitch. Nurina cursed without looking back. Well, it is hard to catch up on any emotions when you are born as the eldest daughter and from a jar. If you want hugs, you can go find Yupse or Bite. Delt went out on an errand. Nurina snorted at Alf's words. I'll go pay respect to them and to Grandmaster Devate as well. He's busy. Nurina didn't reply and went out of the room. A while later, Nurina returned to Alf, who was waiting with a book in hand. How was it? Good, Grandmaster gave me some candy. Be careful, it may be some 100-year-old sweet bar or something. I'll keep that in mind. Can I go back now? Winterhold. Yes. Well, I have some business I need to do around the place, so we will be going together. Why do you live there anyway? That cousin of mine, you remember him? Savvos. Ah. That unremarkable and untalented kid. Well, he happens to be the Archmage of Winterhold, so he gave me a place if I give some classes per month. Wait. That Savvos, it the Archmage of Winterhold. I know, right? Can you believe it? Damn. Who got kicked in the head by a donkey and allowed him to be an Archmage? Don't ask me. Let's just go. Alf nodded and was about to cast a spell, but suddenly she stopped and opened her eyes wide. Impressive. Nurina was about to ask, but she suddenly felt the changes in the space around the room. Wait. Alf, is someone teleporting here? Not just teleporting here. Someone actually managed to trace my magic and reverse it to find their way to this room. Reverse a spell created by a 4,000-year-old sorcerer? How exciting! Alf was totally excited about whatever or whoever that was going to arrive. Nurina understood the meaning of Alf's words and hid behind her. This must be some other insane monster. I want no part into this, she thought. A few seconds later, a third figure appeared in the room. It was a well-armored person holding a strange cylinder object in his hand. He looked around and his eyes landed on Alf. Alf FYR. I know who you are and I am not afraid of you. Where is Nurina? Chapter 168, Welcome to Morrowind. Alf FYR. I know who you are and I am not afraid of you. Where is Nurina? The armored person set his eyes on Alf and aimed the cylinder object at her. Oh boy! Nurina realized what is going on and broke into cold sweat. Oblivion take me! Did that kid just teleport all the way from Skyrim to Morrowind by reversing my spell? Morrowind! The armored man tilted his head, not understanding what is going on. He then realized that the strange shape of the room around him and looked left and right. It seemed as if he was in the inside of a tree with all the organic walls around him. The place really felt pretty much alive. Welcome to Morrowind, brat. 10 seconds of silence followed Alf's statement. And Jon normally freaked out. He looked left and right and checked the place around him again. Jon has never been into one of these houses before, but he pretty much had an idea what was that. He is inside a Telvanni tower. Telvanni towers were a unique type of houses located in Morrowind. Rather than being constructed, these towers have been planted by House Telvanni from a special kind of fungi that grows by their special means. These towers were, in the end, some large mushrooms that members of House Telvanni and the people work for them lived in. And he found himself into one. Wait a second. What is going on? Jon was processing a lot of information to the point that his head started giving errors. I am the one who wants to ask you. How did you arrive here? Nurina walked from behind Alf and looked at Jon. Jon saw Nurina and remembered his objective. Oh, right. I came to save you. Hurry up, teleport us out of here. Wah. I can't. What? You can't? Wait a second. Alf FYR, what have you done to her? I didn't do anyth. Alf replied with no interest whatsoever. Denial won't help you. I will avenge Nurina. Vengeance will be swift. Vengeance will be painful. It will be delicious. Jon declared as he moved his armored arms and carried the cylinder object on his shoulder. Get ready. Fire. The cylinder object started to glow and a lot of magicka got condensed in its center. Alf, who was normally not interested, raised her brows and grinned. She saw a strange magic formation that looked rather creative and connected the armor and the cylinder object. She just waved her hand and a thin string of lightning dashed at Jon and struck his armor. Before he shows off his new invention, Jon and his armor flew across the room and crashed into a shelf. A mound of books fell on him and he got buried under them. Jon. No. Nurina freaked out and ran towards Jon. Perfect. Now I have two idiots to take care of. Morrowind, hey. How the hell did I arrive here, you ask? Well, let's start from the time Nurina got taken away by Alf. The scene unfolds on me standing in the middle of the snowstorm alone like an idiot. I was greatly taken aback by Alf's show of power and how she managed to even take on Nurina with ease. I mean, Nurina is an archwizard for fuck's sake. When I started rewinding the fight in my mind, it was rather weird how Alf managed to block my magic by silencing me. You see, magicka is one sort of energy and it comes from the soul, which is the source of all energies in the body, like the magic energy, magicka, life energy, vitality, spirit energy, vital essence, and all the other known and unknown energies. When mages use a spell like silence, they block the link between the astral body, which is the container of the soul, and the physical body, which is the medium to transfer energies in and out. Still, Alf's spell was rather unique as it blocked most of the energy transferring points between the astral and the physical bodies, which were rather like a piece of art. This was above and beyond any magic I know. Normally, it wasn't that hard of a spell, but there were some places where I felt like I was rather ignorant about what was going on. It was a strange spell by all means. Even when Nurina lifted my silence state, it took her time. This made me go into an alarmed state about what kind of power that woman Alf used and where I could actually link her to the name FYR by the help of the system. Alf FYR is the master of Nurina, which means she is my Grand Master. I wasn't sure if I should feel honored or terrified. Who is Alf FYR, you ask? Well, I will gladly answer you. First and foremost, she is the daughter of Devate FYR, the oldest and the most honorable member of the Great House Telvanni, one of the 5 greatest houses in Morrowind, the country next door to the east. Alf FYR was an NPC in the Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind, and I heard that she appeared in the Elder Scrolls Legends too. Now let's talk about Devate FYR. He is an absurd being. I called him a being because the word mortal is not a fitting word to call a 4,000 years old sorcerer. More to that, he was a part of the Asigic order, but he left it because he didn't agree with their teachings. He met the Vistage and the Narivaran, 2 hero senpais of mine that sadly will never notice me. Now back to Grandmaster Alf FYR. Alf is the eldest daughter of Devate FYR. She has 3 sisters who are Bite, Delt, and Yupse FYR. Technically, their names are Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Epsilon from the Greek alphabet, and you may ask, where is the Gamma, which should be between Beta and Delta? Well, the answer may be because Gamma was a failed experiment. Yes, I said experiment. Why did I say experiment? Well, I am glad you asked because here is the part that will make people get a bit sick. The four FYR sisters are rather weird because as Devate FYR himself stated, they are his clones. To make it easier to understand, Devate FYR successfully cloned himself 4 times and each time that changed the gender of the clone to make them the female versions of himself. I am not sure how to feel about that, but I think with Devate FYR and his gender-bent clones plus the feminist giants and all the weird people other than them in this world will make it easier for the LGBT community to spread their influence around here, not under my nose though. My motto is no vegans, LGBT, and dubbed anime watchers in my turf. Jokes aside, one of the weirder things about Devate FYR and his daughters that despite calling them his daughters, he also call them his wives. Not sure what is the reason for that, but if you are thinking of I am thinking, then someone has actually found a way to make it the phrase go fuck yourself achievable in real life. Anyway, I was not in the right mood to stand here and do nothing. I immediately contacted the augur and asked him for some help on how to trace a teleportation spell. Also, I had to ride back to Winterhold in less than an hour. I had to conjure a flame Atronak hawk and use all the speed spell I have to make it go as fast as possible to Winterhold. A dangerous but effective method. Once I arrived, I only needed to drag out an experimental weapon wolf and I worked on. It was a defect project but it could deal a strong amount of damage. The design was a massive piece of armor made from orichalcum connected to a power source which was 3 black soul gems. The weapon that it carried was a magic cannon like the ones on the ship. The augur then arrived at an answer on how to trace a teleportation spell by reading the natural law of the space around the teleportation area, which means I had to return to the same spot where Alf FYR teleported away to heaven knows where. Returning back wasn't a simple task. With the weight of the armor, I had to use a cart and transport it using flame Atronak horses. And by the way, Wolf and Joel have barely arrived at Winterhold when I was leaving back to the location once again. I had to give a brief summary and apologized to Joel who insisted on following me. Anyway, after I arrived, things got rather weird. It was a cumbersome task to read the natural law of the space around the area. The augur made it sound like an easy task, but it was rather so freaking hard. Once I made the first contact of the space magica in the location, I felt that it was one long-distance teleportation that I don't know where it ended. The augur told me not to do it, but I had no choice. Some may argue that Nurina may be in no danger or whatever, but those who are aware with dark elven nobles should know how ruthless they are. Kidnapping people was actually something they did openly, so I had to risk it for Nurina. I may not know where will I end up teleporting to, but it won't be that far, right? Maybe a dungeon near Windhelm at the very most. I myself can't teleport more than 100 meters with all my magicka. The augur suggested to use some grand soul gems instead of my magicka, which was rather wasteful, so I brought 10 filled grand soul gems with me. After I constructed the teleportation runes, I aligned the soul gems around it and let the spell be cast. But for some reason, I ended up in Morrowind, in Tel FYR to be exact, home of Devate FYR, the oldest known living person in the world. Chapter 169, A Small Challenge. 1. A trip to Morrowind was certainly unexpected. Jon was greatly taken aback, but he didn't let the surprise ruin his sense of adventure. How usual was it for someone to blink their eyes and in the next second they find themselves halfway across the continent? Even though it was mysterious and all, he still insisted to see the outside of Tel FYR. This is the Hall of FYR, and down there is the Onyx Hall. You can only access here through the levitation spell, but I guess teleportation can be counted as a access. Alf explained the whole place in a few words with annoyance. Oh. So this is in the Hall of FYR. How amazing! But to think one of the legendary FYR sisters is my Grandmaster. I am not sure what is more amazing around here. The sparkling in Jon's eyes was increasing by every realization he comes across. Nurina, your disciple is glowing. Yes, he is always like that when there is a new thing to discover. How could a gloomy kid like you bring up a glowing kid like him? It depends on the teacher, someone like you wouldn't understand. Nurina replied coldly at Alf, who snorted in disdain. Can I see the place? Jon asked. Don't climb any higher level than this, beyond this room is Lord Devada's personal area. Alf gave Jon a warning before he gets out. Wait. Great Grandmaster Devade Fyr is here. Yes, he gave me some candy. Nurina replied with a smile. I told you it is 100 years old thing. While the two dark elves started arguing, Jon wandered off to see the rest of the place. So, what do you think? He is a brat with a good talent indeed. His path in magic may be smooth because his innate hero ability, but he has more to that, as you said. Phew. I am glad you noticed, I raised him too. Shut up, dear. I am talking about the formation on the armor he came with. Formation? Didn't you know? He made a runic circle using a magical conductive material. I didn't know where he got the idea from, but it is something that is a secret technique between the magic craftsmen. You are talking about these wires coming out from that armor. Yes, it is not bad, but he didn't put any effort to protect them. Maybe because the product wasn't complete yet. Nurina started explaining the situation of Jon's inventions and the weird creativities he comes up with. She also explained the situation about Winterhold and how Jon became the king of the turf. For a hero, he is acting more like a scoundrel. Even though he is doing some good deeds here and there. Nurina said, was the other heroes like that? Not sure, they all had the same pattern of the hero thing, but it is not really our field of interest, go ask some historian. Nurina nodded and started thinking for a while. What about the heroes other than the Nrivaran and the hero of Kavake? How did they end up? Interesting question. Let's see. Many heroes had an unknown fate as they all disappeared as if Nirn itself swallowed them, the Vistage, Cyrus the Reguard, the Eternal Champion, the Apprentice of Battlespire, the Master Tunnel Rat, the hero of Dawnstar and the Soul of Conflict. These were the one that got confirmed as heroes who passed through the 9 stages and finished their labors. A/N, all heroes are from the Elder Scroll game series. That many? But, isn't there anything that states how these people lived after their labors? Not a single thing, I am afraid. Not even a single person came and claimed to be the descendant of any of those. If I were you, I wouldn't keep this to myself. Make the kid understand what kind of a situation he is in. Nurina fell silent but nodded in the end. Later on, Jon returned to Nurina and Alf accompanied by 2 dark elven women. They both looked like Alf. So, we have 4th generation disciple, haven't seen one in years. One of them spoke directly to Nurina. Yupse, did Jon cause any trouble? No, he is as polite as a little child. The other woman spoke while holding Jon's arms. Jon himself looked a bit awkward. So, have you seen the place? Yes, it is impressive beyond belief. The fungi growing everywhere and the Dunmary style is sure amazing. Good, I am glad you got along with Yupse and Bite too. Nurina made a relieved face. Well, he rather asked about something strange. Bite spoke. The Corpusarium. Yupse said. Alf and Nurina looked at Jon with wide eyes. How did you hear about that? Nurina asked. Are you kidding me? Those who know about Tel Fyr must know 3 things, Lord Fyr, the 4 daughters of Lord Fyr, and the Corpusarium. The Corpusarium is an underground series of caverns found beneath Tel Fyr. This was where citizens affected by Corpus can go to live with other similarly affected people to get treated by Devade Fyr back in 3E426. It also served as Devade Fyr's playground. Any 4,000 years old person A/N, needs verification if one was found will soon develop a hobby to pass their time with. Devade Fyr was a collector and he loved sport. Back then the Corpusarium was a dungeon where he hid some of his treasures. He then invited thieves from any place to come and plunder his dungeon, if they could of course. As one can expect, the corpusarium was filled deadly traps on the standards of a 4,000 years old mage, and no need to mention the ones afflicted with the corpus who were pretty much like those biohazardous zombies. Jon showed off his otherworldly knowledge that made the others shake their heads while sighing. I thought that place will forever be forgotten. Bite FYR said. Forgotten? Why? What happened to the place? Jon asked. After the events that followed the Corpus disease, the place was cleansed to continue and serve as Lord FYR's dungeon. Not a few years passed and the Red Year arrived. We had to clear the dungeon from the traps ourselves to provide the place for the refugees that sought shelter on the island, as it was protected by our magic. After that, Lord FYR tried to open the dungeon again, but Morrowind was pretty much recovering from the disaster of Vardenfell's eruption. Not long later, the Argonians invaded Morrowind and House Telvanni almost got annihilated, but most of the mage lords managed to survive. Tel FYR was normally not affected by most of these events, but from year to year, people forgot who is the lord of the place and some scum tried to take hold of the place. No need to mention what happened to them. Oh. I see. It indeed was a mess for House Telvanni during the last 200 years. It faced utter destruction and Jon was very well aware of the stories. He even knew something much better. The last living heir of House Telvanni lives and he is in Skyrim, but Jon had no interest in helping the Telvanni or that last heir. More to that, the Telvanni mage lords are still alive, and that includes Devate FYR and Nelith, who are both long-living monsters. Jon started talking with the FYR sister and showed them a lot of respect, as one of them was his grandmaster and the others were people on par with her. So, I have a question. He looked at Alf and she nodded. Back when you ambushed us, you used a silence spell to prevent me from using the Thursday Question is, how on Nirn can the connection between the astral form and the physical form be severed to this extent without killing me? Alf nodded. Good question. I am surprised that you noticed. Well, the answer is simple and quite boring. From the beginning, I knew which positions should I strike to cut the link that transfers the vital essence in and out of your astral body. Jon was surprised by the daring answer. Is Grandmaster trying to say that you have studied these positions that connect the physical and the astral bodies in the living mortals? Yes, they were an interesting subject. Did you try to study them? Yes, I tried hard. Up until now, I only found 10 of them and only 4 are related to the magic energy, while the rest were related to the life energy and some other form of energy I am not aware of. Not bad, but that's still too far from the actual number. Alf waved her hand and a book flew out of one shelf and clashed at Jon's chest. Study this. Jon held the book and opened the first page. It gave him that same feeling when Nurina gave Jon spell tomes for the first time. What is that about? Nurina asked Alf. It is a book that talks about a network of channels in the body through which heaven and earth energies flows. Just like blood vessels, but for energies instead of blood. Nurina nodded while learning new things herself. For a talented mage, she was never concerned with the training of her energy as it grew stronger with age and skill, unlike Jon, who had fetish on training anything that can be trained. These drawings. Jon noticed something about the book and pointed it out. What's with them? Aren't these the acupuncture points? To Jon's question, Alf was taken aback. Only the Sijiks of Artium call them that. How do you know about that? Jon clearly saw similar drawings in his past life, but he kept that to himself. I read a medicine book once that had a similar drawing and called them by that name. Nothing much. He managed to say that lie that wasn't completely a lie as coolly as possible to not draw much attention. However, in his mind, a storm was raging around. Words like spiritual roots, spirit core, spirit vessels, 8 extraordinary channels, 12 principal channels, the acupoints that connected them. Damn! This book is a treasure in my hands. This is like putting 2 jet engines on a dragon. His expressions were mixing between smiles and wonder and twitching from time to time. Yes, he is as creepy as us. Yupse Fyr said and giggled over the fact. Unlike Alf, who was mostly cold and not caring, Yupse was kind and easygoing. Bite, however, seemed to be cunning and crafty. Say, John, would you like to go into the Corpusarium and try your luck? Bite suggested in a low tone. Hey! Everyone in the room was taken aback. Can I? John asked and almost jumped up. No, it is dangerous. Nurina stood up. Don't worry, last time anyone had been there was a long time ago. Even Lord Fyr isn't expecting any challengers at all. You may take out something good while gaining a chance to pique the interest of Lord Fyr himself. He would be delighted if he finds out about the talent of his latest 4th generation. No, I don't appro. Nurina was about to break into a tantrum but she soon heard a voice in her head. Remember what we talked about earlier? You are protecting him way too much. That was Alf's voice in her head. You don't need to worry. You can have this scroll. If you ever face something you can't handle, the scroll will teleport you out to the Onyx Hall. Bite took out a scroll. It's just a small challenge, kid. Want to show us what you are made of? Alf challenged John. Well, if it was put that way, then I am in. Chapter 170, A Small Challenge, 2. Before I go into the dungeon, I asked the Grandmaster Alf about the place and its layout. I wasn't told much but it seems the place wasn't being maintained anyway. When I asked about the Corpus victims that were quarantined in the Corpusarium, I learned that those who were impossible to be cured were all put to a merciful death. Still, the one thing I was interested in the most was a certain man called Yagrum Bagarn, one of the inmates in the Corpusarium that appeared in the Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. Why did I ask about that person in particular? Well, here where things get interesting. Yagrum Bagarn is the last known living Dwemer. He was a good friend of Devate Fyr and a very powerful and ancient mage who oversees the Corpusarium. He was sick and his body got bloated from the effects of corpus disease so he could only move around with the help of a modified centurion spider's lower half. He wasn't only the last known dwarf, he is also the author of a famous book called Tamrielic Lore and before the disappearance of the dwarves, Bagarn was a master crafter in the service of the chief tonal architect, Lord Kagranak, the one that is most likely to be the main responsible for the disappearance of his own race. A/N, Yagrum Bagarn https://ib.co/h7p0m7c. The reason why Yagrum Bagarn survived the fate of the dwarves was that he was on a trip to an outer realm from Nirn when the accident happened and when he returned, he was all alone. This is one of the most heartbreaking stories as for when he returned and started looking for his people, he only got the corpus instead and lived in a prison-like body as he stated. When I asked the Fyr sisters about him, I was received with surprised faces as it seemed that the matter about him was kept a bit of a private matter in this household but I learned later on that Lord Devate Fyr had taken Yagrum Bagarn to an outer realm for the sake of healing and researching the disappearance of the dwarves. Lord Fyr didn't say anything about Yagrum to his daughters as he seemed to be a person who values the privacy of his friends. A/N, or rather, as an author of a fanfiction, I don't want to delve into some parts of the lore that I can't really research or explain. I hope the running and coming game series give us some proper answers in the future. As I took my safety measures, I readied myself to enter the Corpusarium. The entrance was just like how it was before in Morrowind the game, just in deepest part of the Onyx Hall. Bite unsealed the door for me and Yupse went to inform Lord Fyr that the dungeon was being challenged by a 4th generation disciple. She was sure he would be pleased and watch from his place. It was his hobby to watch people challenge his dungeon after all. I, on the other hand, got a bit nervous after learning that he would be watching. I had to do my bestest under his watchful eyes. But as Katatuskr, I had a lot of pride in my skills as a thief. I know some people in Riften who will haunt me if I showed a mediocre performance. With all that in mind, I took a strong breath and passed through the door. The Corpusarium. A massive series of caverns under Tel Fyr. The place was dark and was very damp. It seems some parts of the caves have been heavily damaged due to the events of the Red Year around 200 years ago, but it was all still in a good shape. Jon can go all out if he met any enemy without worrying about the structure above. The first thing that came to view was the large cave tunnel that had a crazy number of roots coming from above. Jon just took a few steps in and one of these roots suddenly attacked him. Calmly, Jon shaped his hand as a blade and used a weaker version of Thunder Cookie to retaliate at the rude root. Turned out it was not a root, but some sort of snake that liked to blend in with the roots to catch skeever and rats. Jon examined the rude snake and judged it as some sort of a creature that is native to Morrowind, which he didn't know much about as its scales felt like it was made of bone. The world is big. Jon threw the dead snake with no interest and spread his detection magic through every dangling root or anything that may be of threat. Sure enough, that wasn't the only snake, and it seemed to be that there is quite a lot of company here. Jon only needed to point his hand forward and shoot a series of lightning strikes which were being cast as fast as some machine gun shots. Soon after, some of the small pests around were burst into a nasty goo by the lightning, and the others realized Jon as a threat that can't be dealt with and escaped right away. Jon was acting as cool and dignified as possible in case he was being watched by some magical mine or anything. After he advanced forward while being wary of every step and every shadow, Jon felt some weird movements from the ground around him and halted his steps. He was still standing on his place on his toes when a strange hand came from the ground and tried to catch him. Jon nimbly jumped back and unleashed green madness aura to force the creature out. Strange enough, the creature wasn't affected by Jon's aura and moved in its own pace until it stood on the ground ahead of Jon. An ash spawn? What is one of those doing here? Jon recognized the creature right away as it was not from Morrowind, the game, but it was rather from Skyrim, the game, which he was rather more familiar with. It was introduced in the DLC expansion Dragonborn as humanoid creatures that looked like as if been made from earth or rather ash. It also had red eyes and veins all over its body. This was rather a unique ash creature as it appeared after the eruption of the Red Mountain Vardenfell and was only seen in Solstheim. Jon got confused for a second because there was no news about it being in Morrowind, but he decided to go with the kill now ask later strategy. The ash spawn was a flame-based creature, so it used it to attack and had immunity to it, so Jon was still mainly using lightning attacks. The creature was tough and resilient as it may contain minerals in its body, so taking it down was a headache with normal means. Jon used lightning attacks to disintegrate the joints of its body and ban it from moving or attacking with magic. Soon after, he finished clearing the place after killing a few of the ash spawns. He kept looking around the area and realized that there were strange stones hidden in the walls and the floor. He carefully dug out one and was immediately understood what is going on. Heartstones? So that is the reason. The heartstones are a mineral only found in Solstheim too. It carried some similar features to the ash spawns, like having the same origin, which was the Red Mountain, and the same looks as it was a stone with a hint of red glow all over it. So this is another one of Lord Fyr's trap. I see. He brought heartstones from Solstheim and planted them here and provided ash from the surroundings to create ash spawns. How cunning! If someone other than me who stupidly charged at the ash spawns with their resilient bodies or used flame magic at them, it wouldn't have ended well for them. There were indeed a lot of traps in the area, but it was easy to go past them if the person was on high alert, knowledgeable and resourceful. I cleared another ash spawn trap, then decided to use the spell that I later learned, the levitation spell. The reason why I didn't want to learn that spell was that how slow it is, and it was actually very banned around the Empire. The Imperial Legion considered it a very dangerous spell as it was not that hard to master. A nation like Morrowind gained its independence from the Empire by creating a legion of flying soldiers and obliterated the Imperial Legion. For that reason alone, like the Levitation Act was made, as humans themselves weren't that great at using levitation magic. I also didn't want anyone to learn that I use that spell, even though I can use the Flame Atronak Hawk spell. I know some people who might try to make problems for me if they know I can use it, so I kept it for later. Anyway, I have decided to learn it recently, and this is my first time to use it in action. It consumed a lot of magicka for sure, but I wasn't disadvantaged at all. I rose up in the air to avoid all the traps on the ground and eliminate traps without effort. I found some annoying ash hoppers and suicidal spiders that exploded at death, making toxic gases. The place was rather more annoying than dangerous, but I soon found a real monster to fight. In an area filled with moss and water, a scary reptilian creature jumped out of nowhere and opened wide its massive mouth to swallow me. I instantly teleported away while keeping myself in the air. After taking a better look at the thing that attacked me, I felt a sudden headache as soon as I confirmed its identity. It is a Kagouti. What is a Kagouti? Well, it's an ugly bipedal reptilian with no forelimbs. It is just 2 strong legs, a torso, and 1 scary head with 2 long tusks coming from it. A/N, a Kagouti https://ib.co/grt9xld. It is a fierce creature with high hostility and unending hunger. I can just teleport away, but I found a wooden box stuck to the wall on the other side of the area. It seemed I at least found something, but I have to defeat its guardian. Sigh. Very well, come at me, bro. Chapter 171, A Small Challenge Gone Big. Nurina's POV. We were waiting for Jon outside the entrance of the Corpusarium. He went in there an hour ago and it seemed that there is no problem so far. I don't know how exactly did he find out about the Corpusarium and all this knowledge about the mage crafter Yagram Bagarn, but it clearly had to do with his past life thing. To tell the truth, I wouldn't have believed it even if Jon tried to prove it before, but to think it was all true and his soul lived once in a faraway realm. From what he mentioned, that world is knowledgeable about ours and they view the chronicles of the Narration and the other heroes as tales of legends. And so, by using those memories of a past life, he had a great advantage in many things. Maybe it is the case with all the heroes, they get this push from the world to be the best versions of themselves, relying on whatever the world can provide. Still, Jon is a boy. He even died at a young age in his past life. He still isn't mature enough and makes me worry all the time. Stop sighing already, being a mother is this boring. Alf was as indifferent as ever towards my worry about the boy. It gets on my nerve, but I don't blame her. Being the firstborn clone to an ancient mage is tough and she had to face it all alone at first, unlike the sisters that came after her. This was part of the reason she is not so open to people. She, who is my master, is a very stern and strict teacher. She is also known to be the smartest and the strongest of the sisters, as she was the one to receive the education personally from Grandmaster Fyr. Even though we hated each other at first, I chose to be her student to prove myself against her. Bite, on the other hand, was the second sister and she knew her ways around Lord Fyr. She learned from Alf's mistakes and didn't annoy the Grandmaster or argue with him. She can cook and sing and do anything that makes Lord Fyr pleased. Just like Bite, Delt was a great help to Grandmaster Fyr. Delt is the 3rd daughter and she is absent at the moment. Haven't seen her in 40 years, but I am sure she is just the same. The kind and efficient person who solve all the problems and keep everything running. The youngest and the 4th sister is Yupse, the one I can get along with the most and the one who saved my life when I was a child. She is a person with a big heart and takes care of all who are around her. I was talking with the 3 present sisters who are my elders in a sort and was offered some sujama to calm down my nerves. The Corpusarium is my least favorite place in this house for many good reasons and I never wanted Jon to be down there, but who am I kidding? This kid is going to slay dragons or whatever, right? It has been years since we sat and had a talk like that. Yupse was the one who is enjoying the reunion from the heart. Alf only joined for the drinks and Bite is curious about Jon. So, how is our young hero doing? Bite asked. Go upstairs and ask Lord Fyr if you want. He almost fainted from happiness when he heard there is a new challenger and was about to add a few more special traps, barely stopped him. Yupse said something that made me go pale for a second. Well, this is my first time having a 4th generation disciple from my line, I wouldn't want the boy to die that quickly. Alf said. Tisk, how poisonous can you be, old hag? I said and was about to clash head to head with her. Now. Let's enjoy this and wait for Delt, and also we can hear about Jon. I want to ask some questions too. Bite stopped said to keep me and Alf from fighting. I took the chance to show off how awesome Jon is. I also included Alina to show off how talented the kids I bring up can be. I am the only third-generation disciple from the line of Devate Fyr's daughters, so having two talented fourth-generation like Jon and Alina was something I can brag about day long. Speaking of which, aren't there other fourth generations other than Jon and Alina? I asked about something that came to my mind. Yes, there is. Drela Indavel has established a magic school in High Rock and had some apprentices who are masters since long time ago. There should be fourth and even fifth generations by now. Yupse said. Drela Indavel is one of the greatest mages in the world and a known figure in the mage societies. She is Lord Fyr's brightest disciple and she is a really old archwizard. A/N, from SO Delt wanted to take an apprentice once but she couldn't stand how dumb people can be and gave up too early. Oh. Speaking of the devil. As Alf said that, the space around us distorted and another Dunmer female appeared in the room. You three lazy bums, didn't I say I would need a hot tub as soon as I teleport in? Nurina. Delt, who just teleported in the Onyx Hall, started cursing around. She seemed to be covered in some sort of a sticky substance. Long time, Delt. I said. Delt and I are always on the same page, and right away I conjured a hot water tub for her. Ah! Always the efficient one. I always knew you would be a great mother one day. Delt praised me like she always did. Tisk. You are the one who ruined her with all these motherly legends you tell her. And Alf was not happy about it as always. The story about me and Delt is a bit interesting when it comes to our relationship. Ever since my birth mother passed away during the events of the Red Year, Delt took the role of being a motherly figure to me as she herself was curious about the role and always wanted to know more about being and having a mother. Alf was mostly displeased about it because the mother and daughter play Delt and I were in and she always claimed that Delt was hindering my studies. To conclude it, my relationship with the Fyr sisters is unique. Alf was my childhood bully and later my master, Bite was the person I learned womanly things from, Delt was the motherly figure, and Yupse was the first person I had a crush on. Later on, I learned that Lord Fyr let me live in his tower and be the responsibility of the four daughters for the sake of making them come together and share a common interest. It was an experimental idea in the end and I was a bit offended at first but I owed them a lot so I didn't really try to think about it in the end. Delt joined the meeting and Yupse started telling her about what happened until the part when Jon entered the dungeon. He did what? Delt freaked out all of a sudden. Wait, what's wrong? He can't be in the dungeon. Not now, the place, it is not safe. Delt said in a tone that made me worried. It's okay, the kid can handle it anyway. Bite tried to assure her. No, you don't understand. There is something in the dungeon, I found it a few days ago and was planning to clear it by the night. Delt was a bit panicked when she tried to explain it. It seemed that some elites and Kago-Utis has found a way into the dungeon by the old cave on the Azura coast and colonized a swampy part of it. It is not a problem for Jon, you know, let alone an elite. A Kagouti will be a good challenge. I said as I didn't think it would be much of a challenge. I am not talking about a normal Kagouti here, there is an Alpha Bull Kagouti, and it is the mating season. Jon's POV I was acting as cool as possible while facing the Kagouti that appeared from the small swamp in the dungeon. I decided to use flame magic against the bloody thing. I used my fire magic skillfully the way Jonred had taught me and showed the ugly dinosaur who is boss. Still, it was too resilient. No matter how many burns the creature suffered, it was still agile and started roaring around as if it didn't receive any hit. Alexa? Is this thing going to last forever? Please cast scan, okay. I cast scan and the system started analyzing the data on its own. How is it? Analysis complete. Displaying data, race, Kagouti estimated states level, 28 HP, 64/416 SP, 21/264 MP, 36 weakness, lightning. Oh. Seems good. It seemed to be vulnerable to lightning. Fine, that's my strong point. I looked around and evoked sparks, the channeling spell of beginners, and aimed at the water of the swamp the Kagouti was standing in. I didn't forget to float above the water, of course. Lightning and water is the worst combination for many reasons, and as soon as the spell struck, the Kagouti started shivering and its HP stating going down. Haha. Look at that, you should know who is boss now. I increased the output of my spell and the Kagouti was already at its limit when something very unpleasant happened. Roars, similar to that of the Kagouti ahead of me, sounded from around the place. The small swamp started moving and a lot of silhouettes appeared. These are... Fuck me. Of course, a lot of Kagoutis appeared from all around the place. Even the tunnels surrounding the area stated, showing some similar reactions on my scan. Where the fuck did all of those come from? I was a bit taken aback, but I was making preparation for a big spell this time. Still, a presence among the Kagoutis made me feel a bit threatened. I looked around and focused my vision on the place tunnel it was coming from, and... Fuck you, guys. This is not legal. Against the rules. No one said anything about a bloody T-Rex. Ruoaoaoaoar, fuck you. I am out of here. Chapter 172, Jon vs the Kardashians. 'Cause why not? This is against the rules. No one said anything about a bloody T-Rex. Ruoaoaoaoar, I just saw a very unpleasant thing, apart from the tens of the Kagoutis that appeared after I recklessly electrocuted the water. A very big Kagouti with red scales and glowing eyes came from one tunnel and roared at me. The large Kagouti was almost 5 meters big, which is 2 times larger than the average Kagouti. One can compare it to a T-Rex because of the size of its mean-looking head and its sharp fangs and big tusks. Alexa. What is that? Race, Bull Kagouti estimated states level, 50 HP, 880 SP, 632 MP, 40 weakness, lightning. Fuck you. I am out of here. The best option right now is to run. I turned around and just like that, I started running with my all. What about the chest in the wall, you ask? Well, I think my life is more important right now. Even though I was surrounded, it was easy to break free with my speed. The idea of facing all that number myself is not that appealing at the moment. I picked a tunnel that seemed to be empty and started running. Of course, my new Kagouti friends wouldn't want to part from me too soon and started giving a chase. Quar roar faa, the damn things made all kinds of noise when they ran. The scariest thing was the bull Kagouti that broke all the lines and started chasing me ahead of its pack vigorously. Go away. Roaoaoar, no, I am not food, you dumb idiot. Roaar, I said not food, damn it. Fine. Take this. The bull Kagouti was drooling and roaring while it was running an annoyed oblivion out of me. The only way to retaliate to it is by laying traps. And what better trap than the lightning rune? I started carpeting the way behind me with a lot of lightning rune marks appeared with a glow behind me. Once the bull Kagouti stepped on one of them, lightning exploded from the rune with a strong sound, but it was still okay and not even scratched. Damn! What is wrong with that thing? I only had to run and spam runes everywhere from this point on. Luckily, the other Kagoutis weren't as resilient as the big ones, so they got affected by the magic. It wasn't much longer until I started running out of escape routes and really was considering using the scroll that teleports me out of the dungeon, but I would be very ashamed if something like that happened. It was then when the system gave me a thin glimpse of hope. Analysis detected a weakness. Fuck yet. Show me, show me, show me. All Kagouti creatures possess a bad eyesight, especially in dark spaces. They mostly rely on their keen hearing sense and their ability of vocal communication. Bad eyesight? A keen sense of hearing. I see. With that in mind, I think I can already deal with whatever that is. Jon was running out options, but it was time to get serious. Alexa, play me some music. Jon gave the order as he started casting mage stereo orbs all over the place, and it was all linked to the system. Confirmed, bitch lasagna, PewDiePie p hell yet. Let's jump into this. The mage stereo orbs started playing the song as hard as it could, and Jon observed the changes happening in the surroundings. Sure enough, the Kago UTIs started running into the walls. Jon laughed and cast Muffle on himself, then started going the other way, but he suddenly saw two glowing red eyes glaring at him. Alexa. That last thing you discovered, is it applied on the Bull Kagouti too? Negative, fuck you. Ruoaar, not you, shit. The Bull Kagouti seemed to have no problems with its eyesight. Jon realized the fact, but the Bull Kagouti started attacking. Swoosh chomp! The Bull Kagouti attacked Jon with a swing of its large tusks and then tried to bite Jon, who evaded skillfully. Jon managed to jump away and released his aura and cast Energize and Hasten on himself. His speed reached its peak and the true clash between the Bull Kagouti and Jon began. Jon chose to widen the battle area to fight with ease, but the tunnel he was in was filled with Kago UTIs that were chasing the stereo orbs. Jon thought of something funny and manipulated the orbs towards the Bull Kagouti. The orbs wouldn't work against such a creature, but when it was about to charge at Jon, what faced its charge was its kin. The other Kago UTIs mindlessly charged at the Bull Kagouti and blocked its charge completely, resulting a massive traffic jam in the tunnel. Sorry, mate. Next time, don't bring your kids to a fight. Jon was in a good mood and kicked a Kagouti that was lying on the ground towards the Bull Kagouti that was standing up. With no mercy towards its kin, the Bull Kagouti received the flying Kagouti with its head and bashed it away. Bastard! That was Sally, your niece. *Ruoaar. You evil bastard! Don't disown your family members that fast. Here, take those three. Kim, Chloe, and Courtney. Jon kicked three more Kago UTIs towards the Bull Kagouti. Roar! The Bull Kagouti was annoyed and roared, then head-butted Chloe and Courtney away, then hit Kim with its tail back at Jon. Damn, you are learning. But Jon was surprised when Kim was kicked back at him, but he performed a matrix dodge and Kim flew over him. Can you do this? Hey? I don't think so. During the matrix dodge, the Bull Kagouti took the chance when Jon wasn't watching and charged at him. Jon realized it, but it wasn't too late. He didn't even run to the side but charged head-on and slid on the ground, bypassing the Bull Kagouti by going from between its large legs. Jon, who was sliding and the scene was moving in slow motion, saw something above him that made him cringe hard to the point that he missed the time to jump away. Still, he managed to roll away and stood up, trying to possess what he saw. Damn! You are not a man, you bastard! I thought you were the alpha male of this pack. Roar, Alexa! What is going on here? Kagouti usually live alone or in small groups. They gather in larger groups only for mating seasons. At these times the females can be observed as the dominant sex. They might even sometimes attack the males. Jon couldn't help but cringe. This world needs to be burnt to hell before any feminist arrives. Sigh. Fine, from now on, I'll call you Caitlin. Caitlin didn't seem to be happy about the name and charged at Jon once again. Huff huff. How long has it been? Jon said as he was huffing and facing Caitlin, who didn't look well either. 1 hour 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Damn. This thing is insane. Jon was battling the Bull Kagouti for the past hour and 12 minutes and both started to get tired and bored. The system stated that the Kagouti were weak to lightning magic, so Jon did his best to fight that thing with lightning, but it still was a bit hard to penetrate all the thick scales of that creature. Jon checked the states of Caitlin and it seemed that the damn thing was really having a hard time keeping up, but the problem was its stamina regeneration that was really exceptional. Luckily, with time and a lot of effort, its stamina started to regenerate slower and slower. Jon checked his states too: name, Jon, race, human, Nord, estimated states level, 35 HP, 125/390 SP, 112/310 MP, 268/954. That's it. Hey? I still have some magicka to spare. Flash bang! Jon set the next curse of action and cast a spell right in front of the bull Kagouti. Once it landed, a bright blinding light exploded with a strong and annoying sound wave. Jon has already covered his eyes and ears to avoid the spell's annoying effect. Caitlin, however, took all the damage and groaned with a roar. Hee hee. Sorry about that, but this is the end. Jon used the chance to cast the final spell. It would take a bit of time, but the spell was already powerful enough. Now, go to hell. Oh she! Jon, who was about to achieve victory with his trump card spell, was astonished when he saw the bull Kagouti pull itself out of the flashbang's effect and charge madly at him. It was a desperate attack, as the bull Kagouti seemed to have been really blinded by the flashbang. Jon tried to cast his spell a bit faster, but there was no way. He tried hard to do so, but the bull Kagouti was here first. Its sharp tusks were already piercing through the air, targeting Jon's head. Fuck! The spell was interrupted and Jon had to block the bull Kagouti with his body. He had no chance but to dismiss the spell and hold onto the two big tusks that were aiming at him. Roar! The bull Kagouti realized it has hit something, and as its vision became clearer, it saw Jon, who was pushing against it with his body while holding its tusk. Jon's state was worsening as his interrupted spell's magicka got backfired at him and he spat a mouthful of blood just like that. The bull Kagouti took the chance to push with all its might, but Jon was not that easy to be pushed even by a giant creature like itself. Jon's legs were stuck into the ground while it was trying to resist the bull Kagouti that was giving all its weight in the push. Roar! No, you won't, Caitlin. With its mouth free, Caitlin started roaring at Jon, who was right in front of its face. It had no forelimbs to attack Jon with, which made Jon very thankful, but he was being pushed back towards a dead end at an alarming rate. Roar! You mouth stinks, damn it, hey! Jon had a sudden enlightenment and looked right at Caitlin. Roar one more time, please. Ruoaa, fuss ro da. Puchy! A massive flesh explosion happened in front of Jon and blood dyed the surrounding area. Damn! Jon couldn't believe what happened in front of him. The massive Kagouti got the unrelenting force shout through its throat, and a large part behind the neck area exploded and got separated the head from the body. Jon was just standing there and holding the mean-looking big head from the tusks and really felt uncomfortable. He threw it away and sat on his butt. This was hard. Jon didn't want to do anything anymore and just wanted to rest. From the very beginning, he didn't try to use the Thursday looking at how destructive and cheaty it is. But in the end, he had to use it in a life or death situation. Phew! I guess I should go back and roar, kwar, or not. Jon looked around him and saw two more Kagoutis. I suppose you must be Kylie and Kendall. Roar! Just give me a break. Damn it! Jon jumped up and looked around him for a place to run away. Unfortunately, it was a dead end and the only way out is through. Some more presences started appearing on Jon's scan and he caught a sudden headache. It seemed that there is no way but to leave the dungeon empty-handed. While he was looking around, he saw a wide enough pipe hole in the cave's wall. Sigh. I guess there is only one option. Let's jump into it. Chapter 173, A Brief Rest In. This is a lore chapter. And something I wrote because I was in a good mood. The reason I crammed it here was that I really missed the timing when I should have written all that, and it is really related to the plot. Also think of it as a filler chapter if you don't like lore stuff. It wasn't that easy to go through the pipe, but I managed in the end, barely. Was it fun? No, I had to fight a feminist of a monster and run away through a bit like a skeever. Nothing fun about that. I am even more depressed about not finding a treasure so far. I mean, half a day has passed already. Through the pipe, I couldn't directly see the end, but I managed to tell from the echo that the exit was not far. The crawling continued and I took a small rests from time to time, but I really hated tight places. I could barely breathe in such spaces, especially after my body became larger. I don't hate it, but I think my future as a thief got a bad blow after my body became this large. The largest build in the guild back then belonged to Brynjolf, but he was one of the top members due to his charismatic nature, connections, and his way with words. Anyway, I barely could see the light at the other end of the pipeway. I also heard some strange noises that I didn't really recognize. As I almost reached the end, I found it too tight to look around as it seemed that the pipe was broken and then blocked. The place that I could see the light from could barely pass someone with a small build, not a large goon like me. Damn it all! I can't even turn around in this tight PLA, oh. I totally forgot that I can teleport, sorry. Still, I needed to see where my destination at least, if only I can mark the space like Nurina, it would have been much easier to teleport around. Marking and detecting the space are the next level techniques I haven't comprehended yet. All I could do now is to wait patiently and circulate my inner magicka to absorb the outside magicka faster. Marking and detecting the space are really some absurd techniques. Reality takes form in the space, but both the terms are a bit hard to feel in a material form. As one knows, this world has a lot of realms that got created in the void by the breath of Kynareth during the trickery of Lorkhan. To understand the space law of the world, one must understand how this space was formed and how it came to be. To a person who came from another world like me, I have a better understanding of the universe more than any ordinary mortal. But to gain an enlightenment about this world's origin, one must delve deep into the lore and the religious texts that sadly got falsified through the ages by people with agendas like the Altmer, who see Lorkhan as an evil demon while the humans see him as the Father God. First and foremost, I am not a believer in the being known as the Etiada as gods. The Etiada means the original spirits that has a lot of power. They are the eldest of all races and by far the strongest and the most mysterious. This belief is also the same belief that the dwarves of old believe in, as they saw the Etiada or the so-called gods as rivals and didn't really worship anything. I also believe that a great person like Great Grandmaster Devate Fyr also shares the same belief. He once has aided his friend, the living god Suthasil, in his fight against the Daedric prince Nocturnal to defend Clockwork City, the realm of Suthasil. So, to summarize it, I acknowledge the existence and the power of the race called the original spirits or the Etiada, but I don't see them as gods. I know that they like to protect certain groups of mortals that seek gain of them depending on their wishes and moods, and they also can gift powers and treasures as well as some strong buffs known as the blessings, but I don't view it in a divine way. My view of God is something personal and I keep it to myself. Still, that doesn't mean I have any hate or discrimination against the original spirits. I don't have a lot of understanding about them, but I know how benevolent and malevolent they can be. They are not to be trifled with at all costs, but gaining their favor is not so bad. Why do I have to mention the original spirits when I was talking about space? Well, this is about the very existence of the world itself, and as the creator of the world, they are part of it, or it's part of them. I am not really sure which one is the part of the other, but my bro the Augur once told me that there is a theory that these original spirits are all part of a one greater being scholars refers to as the world, which is the combined unity of the wills of all the original spirits, which makes it the set of rules that manages the world. So it is safe to say that the whole thing is too damn complicated. So, until my magicka pool is refilled, let's begin with how did it all start according to the only source we had, the Aldmeri texts, which are known as the events of the Dawn Era. Written by the damn high elves who hate Lorkhan to the marrow. Dawn Era is the Age of Gods, Merithic Era is the turning point of the Age of Gods and mortals right before the whole race gather on Tamriel. The first, second, third and the current fourth eras are the Age of Mortals. First, there was nothingness, only a chaotic state of non-existence, from which arose two different and similar beings. They are known as Anu and Paydome. Anu, also known as Anu the Everything, who personifies order, stasis, and light. Paydome, also known as PSJJJJ, who personifies chaos and change. PSJJJJ is purposefully unpronounceable. These two are counterparts, equal and opposite. Being opposite, they have clashed, and being equal, no one could win. After gaining no result of the pointless struggle, the two started to reflect and learn until the two gained an enlightenment, created souls for themselves. The soul of Anu became Anu-El, the personification of the everlasting light and the soul of everything, while the soul of Padome became Sithis, the personification of nothingness and the void. And just like Anu and Padome, Anu-El and Sithis are equal and opposite. One thing must be noted, that these four lack any sort of personality and can't be considered gods. They are just wills or natural forces, even though Sithis sometimes is called the Dread Father and has some cults that worship him like the Dark Brotherhood. As two opposite souls, Anu-El and Sithis reached an understanding and created something called the Orbis, which is a fancy word for the universe to set some rules. No one can tell if the universe they created was intended to be created, but that's how things went onward. The Orbis or the universe was in a chaotic state of changing ever since it was created by Anu-El and Sithis. Being the soul of chaos and Chang, Sithis was okay with it, but Auriel, who is the opposite of Sithis, was not. In order to reach order and status, Anu-El created Auriel, later known as Akatosh, the chief god and the dragon god of time. Auriel implemented the time in the Orbis, universe, and through that came forth a state of order and other spirits started to appear. These were the ones known as the Etiada or the original spirits. The original spirits, as well as their eldest brother Auriel, decided to stay in this universe and created some realms and many worlds for themselves to be their homes. These places were all summed up Aetherius, which is the representation of heaven created by the benevolent Etiada known as Dre, and Oblivion, which is the representation of hell created by the malevolent Etiada known as the Daedric princes. The one who became angry about this state of order was Sithis, the counterpart of Anu-El, creator of Auriel, who made this mess in Sithis' beloved chaotic Orbis, universe. Something had to be done, and Sithis created itself a soul just like Anu-El, and lo and behold, here comes the big boss Lorcan. The intentions of creating Lorcan were clear, undoing what Auriel has done. Lorcan was at this point another original spirit, but his only difference was to spread chaos in the orderly universe of Auriel. Thus began Lorcan's plan. Now, here is my theory on what happened from the point where Lorcan started doing Sithis' dirty work. It is not known what was in Lorcan's mind at this time, but one can easily tell that the original spirits are more similar to mortal rather than forces like the ancient four souls, as the first thing they did after coming to being was to settle. If my theory here is correct, then at the time Lorcan approached the other original spirits, he liked the idea of existing and having some beings similar to himself. Just like a lonely kid who just came out of a dark room and found himself in a playground full of other kids, no matter what kind of a master plan or an agenda he had, it all will have to wait aside until he plays around with the other kids. Lorcan also must have realized that he will cease to exist when his purpose is over. More to that, Lorcan must have met Kynareth, the beautiful goddess of wind. One can easily tell what happened. Continuing my theory, Lorcan was having an inner conflict in which he had to choose between sacrificing his new friends for the orders of Sithis, which he clearly couldn't go against, or defy Sithis, which was impossible as there should have been a consequence. From this point onward, Lorcan must have confessed to Kynareth about the situation he is in and asked her to help him in the daring plan he is about to do. It was clear that Kynareth joined forces with her beloved Lorcan in order to find the hole in Sithis' orders and execute a plan where Lorcan and her, as well as all her Etiada brothers and sisters all, survive. Now, here where my theory ends and we return back to the myth of the Dawn era. Lorcan's plan was indeed cunning, which could protect himself and the others from the influence of Sithis and at the same time is a getaway ticket. You see, the Etiada weren't really that happy about the planes of existence they were assigned to in Aetherius, just like little kids who just got new toys ask for the bigger one. Lorcan used this childish behavior against them and made a grand suggestion. Why don't we all create a bigger plane of existence for all of us to have fun in and fill it with all of our creations and wonders? It sounded like a peaceful and friendly family project to create something fun together, which is much better than their dull old planes. The first to agree was Kynareth, and even Auriel, the eldest brother of the whole bunch, was very convinced that's a very great idea, and the whole bunch agreed to call it Mundus, the mortal plane, a place out of Aetherius and Oblivion and also far from Sithis' and Anu-El's direct influence. It is to be noted that some Etiada refused to take part in the new play and kept for themselves. The rest of the merry bunch departed from Aetherius down through oblivion and reached its edges to the place where only void existed. To be continued. Chapter 174, Gaining Enlightenment. And, if you didn't, I suggest reading the previous chapter carefully. The rest of the merry Eta bunch departed from Aetherius down through oblivion and reached its edges to the place where only void existed. From this point, and in order to create Mundus the mortal plane, the Eta had to use their powers, but there was one thing to be noted. The Eta were indeed the descendants of the four forces. They were opposite to Lorcan, but they all, including Lorcan, were not infinite, unlike the four forces, which means in order to create something, they had to give up some of their powers, which means some of themselves. Lorcan knew about that from the start, but he kept it for himself and probably only told Kynareth. And clearly, the first one to act was Kynareth. She, as the Lady of Wind, breathed into the void and laid the foundations to Mundus. After her came the rest of the Eta, and they all put their power into Mundus and started creating. Between them were Auriel, the eldest Eta, and Magnus, the architecture of Mundus. After creating Mundus and its center planet Nirn, the Eta realized what has happened. Lorcan's plan was to make a cage called Mundus to imprison them in, and by it, he can both fulfill Sithes's wish and saves himself and the others, but by doing so, it was clear that the Eta were going to lose their powers and fall from divinity. Some Eta who still had enough power managed to use it and followed the lead of the architecture of Mundus, Magnus, and tore holes in the existence all the way through oblivion up to Aetherius. This caused the sun to appear from the place where Magnus used to escape, and also caused the stars to appear from the place where the other Eta used to escape. This faction of Eta came to be known as the Magnagi, which means the children of Magnus. These sun and stars are what links the mortal world Mundus to the higher planes of Aetherius, and from which Magica flows into our world. During the process of creating Mundus, the Eta that disagreed with Lorcan's plan and remained away watched the whole thing unfold. They had their own plans and created their personal planes too in oblivion. These Eta later came to be known as the Didra or the Didric princes. After this point, some may think that there is one more group of Eta left, but they are actually two, and that's how things got interesting due to the development of my theory. Now, as Magnus took most of the Eta away and escaped, some remained. Those who remained were the ones who couldn't depart Mundus due to how much power they used or due to their weak nature, and the other group is the remaining powerful gods who cared for their weakened brothers and probably refused to leave without them. The most noted remaining powerful Eta were Auriel, aka Akatosh, Arke, Dibella, Julianos, Mara, Stendar, Zenithar, Kynareth. Lorcan was considered a traitor in the eyes of those Eta and was to be punished. His punishment was decided in the adamantine tower that was built by Auriel in Iliac Bay. I am still not sure about Kynareth's standing in this meeting though. By that time, most of the remaining weakened Eta lost their power and fell from divinity, become the first ever mortal race known as the El-No-Fae. The El-No-Fae started taking sides between Lorcan and the rest of the Eta. Due to that, a war started between Lorcan and the other Eta led by Auriel. During that time, the El-No-Fae of Auriel became the elves and the El-No-Fae of Lorcan became the humans. The humans were greater in number and Lorcan's forces pushed Auriel and his elves out of Tamriel. As Auriel retreated out of Tamriel, he found other smaller continents like Atmora and Aldmaris to regroup with the other Eta and elves and rebuild power. Also at that time, Auriel pled Anu to return them back, but Anu refused as it has already filled their places with new Eta, which meant that they are all stranded on Mundus. Anuiel took pity on his firstborn Auriel and decided to grant him two powerful artifacts, which are the famed bow and the shield of Auriel, to save the early elves from the hordes of men under Lorcan, and thus the elves started returning back to Tamriel seeking Lorcan's life. The two powers clashed once again and Tamriel was devastated in the fight. Time and space were torn apart and the Eta fought like no tomorrow. In the end, the strongest knight under Auriel, who was known as Trin Imac, the warrior elven god, killed Lorcan in front of his army and tore his heart from its body. The intention was to destroy the heart of Lorcan, which was his divine center, and by doing so, it would mean that any kind of Lorcan's aspects would cease to exist. But when Trinimac and Oriel tried to destroy the heart of Lorcan, the heart itself laughed at them. It said, "This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other," which probably meant that the moment the heart gets shattered, Mundus itself will return to the void, or some unwanted variant of an apocalypse may befall. Oriel could only fasten the heart of Lorcan to an arrow and let it fly long into the sea, where no aspect of the new world may ever find it. Ironically, the heart that landed in the sea created a large volcano around itself, and thus the volcanic island of Vardenfell came to existence. It was said that a strange phenomenon happened that day when Lorcan's heart was torn. It was the day when the sky rained for the first time. This was later understood as the tears of the sky goddess Kynareth crying over Lorcan's demise. With that, the early Atmorans recognized the dew as Shor, the father of men that got killed by the tyranny of the Aldmer, and Kyn, the mother of men and the warrior widow of Shor. As the war was over, it was the time of men to retreat from Tamriel. Some went to Atmora and some went to Yakuta, while it is rumored that some stayed under the rule of elves, but those who departed were never heard of again until a long time later. What followed after was the retreating of all the remaining 8 Eta and the forming of their own plane in the space of Mundus around Nirn, thus becoming the planets that can be seen in the night sky and got worshipped as the current Daedra. Lorcan's body and divinity also did the same, thus becoming the 2 moons around Nirn known as Masser and Secunda. This was part of his punishment, as he was to watch his beloved Nirn from banishment with very little ability to have a say in anything. He is not a Daedra or a Magna Ge, but he was close to the Dra, yet he was not one of them. He is a unique existence on his own. Note that Dra is an elven word, means ancestors, and its opposite is Daedra, which means not ancestors, as they are not a part of the creation of Mundus. Finally, the world gets stabilized and magic mortals start to come in touch with magic, thus marking the end of the Dawn Era, the Age of Gods, and the time of creation. This is how the world came to be and how the laws of existence were put, including the space that I was trying to comprehend by going through that story. And you have done a job well done, though. Congratulations! Oh! Thank you, Mr. Peeping Tom. Me? A Peeping Tom? Don't fret over it. You have been called worse. Can't argue with that. So, what brings a shady person like you out of all times? Well, it looked like you could use a hand, and your thoughts were a bit loud. Sorry for waking you up, princess. Is that all? Phew. I think if I were you, I would pick the cube. Shadow said and disappeared. This annoying fellow is still hanging around for some reason. Seems like he has more freedom than what I already thought of. I mean, wasn't my mind realm enough already? Sigh. There is no point thinking about it now. I have much more important matters to attend to. I had to check my status once again and managed to heal some wounds, then I was good to go. Okay, let's try that new trick. I spread my detection as far as I could and managed to get some sense of the area around me. The place above and beneath me felt like some sort of mazes, but I finally started to understand what I should do. My detection retreated to the point around my skin, then once again started to expand very slowly. It was not just slow, it was difficult to control and highly consumed magicka. My brain was about to get fried from the amount of the information I started receiving. The difference between my regular detection technique and this newly developed one is cast. The regular one was fast and efficient. I could reach hundreds of meters with it without having to worry about overloading my brain with information, as it was really simple. It was like seeing a ghost of the person behind the wall. But this newly developed technique is totally different. It doesn't just let me tell what is behind the wall, it made me see it. Like literally see it. This is the famed forbidden technique, the third eye or eye of the mind. It can make me see through anything without aiming my vision anywhere. I am currently closing my 2 eyes, but I am receiving a much better vision, as if I can see everything around me all at once and in full HD too. This technique was forbidden because most of those who forcefully used it without training went blind. My current goal was to escape this pipe, and I finally managed to see beyond it. This is a true form of vision that can let me use the spell teleport without having to have an eye contact with the target location. I was finally able to see through space. How wondrous! With a whim, I was teleported to the place beneath the pipe I was in. Strangely, it was like a well-lit place. This is a Dwemer ruin. This was beyond what I expected. I mean, I already have seen part of the place, but I never expected it would be a Dwemer ruin. What the hell does a Dwemer ruin doing Undertale FYR? This is a strange place for a Dwemer ruin to be. It is true that the dwarves like to build their cities in mountains and undergrounds, but not exactly under an island. But I guess that Great Grandmaster has already claimed this area as part of his dungeon. Still, this is officially my first time in a Dwemer ruin, which is 100 times more amazing than what I expected. The first thing I checked was the walls, the ground, and the surrounding area. As expected. The reputation of the Dwemer stones is beyond the understanding of us normal people. The technique that the stones were carved with and put together to build this wondrous underground place was beyond any technology this world can offer. Even in my past life, such fine well-cut stones with this strength were crazy rare, and for it to be preserved after thousands of years from the disappearance of the dwarves without maintenance is still mind-blowing. Put the stones aside, the dwarven metal in the surroundings that decorated the walls is still as shiny as ever. Not even a single sign of rust. Heavy, strong, durable, and highly compatible with magic. Everything Dwemer is associated with perfectness and brilliance. Ahem. I let my inner mad scientist go on a rampage just now. I really need to hold it a bit. Calm down. Phew. I checked the surroundings again and checked the place with lust one last time. The grey stony walls and the shining bronze-colored dwarven metal were just as sexy as Ilishka in my eyes. Damn it, stop. I am a normal person. Not some freak. Oh my gosh. Is that a dwarven spider worker? I realized that at that time, I was really like a girl in an empty mall during a Black Friday, and I was experiencing the climax of not knowing what to pick or do among all the amazing stuff around. So let's skip the part where I started playing with the dwarven spider worker that turned hostile until I had to immobilize it to study it later on. Dwarven spiders served as repair drones, keeping the massive machines in working condition, even long after their Dwemer masters had vanished, which might explain why the machinery in Dwemer ruins still remains functional. A pic https://ib.co/wgjnhj7. That time, I swore to have my own dwarven ruin just like Lord Devate FYR. Come to think of it, wasn't that the reason why I am taking over Winterhold in the first place? Anyway, I arrived at a room at the end of the hall I was in and could feel some movements from the inside of it. From what I could see, something was being protected in that place. I guess I can finally get to work. Chapter 175, The Deadliest Hopscotch Game Ever. 1. Jon arrived at a large room with a lot of movement that could be felt inside. Spreading his detection across the room, he could clearly feel the movement in it. It was his first time to feel movement with no aura of life with it, which made him come to the conclusion that the source of the movement is some dwarven animunculi. These things are some automatons constructed by the Dwemer to serve and guard their homes and cities. The problem when it comes to detecting the Dwemer animunculi is that they are metallic objects with no organic components at all. This makes them the complete opposite of the living creature and even the undead, who are not that hard to detect. It also means that if a Dwemer animunculi was designed to be hidden, then there is no way to discover where it was hidden. In the end, a moving Dwemer animunculi is easy to spot. Still, it doesn't mean that they are easy to kill. These things were constructed, which means they can't have a weakness like being stabbed from a point blank or anything like that. Fighting them from the back won't be different than fighting them from the front, but it means you can only give the first strike. All in all, Dwemer animunculi are a serious pain in the ass and should be avoided rather than faced idiotically. Jon knew all that and he no problem with it at all. Now, let's see what we have here. The room seems to be 100 meters long and 40 meters wide. Some platforms, 8 dormant dwarven centurions, so better not to wake them up. a total of 50 moving objects which are too small and moving with a lot of sounds, they should be Dwemer spiders, and finally we have a total of 12 pipes in the walls, if I am not mistaken, these kinds of pipes is the one that the Dwemer spheres. Not sure how many spheres in each pipe, but I read that they can store up to 5. The worst case scenario is 8 Dwemer centurions, 50 Dwemer spiders and 60 Dwemer sphere. Damn! Jon started counting the ins and outs and how much can he bypass, also he had to look for the traps and their triggers. This room was an open buffet of death traps and Dwemer animunculi. He had to be the best version of the infamous Catatusk if he wanted to get this right. Phew, I can see it now. That cube. Jon also found the cube that Shadow mentioned. It was on a stone table in the deepest part of the room and was protected by 3 dormant dwarven centurions alone. For someone like Shadow to go out of his way and recommend something like that for Jon. It seemed that there is something very special about that cube. The cube was simply a Dwemer puzzle cube, or that's what it looked like. Dwemer cubes can do absurd things. One of them was obtained in the game and it contained some data to make a bigger machine work, just like a hard drive with a passcode. These things contain a lot of mystery and wonders, so Jon didn't question Shadow's advice too much. On the other platforms, Jon could see a lot of shiny stuff. Swords that were giving off light, staves with powerful auras, a strange weapon that Jon had a hard boner once he saw it, a Dwemer gauntlet that almost made Jon's eyes pop out from the shock. The hell did I just arrive into? Don't tell me that Lord Fyrs has his own copies of the lusty Argonian maid hidden here too. It was a place of many shiny stuff indeed. Jon retreated a few steps and hid behind a pillar, then started to prepare. He had a small bag with him that contained some of the necessary thief tools he needs. He then took out a potion and drank it. This is something he used to brew and drink during the old days in Riften. He liked to call it the adrenaline potion, but it was just a regular drug. Once all was ready, Jon stretched his body left and right, up and down until he felt like to go for it. The room felt like it had 3 different sections, each section had a certain quality of treasures on its walls. Jon was aiming for the last section of the room. The first section was 20 meters long and it felt like its floor was filled with random mechanical traps. Let alone getting hit by a trap, the idea of activating one meant triggering all the dormant guardians. The guardians in the first section were dwarven spiders. They are small, arachnid-like animunculi, and are very common in Dwemer ruins. They can often be found working on rocks or other objects. They can attack intruders using blasts of lightning, or by emitting poisonous gases from a bag. Jon calculated the location of the hidden dwarven spiders and cast Muffle to hide his sounds, Invisibility to hide his image, Hasten to buff his speed, and Levitation to float in the air. He then started to float into the room slowly. However, once he passed the door, the levitation spell was cancelled. Jon, who was mid-air, fell on his feet, but luckily, no sound came out. His heart almost jumped from its place and he looked around frantically. He then came to a realization. A no-fly zone. As expected of Lord Fyr. Still, I should have brought a change with me. Jon was intending to pass through the first section of the room while floating, but it didn't seem to be working. He then had another idea and tried to teleport himself outside the room. As expected. Teleportation doesn't work too. Which means if I wanted to use the scroll to exit the dungeon, I need to run outside the room first. It was annoying, but Jon understood the rules of the game. He remembered the saying of Lord Fyr in TES3, Morrowind, when he said that he likes sport and his favorite sport is to watch people sneak into his dungeon. This must be the most favorite round of Lord Fyr. As you wish, Great Grandmaster. I will entertain you to the best of my ability. Jon whispered those words in a low tone. Not far from what he is, a dark elven man with white hair was sitting and nodding with a smile. Behind him were 5 dark elven women, 4 of them looked like him and the last one was Nurina. They all looked at a screen like a mist that reflected the image of the room Jon was in. Back to Jon, he looked up and down, left and right to see if there is anything that he may use to pass the first section unscathed. The only clue he found was that every tile of the floor was a pressure plate and all had footmarks and numbers. Jon looked closely, then opened his eyes wide from what he realized. Fuck! Is this a master-level hopscotch? He was right. The numbers and the footmarks on the tiles meant that it was a hopscotch game. The lane of tiles even had branches for those who wanted to pick a treasure from the first section of the room. Hopscotch is a popular children's playground game in which players toss a small object into numbered triangles or a pattern of rectangles outlined on the ground and then hop or jump through the spaces to retrieve the object. This game, however, had no object to toss, it had a treasure to retrieve, and a failure probably means death. The footmarks meant that it only can fit the foot of an adult, which means boots were very dangerous in such a game. Jon took off his boots right away. The first tile required the left foot, so did the second and the third all the way to the 9th. Jon could only do so and jumped on the first. Phew, nothing happened. Jon was feeling better when he didn't mess this one up. Each tile was 1 meter in length, so it wasn't that hard to jump from a center to the other, except it needed a certain accuracy. As Jon was a tall person, he wasn't really disadvantaged in this trail at all. He started hopping all the way to the 9th tile. The 10th hop was to be done on 2 tiles with 2 feet. Once Jon tired it, he almost felt that he was about to screw it up if a foot landed before the other. With all the strength that he could muster, he managed to land with the 2 feet at the same time. Fuck, a scale. The 10th tiles were connected like a scale. He had to keep the balance between the two while trying to jump to the 11th. Foo 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 fwayok. Jon was barely keeping the balance and his legs were trying to keep up with the scale movement until he finally jumped to the 11th tile. As he was about to land on the tile with his left leg, he realized that he got accustomed on the previous tiles where he used his left foot and this on changes to the right foot. He switched to the right foot a femtosecond before the disaster falls. It is still dry down there, right? PHEW1. Jon took a few seconds to calm down and continued the way to the 18th tile where he had to face a scale again, then finished it easily this time, then passed the 20th tiles and landed on the threshold between the first section and the second section. He looked around and made a crying face. His invisibility has long since gone and he only kept the muffle spell for the sake of keeping silent. After complaining for a while, he turned his face to the second section. Chapter 176, The Deadliest Hopscotch Game Ever. 30 meters long this time, but it looked rather scarier than the first section. The floor was a bit lower than the level of the threshold and was filled with a water-like substance. From the scent, Jon realized that this is a flammable substance. On the corners of the room, very small green flames were being kept lit on a few millimeters above the flammable oil surface. This was a clear message: make the slightest ripple into the oil and get your ass grilled. Jon had a strong urge to cry, but it was already too late. In his life, he regretted giving himself the surname Dare a few times, and this is one of them. Still, he had his reputation to live up to. Jon checked the place again and noticed that the movements sounds from a while ago came from these sections. There were some dwarven spiders behind the walls, but it seemed like they aren't triggered yet. Jon looked up to the ceiling and down on the oily floor and noticed something strange. On the ceiling, there was a map for the sky constellations. The Mage constellation was glowing, then dimmed after a while. The following constellation was the Shadow, then the Steed. With every constellation glowing, some small tiles pop out of the flammable oil pool and then they go down when another constellation glow and another set of tiles pop up instead. So you want me to curse out loud, don't you? Is this a sage-level hopscotch? Jon was infuriated. He was walking on the threshold and grinding his teeth, but managed to calm down at the end and started analyzing the constellations. They were going around in an orderly fashion and nothing seemed to be wrong with them. Each constellation lasted around 10 seconds. Jon started to calculate the tiles he should jump on, and it seemed easier than what it looked like at the beginning. But all his plans went in shambles at the end. The reason? Well, it is pretty simple: the Serpent constellation. The same bloody stars he was born under. The Serpent constellation appeared between the tower and the Atronak constellations and lasted 5 seconds before the circle went back to order once again. Jon observed the next circle of constellations, and this time the Serpent appeared between the Lord and the Mage. Oh boy! This is annoying. Jon sat down and kept observing for an hour until he understood that the Serpent constellation was random, a pattern didn't appear even after 30 circles. Jon gave up and tried to focus on the regular constellations until he decided to give it a try. He waited for a constellation when the Serpent appears as early as possible, and his wish came true when it came between the Lover and the Lord constellations. Jon hopped on the nearest tile and jumped as fast and as skillful as he could. There were no feet restrictions this time, so it was a piece of cake, until it happened. Halfway through, Jon couldn't go forward anymore. The tiles on the right side of the room were rather close to each other but didn't seem to be reaching the second threshold soon. Jon was vexed, so he tried to return before the circle ends. What made the matters worse was that the tiles behind him were getting lesser and lesser until he ran out of foothold. Now, with the timer in his mind, he already had 6 seconds for the next circle's first constellation, the ritual, to come up. Once the timer reached 0, Jon jumped towards the place where he knew that a tile should go up. It was weird, but the tile didn't show up. It didn't come out at all. Jon had the spell haste on him and looked around with panic to only find that the first constellation this circle was the Serpent. It meant that the ritual won't come up for the next 5 seconds. Jon was in a great deal of trouble. His vision shook and he suddenly wanted to quit as soon as possible, but there was no way he could escape. He had no options left. With the power of his body, Jon managed to flip around in the air and succeeded to cast Featherfall 1 meter above the ground. It was a slow fall but still falling. Jon was descending on the flammable oil just like that, and he had no choice but to give it his all in his dire situation. He burned all his magicka and supplied the Featherfall spell with all the power he could. His falling speed was reduced, but still, was it enough? Jon still had 1 card in his sleeve, but he kept telling himself not just yet. He gritted on his teeth and spread his body horizontally to avoid any contact with the oil pool as Muktink the constellation changed. Jon's only thought was how to maintain his position without any contact to the oil pool. He reached his hands towards the coming tile and firmly held onto it. With all the power of his body, Jon managed to keep himself standing on the tile with 1 hand. With his breath turning haggard, Jon gritted on his teeth, then pushed himself in the air and flipped his body to stand on a tile. Some acrobatic moves later, Jon reached the threshold once again. He just lost all the power in his legs and fell on his face. Sob sob, I want mommy. After he managed to get collected, Jon already came to a better plan. When he was standing on his hand, he managed to see the tiles from a different angle and understood one bizarre truth. The Serpent constellation is not there to hinder the bath, it actually was there to make it easier. The Serpent, both in reality and in the oil pool constellation, was the longest constellation even though it was made of 4 stars. What Jon had to do was like how it follows. He jumped on the nearest tile he could reach and kept waiting in the range of the Serpent's first star. Once it came, Jon had to wait 5 seconds on it before proceeding to the next, following the same pattern to the third and then the fourth. In the end, he finished the second section with the flying colors after spending 4 circles on it. Now Jon stood on the threshold between the second and the third sections. He looked at the third section that was around 50 meters in length. This was as long as the previous 2 combined. Jon didn't find any clue on how can he go past this section. He looked on its walls and saw a lot of beautiful treasures that were sparkling like crazy. The previous 2 sections also had treasures, but they didn't stand out as much as this section. The artifacts here gave off a majestic and a profound feeling as if they were crafted by a god. Still, Jon's eyes were set on the Dwemer cube that can be carried in hand. Shadow gave a hint that this was the best artifact, and it was indeed in the center of the most guarded spot. The third section had all the dwarven spheres and centurions staying dormant and waiting, all that with the cube at the furthermost area in the third section guarded by 3 dormant dwarven centurions. The dwarven spheres are a common form of the Dwemer animunculi that have proven to be agile fighters and are much stronger than the smaller dwarven spider. Dwarven spheres patrol ruins in a spherical form until they encounter an opponent. At this point, they will erect into their semi-humanoid form and attack. There are different kinds of centurion spheres. Some are armed with an extendable sword and a shield, while others have a crossbow mounted on their offhand arm instead. The dwarven centurions are heavily armored gigantic constructs with either an extendable mace on one arm or a hammer on one arm and a spring-loaded spike in the other. Some are even able to emit a scalding blast of steam. They are not as common in dwarven ruins as the lesser dwarven automatons. Jon only calmed his head and started looking around the place for anything to be wary of. He is later amazed when he found out that the whole walls and floors were all trapped with high electrical shock attacks. This was similar to the Tesla Tower project he was planning on, but it was rather meant for another purpose. Odd. Now that I look at it, I never thought Lord Fyr would be so obsessed with Dwemer artifacts and mechanisms. He is a sorcerer that devoted all his years to study magic? Why is this obsession with Dwemer tech all of a sudden? Jon arrived at a certain point and inquired on it. Dvate Fyr was indeed not a user of Dwemer technology, as magic was his pride and joy. The real trap shouldn't be to awaken the large horde of the dwarven animunculi, they are here for distractions. Jon checked the nearest dwarven centurion with detection and found a lot of its part was actually enchanted with simple enchantments. Let's see, they are resist shock damage and fortify gravity. Why would the enchanter want to fortify gravity? Jon started thinking about the reason behind the enchantments and thought of a weird idea. He then took out a small piece of paper from his small bag and threw it into the room. Oh my god! Jon didn't see the paper fall but fly unhindered in a straight line. This is a zero-gravity room. Chapter 177, The Deadliest Hopscotch Game Ever. 3. Jon retrieved the paper with grab spell and sat on the ground thinking what should he do. So the enchantments on the dwarven centurions was part of the answer. But a zero-gravity area is not easy to build with magic. Actually, it is impossible to negate all the gravitational force coming from the planet and then enchant a whole 40*50 meters area with no power source whatsoever. It is impossible even if you are Dvate freaking Fyr. Jon sat on the ground and started making the calculations again and again with every aspect and effect he knows of, but they were all not possible by mortal means. Technically, it is possible to make the dwarven centurions resist the zero gravity without enchantments. They are dead objects, so there is no need to go through all the trouble, as it won't affect them anyway because you can't possibly create such a gravity-free zone with magic. It is against the natural law, so this is not a zero-gravity room. At this part, Jon was absorbed in the mystery of the room and didn't even think about the cube anymore. He just sat there and began studying. On the top floor of Tel Fyr, 6 dark elves were watching while nodding. It is true, it is against the natural law. He surely picked that up fast. Phew. Don't look down on my apprentice, bite. He is not even trying just yet, said the one who fell on her knees just a minute ago and begged Lord Fyr to take him out. Elf, leave me alone. I actually didn't think he would be able to kill the bull Kagouti and even reach to the puzzle room. You have a good apprentice, Nurina. Thank you, Delt. Sorry for worrying you. Excuse me, Lord Fyr. But how did he manage to reach the puzzle room? And what is that cube he is aiming for? Yupse asked the elderly dark elf who was sitting on his chair and watching Jon. A dear and old friend of mine built this room with me so we can watch a few good challenges together. The cube was something he worked on to be something similar to a masterpiece he created long ago. Alas, he passed away before we receive our first challenger. The man spoke in a normal tone that reflected some of his sadness. The 5 ladies were shocked with the emotion Lord Dvate Fyr showed. The man, who was mostly indifferent and expressionless, was speaking softly. As for how he got there, he used the old big pipe. And the reason behind him targeting the cube should be fate. Back to Jon, who was in the middle of a brainstorm. He was sometimes writing and sometimes looking around like crazy while counting stuff and making things in order. So it is not a gravity spell, as I said, it is simply a levitation spell. But that still doesn't make any sense. The space negates all sorts of water walking, levitation, and teleportation spells. So how can it be possible that... Oh! Jon jumped up and looked around again. The space. The answer is the space. Jon was happy for some reason and he collected the tools he took out and put them back on his bag. The answer he arrived for was that the gravity law in the room was not enchanted, it was the space that was enchanted to make anything in the surrounding levitate, including dead objects. The dormant dwarven centurions were all distractions. A facade to make the challenger not focus on the main issue. Levitation was applied onto space and the dwarven animunculi were all here to make it look like they are not flying around because of the resist gravity effect. The truth was that they are stuck to the ground and are not going to move by all means. The dwarven spiders were put behind the walls to make a background effect and distract from focusing on the main issue. The focus tends to flatter away when a lot of threats are around. Even the dwarven spider that Jon met outside the room was there to give the illusion that they can come out easily, so the challengers had to be wary all the time. Now, none of that was even the main issue. Jon had to find a way to navigate across the levitation area and avoid any of the traps that he didn't even find yet. Still, he had an idea where they are. In the space, just like the enchantment. Jon realized that the traps are not in this version of reality. They were applied on space and designed to be activated once space they are connected to gets messed with. Jon spread his detection far and wide, then retrieved it and focused it around his eyes. He then opened his eyes and activated his new version of detection, the third eye, or the eye of the mind. What he saw next was something out of a fairy tale. It was simply marvelous. In the empty place in front of him, a lot of rune circle with all sizes and colors were filling the space. It looked like a festival of magic that was about to be unleashed when a small thing is just to touch one of those. They were all beautiful magic circles that were imprinted on the space, but each and every one of them is deadly without a doubt. One wrong move and death is a certain thing. All these magic traps were all around the third section of the room filling of the space. He. Now that's what I call a trap. Jon shook his head helplessly as he had no idea who to bypass that trap. He was lost in its beauty and wonder to the point that he was just simply standing there doing nothing. He knew that the moment he steps in there, he will be just moving around with no control over himself in a zero-gravity mimicking levitation space. Or maybe, can it be another round of hopscotch? Jon had this funny idea that seemed to be very unreal, but when he thought about it, it actually became visible to him. I see, that rune and that rune, shut up. Can it be really done that way? Jon started making his calculations once again and detected the safest route to the cube. Sigh. Here goes nothing. Jon walked into the space and completely submitted himself to the levitation force. Once he was in, there was no room for mistakes. He calmed down and tried to reach clarity, then opened his eyes and pushed himself slowly and very carefully towards a certain white magic circle in the space. He kept flying slowly until he reached the circle. Once he put his hand on it, he felt like it had a matter and reassembled a platform in the middle of space. Genius! He couldn't help but praise. Jon then stepped on the circle and pushed himself through the space towards the other one, and from it to the other, the third and the fourth. A minute later, Jon was floating in front of the Dwemer cube. He. Found you. Jon was feeling great, but he had to be cautious of any hidden trap around the cube. The cube was surrounded by a glass container and was locked with a key. The keyhole was protected with magic and could only be locked by a key. Or our good old lockpicks. Jon took out some lockpicks from his box and isolated the magic in the keyhole from interfering with the picks. Luckily, it didn't require a certain key to open the lock, as the lockpicks were already doing their charm, and tink, the lock opened safely and Jon could open the display and stretch his hands in. Of course, just like any cliché story, once Jon held the cube in his hand, shit went down. First, the levitation enchantment on the space got disabled and all the traps on the space also disappeared. Jon, who was floating, fell on his face. Ouch, okay. I saw that one coming, so I won't complain. No, I am complaining. Why are you guys moving? Jon looked around and saw a horde of dwarven animunculi swarming from left and right. All the dwarven spiders and the dwarven spheres, that he assumed won't be moving, all came towards him at once. Tink feel tink 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 stomp stomp. Jon heard a more unpleasant sound behind him, and lo and behold, the 3 dwarven centurion that just came back to life. So you guys were to come out when the cube is taken? Tisk, how dirty. Jon already collected the prize and was in no mood to stay. The third section's traps were all removed, but the no teleportation, no levitation rules were still applied. More to that, on higher platforms, some new faces entered the scene. A total of 10 dwarven ballistas came out and aimed their big bolts at Jon. Perfect. I guess, it is time for me to go. Jon started walking slowly while smiling to the dwarven spiders and spheres around him. He then broke into running towards the second section. All sorts of projectiles were shot at him, yet he reacted faster and increased his speed to the limit. With only a few meters away from the second section, Jon got ready to take the show to an end. Ladies, this is the day you'll always remember as the day you almost caught Captain Jon Dare. Woodna Kest. All I can remember next was causing a big explosion after going through the second section with the whirlwind sprint shout, and the shockwave sent me flying through the first section. I then landed outside it and used the teleportation scroll to return back to the Onyx Hall. The ones received me were Nurina, the FYR sisters, and an elderly dark elf with silver hair that I directly recognized as Lord Devate FYR. Apprentice Jonehild Firemane pays his respect to Great Grandmaster. I mimicked some of these Wuxia novels when an apprentice greats a great master. Devate FYR is the greatest master after all. Haha. Devate freaking FYR accepts your respect. Oh boy. He must have heard it. I felt like being struck by lightning, but it seemed Lord FYR took it as a joke. Sigh. Heroes. They get luckier every century. Lord FYR sighed and spoke with a smile. This cube, why did you choose it? Lord FYR asked me a question I was really trying to figure out an answer for. I can't possibly say that a creepy incorporeal entity that dwells inside me gave me a hint. A creepy incorporeal entity that dwells inside me gave me a hint. Ahaha. Amazing, you have one of those. Lord FYR laughed it off. By the way, that cube was made by my dearest friend, so I will lend it to you. Whoever of us dies first, then the cube will belong to the living one. Oh. It seems the cube is really precious and holds a sentimental value for Lord FYR. I wanted to return it back, but I really went through some crazy troubles to get my hands on it. Deal. Good then. I hope to see you once you have grown into the best promise of yourself. Until then. Lord FYR said and turned away. I was holding myself not to blush the whole time. This is Lord FYR. I don't want to sound like a pervert, but when he patted my shoulder just a while ago, I vowed to not ever let anything touch it again. I am considering removing it and keeping it in a museum. Once he turned around and left, Bite and Yupse followed him, and I got introduced to Delt, who arrived just a while ago. After that, Nurina took me to the side. Brat! Do you know what did you just take? She was speaking and beams of joy were shooting from her eyes. Nope, I just felt it is the best thing in there. Damn, you are so lucky. Listen closely, the place you went in was an old Dwemer ruin that got relocated under Tel FYR by Lord FYR and a close friend of his. Aha! I see, so that friend is the expert in the Dwemer artifacts. I am glad you noticed. Hey, was it Yagrim Bagarn? No, it is not. I doubt that he would want to do anything related to Lord FYR's personal sport. Not Yagrim Bagarn, the last living Dwemer? Then who was it? The room you was in is called the puzzle room. It was created by the efforts of Lord Fyr and his venerable friend, and you just beat it and took its most important treasure. You brat has beaten the work of Dungeon Master who is specialized in magic and a Puzzle Master who is specialized in Dwemer technology. I gulped a mouthful of saliva. Damn! I clearly realized what I just did. Who is Lord Fyr's friend? And what is that artifact? Nurina sighed and calmed down, then said some words that I doubt my sanity afterward. The friend is Suthasil and the artifact is the Haven Cube. The Haven Cube is inspired by the mod Haven Bag by Haisheo. Just an immersive and lore-friendly version of it. Chapter 178, Back to Winterholden. A big shout for Jack, Marius Arneson and Merdad Elizade Khorassani for their support on Patreon. You guys are awesome also. I am sorry for not checking on Patreon lately because of technical internet issues in Egypt. I had to make peace with myself first before thinking of what really happened once again. My thoughts were all jumbled up because of what Nurina has just told me. The Haven Cube, she said. An artifact with a ridiculous ability that can be described as heaven-defying and earth-shattering. Not only a subdimensional storage but also a shelter. No wonder Lord Fyr was reluctant to let me go with it at first. Okay, so let's sort things out. A subdimensional storage is a term that can make the world go insane. If it was done by magic, then people won't really think a lot about it, as the mage who can just create that function by spell is just an entity one shouldn't mess with, but things will get a whole different turn when it comes to an artifact like the Haven Cube. I dare to say that even Emperor Titus Mede II and the Aldmeri Dominion, as well as all the other powers and clans, will go after a weak character like me with all sorts of claims. And that's just the start of it. This is not just a subdimensional storage artifact, it is a shelter, a safe haven. Something that can be accessed with one's own body. How ridiculous that is! Well, it is very ridiculous. The theory about it is probably very relatable to creating one's own realm like a Daedric prince or an original spirit. Freaking ridiculous! And if that is not badass enough, then how about its size? Nurina said that the inside of the cube is 8,000 square meters that can be divided into multiple floors and rooms. That's right, the owner can add and remove floors and rooms within those 8,000 meters square. Not enough? Then how about some history lesson? This artifact was created by the one and only Suthasil, a ridiculous being among the ridiculous beings. Who is the hell is Suthasil? Suthasil, also called Lord Set, was one of the members of the Tribunal, the divine rulers of Morrowind, alongside Vivek and Almalexia, as the three were worshipped literally like gods. For his feats, Suthasil was called an architect of time, a binder of oblivion, and the mystery of Morrowind. He is known by many other titles, such as the Clockwork God, Father of Mysteries, the Inspiration of Craft and Sorcery, the Light of Knowledge, Magus, Magician, Sorcerer, Tinkerer, and later a Saint of the New Temple. He was said to be reshaping the world from his hidden Clockwork City, a mechanical city that was physically contained inside a person-sized celestial drome. Suthasil the Magus was the patron of artificers and wizards and the mightiest wizard and the wisest counselor of the First Council, and also spent time training the Sijic order on Artium. According to the Tribunal Temple cult, Suthasil was the light of knowledge and the inspiration of craft and sorcery. One thing to take note of was that Suthasil and Lord Fyr were best buddies, one was fond of puzzles and the other was fond of dungeons. For them to create a puzzle dungeon together and this humble dragonborn beats it, I say I am going to brag about that in front of Alduin himself when I get the chance. Putting all that aside, I kept looking at the Haven Cube while cleaning it with a cloth and laughing unintentionally. Joel and Wolf were looking at me as if I am sort of an idiot, but I skillfully ignored them. Oh, right. We returned to Winterhold and we held a meeting at my house. So, you went to Morrowind? Without me. Jolinar didn't let one off. And met with your Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster, who are some extreme beings. Wolf was also disappointed. Sigh. Wait until Alina hears of this, she will be heartbroken to not get that chance. Nurina was consoling them. Human, play with me, and Nefertiti didn't let go of me since I arrived. I love this family atmosphere, but can I please focus on how this thing works? The cube was left for me to figure out how it works, so I took my time studying it. I mostly figured the whole idea about it but had to learn a few things first before fully utilizing it. I am afraid we are not that free. You have a meeting with the head of the technology department, Eliel. Then you will have to meet Ilishka to sign the financial papers. Also, there is a shipment of horses that will be delivered by the Firemen's Skyfire Company. The Moonblades will send their people to talk with us regarding the future of Winterhold too. The most annoying thing you will have to deal with now is the Imperial Legion that demanded some supplies and the people from Solitude that accused us with tax evasion. The construction department wants to get some tasks too, and there are some meetings you have to attend. Joel spoiled my mood by acting as my secretary. And we need some funds. Wolf joined in. That too. Joel confirmed. I looked at them and felt how much they are happy at my misfortune. These cheeky brats were just at each other's throats a month ago. I think I created a department to manage all that stuff when I am not free, I said and returned to scanning the cube. The management department? Yes, but we are short on employees. Joel said. I am not talking about the management department. Hey! I am talking about the mercenary corps and the security department. I don't remember what happened after that, but I am pretty sure I was knocked down and got dragged all the way to the office. 3 nights later still, working. 1 week later let go of me. Back to your office. 2 weeks later I was finally released. You may take my life, but you will never take my freedom. Quit screwing around. There is a report from Team 0. Joel whispered to me. Oh. Something happened. The person you were looking for has appeared in Winterhold. Oh. Team 0 is one of the mercenary teams in the Dare Dragon Mercenary Corps, the new military contractor in Winterhold. Team 0 is my personal guards on the surface, but they are also my best men and the private intelligence agency that I personally lead. Jolinar is the head of the team, of course. And by the person I was looking for, it means that someone has finally appeared. It is an expert researcher at the matter of soul gems, Nelikar. Nelikar was a minor NPC in the game involved in a quest or two. Apart from that, he was also a magic merchant. I had some important business with him, so I took a small bag from my desk and went directly to the Frozen Hearth Inn. Lately, as I started walking through the roads of Winterhold, some people would gather around me and start complaining about all sort of stuff. I had to create a small office and for the complaints and the requests, but they never quit. Joel forced me to be accompanied with bodyguards since then. I can just teleport, you know. Still, I was refused on sight. Women love to take care of every single detail, man. Anyway, I started walking the street with my bodyguards lately and... damn, it feels so good to be a celebrity. I looked like a boss walking with some mini-bosses that one has to beat before reaching me. Anyway, as I reached the inn, I called for Dagur the innkeeper and asked for Nelikar, so I was guided to a room in the side. Who I saw was someone as tall as me, a high elf with golden skin and all. He looked rather old in age too. Hello, am I speaking to the wizard Nelikar? Who sent you? Was it the college? The Jarl? We had an understanding that there would be no more questions. The man spoke to me with disdain before I even say anything. I sighed inwardly. High elves are all pain in the ass, except for Ferelda, she is cool. My name is Jon Dare. The elf looked at me with his brows raised. He clearly recognized my name. The new overlord of Winterhold, I have heard about you. What is it? You want to question my presence in this town too? No. You must have taken it the wrong way. Let me welcome you back to Winterhold on behalf of myself and the Dare Dragon Company. The presence of an elven mage like yourself in our town is a welcome occurrence in our town. Nelikar paused what he was doing and looked at me closely. Interesting. I'll listen to you, but let me tell you this first, you are not to stick your nose into my business and we will be fine. the Altmer said with all the arrogance in the world. I smiled and held myself from saying anything. I really wanted to experiment how much can the dragon language affect the mindset of a high elf. I will do it, but not now. Then I will cut straight to the chase. I took out the small leather bag that I carried and put it on the desk in front of him. This is me interfering in your business in a very rude way that I hope you would forgive me afterward. But it's of urgent importance. Nelacar looked at the bag and opened it, emptying its contents on the table. What he saw made him jump from his chair and run to the wall as far away from me as possible. I was about to laugh at the scaredy elf, but I think I should keep it to myself. The Star of Azura? Gods! It's all finally coming back to haunt me. His expressions were that of an absolute terror. Calm down. It is isolated and contained, I said, and stood up to calm him down. It took a few minutes to comfort him back to the right mindset. So you want me to fix it for you? Impossible. Please, don't be unreasonable. You know very well why I came to you of all people. And I know very well that you would hate to see anyone doing it other than you. Isn't this the thing you always think of as your mistake? This thing. Do you even know what are you dealing with? I have the general idea. Tisk tisk. General ideas are not enough. What do you know about soul gems? I am Nurina Aaron's son. I know everything there is to know about them. Oh. Nurina Aaron, an elitist in the mage community, so you are the Nord son I heard rumors about. Naturally. Good then, back to our topic. As you know, soul gems are used for enchanting, but the gem is always consumed. They're frail. Except for one. Azura's Star. Correct. Azura's Star, a Daedric artifact that allows any number of souls to pass through it. Some of us wanted to find out how. I was working under Malin Varen, then. If only we knew what he was really planning. Immortality. You are well informed. Malin wanted to alter the star as he was dying. He thought he could store his own soul inside. Become immortal. It drove him mad. Students started dying. Eventually, the college exiled him. He took a few loyal disciples away and vanished. Look, I don't care how you found the star, but don't take it back to Azura. The Daedra are evil. They're the reason Malin went insane. I understand, but what made him think he can alter the star? Sigh. Look, Azura is no ordinary Daedra. She commands an entire realm inside of Oblivion. The more Malin worked on the star, the more she was able to damn him. It started slowly at first. Malin would see things that weren't there. Then he would yell at students over words they hadn't said. Then one day I walked in and Malin had killed a student, and in a horrific moment of inspiration, he started using her soul for his work. And now his soul dwells inside the start. I thought if I isolated the star we can weaken him and cut his connection to the outside. Well done, you are not Nurina's son for nothing. So can you help me exorcise Malin's souls away? Nelacar sighed and nodded. Maybe this is my chance to make things right. I can finish Malin's work, the way we had meant to before his madness. It would mean cutting the star off from Azura. Only black souls would be able to enter it once we finished. I understand, then let's hurry. Who knows if Azura is watching right now? We both nodded to each other and started the preparations. Chapter 179, The Magikar Reactor. Nelacar put the Azura's star on the table and started preparing some necessary scrolls to seal the room we are in and not alert anyone if anything gets out of hand. After that, he started analyzing the star. These fissures and cracks aren't encouraging. Malin obviously was growing more desperate once he left the college. After more analyzing, he did it. He actually managed to trap his own soul inside the star, but it's falling apart. It needs more souls to sustain itself. The star is being used to sustain Malin's soul. I can't fix it while that fragment of him is inside. Is there any other way to deal with him? There is, but it's not as simple as enchanting Malin away. He's put up barriers. Souls are only allowed in, not out. If we were to, somehow, send a soul inside the star, one that was ready to overpower Malin from the inside. Nelacar seemed a bit depressed while saying so. He is going to ask me to kill his friend. Is it possible? Nelacar sighed and nodded. He's already dead. Worse, the enchantment keeping him intact requires black souls. I don't know how many people he must have killed. If we don't do something, the enchantment will eventually fade, and the star will slip back into oblivion. Azura will have the last laugh. So, I could soul trap you. Place you inside the star. Then bring you back once Malin has been dealt with. It is a special type of soul trap. Placing you inside the star without fully killing you. Once Malin has been dealt with, I'll bring you back. I was waiting for him to offer me that. I guess there is no other way then. I understand if you need some time to prepare. Let me know when you're ready. No need for waiting. Let's do this. After some time, I lied on a bed and Nelacar started preparing the spell. Once he cast it on me, my consciousness faded and I found myself in a strange place. This was probably the interior of the star. It was a light blue, surreal world with spikes and chiming sounds. That looks great. What happened here? For some reason, I heard the voice of the augur. Oh, brother augur, I woke you up. I suspect you got your soul trapped in Azura's star. Yes, how did you respond so quickly? It happens that we have an astral link together. Oh, right. What is your plan from this point onward? Can you collect the data from this small world while I get stall Malin for some time? I can do that. What kind of data are you after? Anything related to the structure and the rules of this small world. Not anything special, I will finish and notify you. Thanks. The augur was still as emotionless as ever, but the data I am after is important to some extent. My job now was to look for Malin, who was probably in the deepest part of the star. On the way, I happened to meet up with some ghastly remains and Daedric vestiges. Some of them were Dremora that seemed to be allied with Malin, but I got rid of them right away. Malin himself was found in a haggard state after being isolated by me for some time. He has clearly become madder than before. From that time, since I took the broken star from his cult, I have kept him sustained on some animals and white souls. These were far from enough, but they kept his soul from perishing away. Now his soul was in front of me, cursing and screaming while calling his apprentices they'd trashes who can't hunt a prey. Once his soul saw mine, it turned into a berserk state and tried to devour me with its all. I only overpowered him with my sheer magicka and kept him at bay for a few minutes until the augur finished what he was doing. I have what you need. We are off then. I overpowered Malin's soul further with only magicka and it broke right away. So weak. At this point, Nelacar pulled me out. So, the star cleansed itself. Yes. You've changed the fate of a Daedric artifact and lived. Congratulations. And keep the damn thing, I'd rather put that chapter of my life behind. Thank you, Nelacar. If you ever want anything, you can find me right away. I will also notify my people to help you in any way they can. I bid Nelacar farewell and left the inn in a hurry with the black star at my hand. It really has no use for me now, so I'll just keep it as a trophy or whatever. After all, the real work starts now. Brother augur, still with me? Yes. Can you please help me review the date from the white file and the date from the black star file? Both the sealing enchantment from the black star and the absorption enchantment from the white file were analyzed. What kind of an item you want to use on them? A soul gem. Are you trying to create another unbreakable soul gem? No, that makes no sense. Phew. So even you can be ignorant sometimes. I am purely interested in what new ideas can an otherworlder like yourself can come up with. Haha, you can't just admit it, can you? The augur didn't replay and seemed to be inwardly cringing at me. Fine. My project right now is called the Magicka Reactor. By using part of the enchantment from the white phial, that one that absorbs pure magicka from heaven and earth to convert it later into matter. I only took the absorption part, as you know. The other thing I needed was a material that was able enough to store magicka, and nothing can do that except a soul gem. 50 points for Gryffindor. I mean, you are right. Anyway, I wasn't sure how will the soul gem react at first, so I needed an insurance, and that was a way to seal the energies inside a soul gem, which you kindly provided when we were at Azura's Star. What we lack are some dwarven metal wires, which I already asked Wulfer to make. We will get to do our sweat research right away. A Magicka reactor, hey? That seems promising. I know, right? To be able to absorb magicka and store it from anywhere, this is exactly the function of the human flesh and how it provides the astral body and the soul with energies. It is indeed promising. Sure, there will be no need to kill any creatures and people to trap their souls anymore. I dare to say that if we succeeded, then the age of soul trapping is coming to an end. I couldn't help but make an evil laugh, even though I was doing something not evil. This will be epic. Winter is over, but it is still snow in Winterhold. A few weeks have passed since I started my damnable research. Jolinar and Wulfer have given up on me and took Nefertiti away. The last thing I heard was that they got invited by Alina to the Moonblade clan. I also receive an invitation, but I will go join them once I am done. More or less, I am done. Most of the prototypes are working, but they overheat and explode. I need a material to prevent the soul gem from overheating, and I sent a ship to Solstheim to get such a thing. There was a material that was called the Stalarim that can only be mined from there, but it was expensive. The only way was to hire some people from the Skal, a very old and respected hidden clan that has good relations with the Firemans. I hoped that everything goes smoothly, but Ongium got a bit late. He sent a word that there are some troubles in Solstheim and it is very hard to find the material we need. The Stalarim is a rare form of enchanted ice found only on the island on Solstheim. Throughout history, it has served various uses. Originally it was used in the burial rituals of ancient Nords. The deceased would be encased in the material as a form of protection, a privilege that was typically reserved for Nordic individuals. It has also served as a crafting material and, with the proper tools and techniques, can be used to create weapons, armor, clothing, and even jewelry. Stalarim armor, and sometimes called ice armor, can be light, medium, or heavy in weight. It is very protective and is often made with steel or quicksilver. Due to its innate properties, frost enchantments placed on items made of Stalarim are more potent, which will serve me very well in fighting the overheating problem in the Magicka reactor. Also, in its raw form, it can be used as an alchemical ingredient that induces paralysis and inflicts frost damage. Stalarim is often described as being hard as iron and impossible to break by conventional means. The only known way to mine it is with an ancient Nordic pickaxe, made from superior craftsmanship. It has been described as a rigid, blue-white crystalline metal, faceted yet smooth, and unnaturally cold to touch. Working with Stalarim is much like ebony smithing, and can only be performed by a skilled blacksmith. This all made my life go a few times harder. The Magicka Reactor project is the hope of Winterhold and the Dare Dragon Company. It will be a new source of energy that can probably be better and cleaner than anything the modern civilization of Earth came up with. But good research time can't go smoothly unhindered. This morning, I received some terrible news. Alina, Jolinar, Wulfer, and Nefertiti, 4 of the most important people in my life, have all disappeared. Chapter 180, The Snake's Den. John's POV. My best friend went missing. My 2 girls went missing. My cat went missing. 4 of the most important people in my life went missing while I was tinkering with some tools to create a thing that should be able to secure a good future for those people I care about. And then things got messed up when I was not paying attention. Well, this made me get too much frustrated and called all the people I have around. With hasty preparation, I raised the alertness in Winterhold to the max. I probably seemed like some tyrant when I overstepped my authority, but I tried not to lose much of my sense. Luckily, Nurina was there for me. For my important family to go missing, I can't ignore the possibility of it being because of me. Was I too careless? For the first time, my house was so empty and boring. Without Joel and Nefertiti around, it was not my home anymore. Even when I sat in my office, I felt too lonely without Wolfer coming over to drink after work. And God knows how much I missed Alina. If this was because of me. If someone was targeting my people to get to me, it won't end well. It will be ugly, too ugly that I will bring hell down with me. I couldn't sit still anymore. As my mood went stormy, Winterhold got affected by it. I now have become the ruler of these people, even though nothing is official, their fates are tied to my decisions. I can't get carried away. That night, I gathered all the members of Team Zero, the personal guards and the intelligence agents at my company. We roamed the streets in silence and paid a visit to every spy that got sent by all the powers around and started interrogating them. It was a night full of muffled screams and spilled blood under the basement of the bathhouse. No one knew what happened to my family, as the news about them were not that important in the eyes of the big powers. Still, they had to die. I even killed the Stormcloak and the Imperial spies personally. I never thought I would dig a mass grave in my life, but that was the price of power. I dug it with my hands. The last thing I had to do was to leave the matters to the new management team I assembled during the last few weeks. They will keep the ship floating just fine. Lastly, I asked Nurina to watch over Winterhold for me, and even went as far as going to Archmage Savo's errand and asked him to assist Winterhold if it happened to be under any attack. Luckily, I was accepted. The last thing I needed to do was to travel alone to the Moonblade territory. It was the last place they were seen at, and I was welcomed there. I geared up and rode a flame Atronak hawk to the west. A few weeks ago, the Moonblade clan Alina Moonblade, the Crimson Moon and the Child of Kine, the most prized daughter of the Moonblade clan, returned to her home following her father Sigurd. Lady Alina is back. Lady Alina? By the gods, it has been half a year. The clansmen and the other people who lived here were all excited to hear of Alina, the popular girl who left the clan to find strong mages in Winterhold, leaving behind only a small note. In their eyes, Alina has only grown more beautiful in this half year. The Crimson girl who plays with magic seemed to have soared higher in the sky, on a flame Atronak hawk this time. The Moonblade territory was on the mountains in the west of Winterhold, right in the south of Dawnstar town. It had a big fort and a village around it. They could be reached by following a very narrow and steep pass up the mountain, but there were some tunnels and caves that weren't revealed to anyone, apart from flying with an Atronak, of course. Alina gracefully landed in front of the town that had more inhabitants than the one of the Fire Main. As a Moonblade, she was seen as a nobility, even though she was the most important character in the clan after the Patriarch, which made her appearance to be met with a lot of cheers. Across the town, the main house was there. An old and towering castle built to withstand all cold and wind. This was what Alina knew as home when she was young, and the hell incarnate when she grew up. Well, another day at the Snake's Den. The Snake's Den, the name Alina calls the fort with, is where all her uncles and cousins live, and where she got tortured because of her different eye color after birth. She may have managed to change the opinion around herself lately by getting close to the people and making friendships and relations the way Hilda taught her, but there were always those people who hated her because she was a hindrance in their way. Such people were watching her arrival from a window in the castle. Flying? The bloody eyes sure got arrogant. Kaya, father said to go and welcome her. Oh, it's you, Elsa. Fine, I'll be coming. During Alina's approach to the fort, two girls emerged from the front door, one with an obviously fake smile and the other with a disdainful face. Welcome home, Alina. Kaya and Elsa, it has been a while. Indeed it is. Elsa acted as friendly as possible to Alina. The reason was known, as Elsa was to be wed to Gunmar, son of Njord Firemane. A word from Alina can destroy Elsa's happy life. Why are you back? Kaya the younger sister, on the other hand, was openly hostile. Oh, little Kaya. I had to return at some point. Nurina smiled and looked at Kaya sharply. She thought, come at me, bitch. I heard some talk that you found a master in Winterhold and didn't even manage to be her best apprentice, even though Uncle Ornulf went out of his way and provided support for you. Alina was unfazed and only smiled. What was his name, the guy who beat you? Jon Dare? I heard he is a bastard rat from Riften. Not much of a genius mage now, are you? Alina sneered in her head. That's all you got about Senior Jon? She said. Hey! Never heard about him being adopted by Archwizard Nurina Aaron and the Firemans. What? Or about him being the new trading partner for our wineries. His company controls the whole hold and he even promised us a shipment of frost honey. You sure must have heard the news, right? These events were really fresh and should only be announced today, yet Alina shamelessly took a chance and used the ignorance of the crowd to diss at Kaya. Tisk tisk, Kaya. I am disappointed. If these words of yours reached Senior Jon, our business partnership will be in a bad situation and we will lose a lot of faces. Maybe next time before you hurt our family's interests, you should watch your goddamn mouth. Alina said what she prepared to say, leaving both sisters behind. At that time, the Moonblade convoy led by Sigurd caught up to Alina, who went ahead. Elsa and Kaya, you are here to greet your sister. Sigurd hurried up when he saw Alina being faced with the two sisters. Welcome back, uncle. Indeed, we were here to greet Alina. Haha. How nice of you girls. Alina, you are coming. Yes, father. Just was done with the trash talking anyway. Alina didn't seem to care anymore and just walked past the two sisters with her magic movement spell. Her movements were fast and graceful like a fairy. Sigurd was taken aback by Alina's words and looked at the two sisters, who were smiling as if nothing was said. This girl, did she catch on some bad habits from that Jonrid's kid? And it seemed like not all water is clear, hey. Sigurd thought to himself as he wasn't used to seeing Alina being carefree like that. Her action reminded him of a father and son pair who could get on his nerve just by occupying a material form in existence. After he followed his daughter into their home, the two girls remained outside. Elsa Moonblade was silent while Kaya was grumbling with anger. Did you hear what she said? Would she dare to put me into trouble? That evil witch, she... Shut up, dear. Elsa spoke in a disdainful tone. Elsa. What are you saying? Will you stand and watch her do whatever she likes to me? She would do no such a thing. Are you an idiot or whatever? The news about the Thane of Winterhold is something that only a handful few are aware of, and someone like you will never be informed about his existence. There is no way she can prove that you heard of him, let alone bad-mouthed him, you dumb fool. She knows that too damn well too. But she just now. She was just screwing around with you? You really have no sense for such thing, sister. Kaya fell silent and Elsa shook her head helplessly. Tha, that bitch. Who does she think herself? Kaya made a very ugly face. Elsa looked at her younger sister and wondered if she would ever do well when she is not around. She is the daughter of the patriarch, she can screw around as much as she likes. She also managed to win a lot of people and family members. Do you think that father is having an easy time to deal with her? Elsa stated some facts and walked ahead while thinking. Alina, poor child. You have grown a mouth, hey? Then let's see how much can you run your mouth.